Wingman Joker, thank you for listening to this channel and please support the channel. Please subscribe. Chapter 281. Double it, and the girl is yours. As the elevator moved down, Ren was trying hard to think about her current situation. She was really tempted by this idol cover thing, but she began to have other thoughts as the pain from breaching the contract receded. She was considering her options, as if she had any. Victor, who was obviously aware of her stupid thoughts, sighed. He realized one simple thing when he was questioning her earlier. Ren was an airhead. She was a natural super lethal airhead. This made her somewhat easy to control if he could figure out her button layout, but at the same time, this doubled the effort needed to teach and train her to fight in a better way. The way she was using her skills was way too stupid and wasteful. She was just discharging her power at her targets blindly. If she could fine-tune it and aim it, not only would she be able to deliver precise and maybe not so lethal strikes using a fraction of the mana she was wasting, she might even be able to generate a magnetic field around her to move metal objects. This lowly had potential, but she was too stupid to realize that and needed a lot of training. He needed to increase her loyalty though, and this took time and a little bit of star power. Suddenly the elevator's door opened. Ren wanted to dash out but Victor grabbed her and pulled her back, as two pretty women slowly stepped in. "Ah, young master," Mira exclaimed as her agent Minerva nodded to him respectfully. "Mira, what a coincidence. You are just the one I wanted to meet." Victor lied with a big smile. Arya had already sent him Myra's entire schedule and he came here specifically for her. Ren's business was just a side hustle. "Are you busy now?" he asked Mira as if he didn't know that she was. Mira was at a loss. She was definitely busy, but as Victor's servant, according to the family rule, he had to be her priority at all times. "Miss Mira has a photo shoot session on the second floor for a magazine cover," Minerva interjected when she noticed Myra's hesitation. "The international photographer Mr. Kitzler will be doing the shooting. He came here on a plane just for that," she added proudly. Mira had become a very big star thanks to Victor's support, and although she had no idea about the family drama behind his relationship with Mira, she respected his big wallet greatly. No, she respected him. "Then it is nothing important. I need you to come with me," Victor interjected before turning to the frowning Minerva. "Reschedule the shoot. If anyone complains, tell them it was my call. If they make trouble, tell Arya to send the goons after them," he said. Minerva could only nod in response. She heard about his reputation, how he slapped their old CEO Mrs. Carla to death as soon as he got here. That woman was so ashamed of herself that she committed suicide a week later. Not only her, but half of the company's directors also committed suicide during the last month. Not only that, not only did they crack their own balls before dying, they even submitted all the dirty things they did throughout the years to the police. "Minerva, I will be with young Master Victor for the day then," Mira said in an apologizing tune. "It's okay, I will handle the rest." Minerva sighed as the elevator stopped on the second floor. She quickly walked out then gestured to Mira to service her young master well, making her blush. Victor chuckled as the elevator doors closed. He really liked this agent. She would definitely have a very successful career in the future. "Who is this cute child?" Mira suddenly asked, making Victor turn to look at the stupid lily who was standing beside him. She was frozen in place while looking at Mira in shock. "This is Ren, she is a new idol candidate that I found," he said. "I plan to form an idol group of young girls," he said before smacking Ren's head. "Introduce yourself," he said. Hello Miss Mira, I am Ren," she said. "Can I have your autograph?" "Yes," Mira said as she watched Ren fumble around for a paper. "Don't worry about it," Victor said. "Mira will come with us to your house, she will help me scam. Convince your parents," he said, making Ren open her eyes in shock as Mira smiled and nodded to hide her disappointment. She thought he wanted to take her on a date. Ellipsis. By the time the elevator reached the underground parking lot, 27 seconds later, Ren, who was still looking at Mira like a fanatic, had already forgotten any idea of resisting Victor or running away. She had fully surrendered. Anyone who was friends with Miss Mira can't be a bad guy. Victor didn't care about her stupid thoughts. The moment he got her parents' signature, she would be his, whether she liked it or not. She was already his. Walking through the parking lot, Victor finally reached the place Margaret was standing next to a new car. He had just sent her to throw the borrowed car away and get a new shiny one. It was a white dragon sedan. The family business standard. "Did you finish the tasks I gave you?" he asked as he noticed that she seemed to have changed the casual dress she was wearing earlier to an expensive suit. Margaret nodded as she threw a stack of documents at him. Yeah, now you can enjoy your date, she said as she sneaked a glance at Mira. You are not coming, he asked. Nope, she said, I need to go do some shopping. So I will be taking the rest of the day off, she said tactfully. She knew that Victor planned to propose to Mira, so she planned to leave. She had enough of his stupid casual proposals. She didn't want to see another cringy scene where the girl gasped as Victor escaped after casually stating his intentions to marry her. Margaret was not feeling jealous. Not at all, not even a little bit. She just intended to go shopping for some nice accessories for the wedding. Maybe a couple of sexy underwear and some new toys for her wedding night. Do whatever you want, Victor said with an awkward smile as if he was reading her mind, then watched as she put on a pair of gilded sunglasses, before climbing into a brand new red fire rat car that she must have just bought. She waved her hand at him as she drove away like a rich young lady saying goodbye to her sugar baby. Wait, wasn't that car the one from the store they were at earlier? Did she return there to slap that woman's face again? Not his business. Victor shook his head as he looked back at the frowning Ren and Mira. Let's go, he said as he climbed into the sedan's front seat, inviting Mira to sit beside him and leaving Ren to sit in the back. Starting the car, Victor watched as Ren fastened her seat belt in the rear mirror. Listen, Ren, when we meet your parents later, this is exactly what you have to say, he began to speak. Ellipsis. Ren was utterly shocked when Victor parked the car near the apartment building she lived in with her parents. How did he know her address? Come on, Victor told her as he opened the car door and then descended, followed by Mira, who didn't really know why she was there. She just wore her thick sunglasses to hide her identity. Ren on the other hand began to realize that she might be in a big mess as she quietly followed Victor and smoothly climbed 3 flights of stairs to reach the apartment as if he lived there. He paused for a moment to check the apartment number before he rang the bell. A few moments later, a pretty woman wearing a pink apron opened the door. Then looked strangely at Victor before noticing Ren and Mira, who was behind him. She was Ren's mother. Ren, what's going on here? She asked with a frown on her face. Did her stupid daughter cause trouble again? Mom, Ren had no idea how to respond. She totally forgot what Victor told her to say in the car. No, she didn't forget, she was not listening to him in the first place. Mrs. Stinger, my name is Victor White, Victor said, flashing his brightest smile. I am the CEO of Horizons Media. I am here because your daughter Ren had destroyed our company's car. Can I come in? He asked. Ren wanted to deny his accusations, but she couldn't talk at all. She just looked at him in shock. Ren's mother frowned, wondering if he was some scammer, just as Mira removed her sunglasses and showed her pretty face. OMG. It is Mira, please come in, she said quickly as she dusted her apron and opened the door to invite them in toward the living room. Victor nodded, then quickly made himself home and inspected the house. It was not too shabby. He casually sat on a wide couch, then dragged Mira to sit beside him as Ren's mother dragged her daughter to the kitchen to question her. Ren began to tell her mother how she stumbled in the road and scratched Victor's very expensive car, and how he asked her to pay for the repairs before Mira pleaded for her, begging Victor to accept Ren in his new idol group. Telling him that she had the aura of a star. It was not Ren doing the talking though, but her illusion created by Victor. Victor didn't trust her at all. The real Ren heard nothing of this. She was just standing there flabbergasted as her mother scolded the broom and then began to nod to it. She often eavesdropped when her mother scolded her father, telling him that she was going to go mad if he couldn't find a way to get more money to cover their mortgage. Ren wondered if her mother finally lost her mind. Ren wanted to go ask her mother what was going on, but Victor grabbed her and then gestured to her to wait until her mother finished her scolding, then dragged her daughter to sit beside her, facing Victor on the couch on the other side of a coffee table. Master Victor, Ren just told me that you want her to work for your company, joining an idol group. Ren was shocked. She said nothing. She wanted to clarify some things with her mother, but Victor beat her to it. Yes, Mira here thinks she has the potential to be a star, Victor said, looking at Ren, who was sitting next to her mother in the broom. It is not that we are doubting you, Ren's mother said as she looked at Mira, wondering if she could take a photo with her later, but I think Ren is not really fit to be an idol. She added with some hesitation, making her daughter look at her with a frown. I mean, she needs to continue her studies and become a lawyer in the future. I don't want her to stop pursuing her dreams. she explained with a sleazy smile as she pinched the broom's butt to force it to keep its silence. Victor nodded as he fully understood the woman's intentions. Then how about we wait for your husband? My husband will have no say in this. She clarified. He truly didn't. Oh, I see. Then, Victor hesitated as if he was making some calculations, then took out a briefcase from under his feet and put it on the coffee table, slowly opening it to reveal a shitload of shiny cash. Ah, Ren and her mother were stunned. This is $1.000. It was supposed to be Ren's down payment for signing the contract. I plan to pay her $5 million per year. Too bad you want her to continue her education. Victor said with a disappointed tone as he began to close the briefcase. Double it, and the girl is yours. The mother quickly said as she held the briefcase open with her hands and looked at the money. Ren sighed as she saw her mother's true nature show itself. Victor took another bag from between his legs and put it on the table, then put a document on top of it. Sign this and those 2 briefcases containing a total of $2,000, will be yours. The rest would be paid throughout the year. He said, I need to ask my husband. The offer ends in 60 seconds. 59. I will sign it immediately. Ren's mother sold her daughter in seconds. Then as soon as Victor got the contract, she grabbed the money bags and ran toward her room to count them, leaving the poor broom alone in the living room to face its grim fate. She left a stupefied Ren too. Your mother is a real money grabber, Victor said with a smirk as Mira sighed. She had seen this scenario in the industry too many times. Aha, Ren, not knowing what to say, reluctantly nodded just as the apartment's door suddenly opened and a handsome middle-aged man in a firefighter uniform and a yellow helmet under his arm walked in with a tired face. Daddy, Ren ran to her father's embrace. Ah, Ren, be careful, the tunic is dirty. We have guests, he asked as he looked at Victor and at Mira, whom he didn't recognize. He was so busy being driven to earn money by his wife all year round that he didn't have time to look at idols. He just focused on the handsome Victor who made him feel threatened. Yes, he is. Before Ren could explain, her mother appeared out of nowhere running into the room. Oh, husband, you are here, she said. Come with me, she added as she dragged her stunned husband to the kitchen and closed the door while giving Victor a flattering smile. Victor squinted his eyes as Ren nervously looked at the white kitchen door. Moments later they heard a yell. B**tch you sold our daughter. But honey, the money is. And that guy, and that. What Mira, it is that pretty. Quote. Quote. How much? Quote. What? Quote. Quote. Victor decided to just ignore the arguing couples and wait while hugging the embarrassed Mira. It didn't take long for Ren's mother to rein in her husband. It was obvious what method she used from the fake tears she was wiping away as she entered the room behind him with a smug smile. Can I see the contract? The man said as he sat facing Victor. TSHT. Ah, the man screamed as the wooden broom that was resting on the couch broke under his weight, then retaliated by sticking its sharp end in his ass. Thankfully he was wearing thick firefighter pants, so nothing major happened. He just stood up in a hurry and then threw the poor broom behind the couch while glaring at his stupid wife, who was wondering what was the broom doing there. Here you go, Victor said, giving the contract to the man as he totally ignored what just happened. The man sat again after rubbing his butt and making sure there was nothing else, then began to read the contract slowly. The more he read the more he liked it. It was not bad at all. This thing was prepared by Margaret after all. She suffered from bad contracts from her previous life, so when she ordered the company lawyers to write it under Victor's instructions, she made sure this one was clear and fair. This will require my daughter to change schools? He asked after flipping the first page. Yes, I fear for her security in her current school, so I will register her at an aristocratic school. My little sister goes there, so she will be fine, Victor said as the man searched for the school's website on his phone and then gasped after seeing its tuition fee. It was enough to buy his daughter's entire old school 3 times. You will pay for this, right? He asked nervously as he noticed his stupid wife's signature on the contract. That woman definitely didn't read this. Yes, all covered by the company. But your daughter will have to work for us for at least 10 years. But don't worry, not only will she get her agreed salary, but she will also get a cut of all the profits we make using her image and performances. Victor said with a salesman smile. The man confirmed these conditions in the contract slowly one by one, asking Victor about every little thing, then nodded after 15 minutes. He had nothing to edit. It is tempting, but, Ren, he turned to his daughter and asked, are you okay with this? It is your choice. He said. I am okay with it, she said after some hesitation, especially when she noticed Victor's threatening eyes and the ball of black flames that appeared over her parents' heads. Then I am fine with it, the man said, signing next to his wife's name as the ball of flames dissipated. Perfect, Victor said, collecting the documents. You will be contacted by my assistant in the next couple of days, we will talk about your work arrangements later. He said, winking at Ren and then standing up. Now, I have a lot of business, sorry for disturbing your day, he said politely as he slowly walked out with Mira. Watching Victor walk out, Ren sighed in relief. He finally left. She wanted to tell her father about her powers, but remembering Victor's warnings she decided not to do a thing. It is okay, her father said, watching the worried look on her face. It is not a bad thing, the new school is way better than your current one. He said. She nodded. That guy doesn't seem bad too, but I keep having the feeling that I saw him somewhere, but I can't remember where, he said to his daughter who suddenly jumped from the couch. No, I forgot to get Miss Myra's signature. She yelled as she ran to the window where she watched as the couple got into the car and then drove away. Ren's father sighed as he watched. His daughter was definitely taking after her stupid mother who also ran to the window when her daughter mentioned the signature. Chapter 282, Picnic. Young master, where are we going now? Mira asked nervously after she noticed that Victor was driving her out of the city to a suburban area. Just searching for a place to talk peacefully, he said as he drove slowly until they reached a small grove on the side of the road where he pulled to the side. Let's go down here. Wait a moment, he said as he stepped down in a hurry, then ran to the other side and opened the door to Mira, holding her hand as she stepped down as a servant. Mira blushed as she took his hand while wondering why he was acting like this. Little did she know that this was the place where he planned to propose to her in his previous life. It was on the same day when Rex learned about Victor's relationship with her and took her away as Victor was setting it up. This left a deep scar in Victor's heart, and it never truly healed. Rex would pay, but it was too early for this. In his previous life, after the ceremony, Victor was sent to the company by his father to work part-time and earn his living expenses. He was supposed to work his way up from a small clerk to a CEO, not only to gain life experience but also to investigate the corruption in the company. He was good at it. Not only did he find out many disturbing things about the media industry, but he was also able to uncover a human trafficking ring that used the company as a facilitator, and the one behind it was Titus. At that time and by chance he saved the life of Mira who was about to be attacked by one of the company's idiot directors, and that's how they became good friends. It only took them a few months after that to become a couple after that, despite the fact of him being just a minor assistant. They were very compatible with each other, as they both liked the same things to some extent and they both longed for freedom. Unfortunately, this relationship was a disaster for Mira who ended up in Rex's hands before Victor was allowed to reveal his real identity to her. He was not even aware that she was a family servant until it was too late, or he would have asked his father for help. This way my lady, Victor said as he slowly held her hand, guiding her up a small grassy hill. Mira had no idea why he was treating her like this, but it didn't feel bad, so she decided to play along with a blush. Reaching the top of the hill, Mira realized that this hill overlooked the entirety of Vane City. The view was mesmerizing. She could see everything from here clearly. When she looked back to Victor, she realized that he was busy setting up a mat on the grass. He even brought a basket. Was he setting up a picnic? Was this a date? She wondered in shock how Victor knew that she liked picnics. Please have a seat, my lady, Victor said with an amused tune. Mira blushed as she nodded and then sat down. Victor quickly gave her a napkin, some juice, and a sandwich, then sat beside her, stretching his legs. There was an awkward silence after that. Mira slowly looked at Victor's face beside her. He was looking at the city below them with clear eyes. He looked really dashing. How can a man be this handsome? Even after becoming a player, and knowing about the charm attribute, she still believed that Victor was better than any man she had known. Maybe falling in his hands was not a bad thing after all. She blushed at that thought. Mira hesitated for a few moments then decided not to speak and just relax and enjoy the view with him. Strangely enough, she quickly realized that she liked being near him. He gave her a strange sense of peace, and this sandwich was percent 100 to her liking. Did he know that she liked strawberry jam? They stayed sitting like this for about 10 minutes, and that's when Victor spoke. Did you get familiar with the usage of your skills? He asked. After she became a player in the Snake's dungeon, he didn't have an opportunity to speak with her alone. She nodded. At first, she was shocked when she became a player, but now after she read the data Victor sent her, she realized how big the world was. She couldn't believe that such a secret as the existence of players was kept a secret for thousands of years. Thankfully, her class as an illusionist was a perfect fit for her media career, so she was able to secretly use some skills during filming to enhance her performance. Good, you will be able to be a great help in the future, he said as his hand slowly crawled on her back as he hugged her closer to him, making her blush heavily. Do you dislike me? He asked suddenly. I forced myself into you after all. No, she said in a barely audible voice. She hated him a little at first, but after he explained his intentions to her and let her be free, she no longer held such feelings. On the contrary, then you like me then? He interrupted her thoughts. She blushed heavily as she looked down. At first, when she met him and he declared that she would be his, she thought that he was another one of those bullies' young masters and that her life was over. But after she spent some time with him, then went dungeon diving in the dungeon and stayed with him and the girls for a few days, she realized how nice he was. Love was a different thing though. She had no choice in that. She was officially his servant after all. If he told her to love him, she would have no choice but to try her best to do that. But if they were not a master and servant, she would have probably fallen for him. He was perfectly her type after all. She was never going to tell him that though. Little did she know that Victor knew all of this. I will take that as a yes, Victor said softly as he watched her blush. You heard that I will marry in a week, right? He asked. She nodded while pouting a little. She knew that she couldn't dream of such a wedding. Her father had already explained her position in the family to her. She would be lucky if Victor took her for a nice dinner before he decided to marry her. I decided that I will not only take 2 wives, I will take 8, and you will be one of them. He said. She nodded, then paused and slowly looked up, locking her clear eyes with his. What did he just say? In a week, would you marry me? He asked softly. But, I am just a servant, she shattered. She knew the rules better than anyone, her father made sure of that. The family would not like an elite heir marrying a lowly servant like her publicly. She was told stories about such incidents before. It didn't end well for most of the poor girls. Don't worry about such formalities. I plan to trick the family and make a grand wedding. This might be our only chance to get a formal wedding. He lied as he held her hand. If you hate me, I would understand that. No, she shook her head. But, you don't want to marry me? He asked with a hurt voice that made her heart skip a beat. I didn't mean that. I meant that I don't hate you, she fumbled as she corrected him with a blush. Then will you marry me? He asked, looking softly at her. But, yes or no? He looked her in the eyes. Yes, she said in a very soft voice as she looked down again, not daring to look at him anymore and not realizing that he was carefully pushing her right buttons. I didn't hear that. You refuse. I can understand. He began to speak with a hurt tone. I said yes. She yelled with a blush as she looked up at him, but before she could realize what happened, she felt something soft touch her lips. It was Victor softly kissing her. She wanted to back off, but his hand, which was gently holding her head, stopped her. Moments later she stopped resisting, deciding to surrender to her fate. Then something strange happened. She didn't know why, but the more she felt his lips, the more strange she felt, like a thirsty man finding water. She began to want to taste it more. Moments later, she completely lost control of herself as she hugged him back for the first time, forcefully pushing her lips into his, forgetting everything else. The kissing session ended 14 minutes later when Mira fell to the ground painting with swollen lips. She was barely able to keep up with him. She bashfully sneaked a look at Victor, then looked away with a blush. He slowly laid to her side, watching her as she caught her breath and making her feel very embraced. She wanted to rebuke him not to look, but she didn't dare to. She could only keep looking away, but suddenly she felt his soft hand caress her head, forcing her to look back at him as he slowly began to brush her fair hair with his fingers. Sorry. She didn't know why she felt the need to explain herself. That kiss earlier was amazing, and she might have crossed some lines. She couldn't believe she kissed him back like that. I really love you, you know, he said softly as if he didn't notice what she was thinking. I did from the first moment I saw you, he added, making her blush heavily as she tried hard to look away but couldn't because he started pinching her puffed cheek. We didn't know each other for that long, she said with some embarrassment as she slowly controlled herself. It is not that she didn't like him, but love was a totally different thing. It needed time. I always knew everything about you. I had a poster of you in my room on The family island, he told her, leaving her speechless. He was telling the truth. He has liked her ever since she became a star after watching one of her movies that his father brought home once to review. She was younger back then, but so was he. "Ah, you can't know me from a poster," she complained. Quote. "We will have time to get to know each other more in the future," he added as he twirled her hair in his finger. I already gave you a ring, so this time I will give you something else," he said as he sat up and an obsidian pendant appeared in his hand. "This is called the Pendant of Dawn, it is an S-ranked artifact," he said, making her open her eyes wide in shock as she also sat up in a hurry. "From now on this would be yours. This thing is a defensive artifact, it would protect you even if a nuclear bomb detonated next to you," he said as he slowly put it on her neck. "This one he got from the vault, from his ancestors' stash." "But, do you refuse my gift?" he asked, interrupting her. "No, but I think it is very expensive." She read online how much an S artifact could cost. No money could buy such a thing. "That's why you can't tell anyone about it," he said. "I don't want anything bad to happen to you," he said, ever again. He added silently. She nodded with a sense of warmth in her heart. "Now, let's continue," he said with an evil smirk that made her heart skip a beat before she felt his lips again. It was a very long day, and Victor planned to teach this beginner girl a lot of new kissing techniques. Ellipsis. It was 9 p.m. when a tired Victor returned to the mansion. He smirked as he reached the door, remembering how flustered was Mira when he drove her to her apartment. She seemed to have been planning to invite him up, but she didn't dare to voice it. He just kissed her again and then slapped her butt. It was not time for that. After that, he went shopping for some different things on the black market. Some merchants only work at night. It took him a while to finish his preparation and return here. "Young master, you are late." Lily was the first one to welcome him as she hugged him, then buried her head in his chest, then frowned. She recognized the smell. Mira. And the smell was too strong. What the hell did they do? Victory casually patted the pouting girl's hair as he dragged her into the lavish living room where the girls were having a conversation. Margaret seemed to have finished her shopping and was showing the girls some new accessories that she got. They were normal accessories, the naughty ones were hidden and reserved for the wedding night. Maybe Alex would get to see them before that though. Victor casually threw himself onto a couch, then let Lily make herself comfortable on his lap. This girl had stopped being shy at some point. "Young master," the one who spoke was Hilda, "the girls want to go tomorrow to shop for matching wedding dresses. Is it okay for me to take the day off and accompany them?" she asked. "Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to talk to you about that. You will have to wear traditional bridal dresses, not normal ones," he said. "Tomorrow, go choose the materials and let the seamstress take your measurements at the White Mall. Arya should have already contacted the designer. Mira and Lynn will meet you there," he said after noticing that Arya didn't return home yet. Margaret shot him a nasty glare, then took out her phone to cancel the wedding dress she ordered in the afternoon. After some thought, she put her phone away. Why should she cancel it? Victor is the one paying the bill anyway. She can always use it later for Miss Mira too, Hilda suddenly asked after a moment as the girls looked at Victor, especially Beta and her sisters who were feeling somehow jealous, especially Theta. But they understood that they had to stay hidden. "Yes, it is a mass wedding after all," Victor said. "Young master, can we have the exact list of the brides?" Hilda asked. "Lynn and Nova are a given, then there are Mina, Mana, Monica, Margaret, Mira, and Arya," he said casually, too casually. "Hiding two of the planned brides." "What?" Hilda asked. She didn't expect that much. Even Margaret was in. Mistress Elena would not like this at all. Would the family accept this? She asked. "I plan to tell them on the wedding day. I will be performing a ceremonial wedding, not a traditional one," he said. "Arya is already arranging that." "I see, then what about Miss Lily?" Hilda inquired. As far as she can tell, Lily was Victor's favorite, so she felt strange that he didn't mention her name, and Lily didn't seem to be annoyed at all. "What's going on here?" "Well, keep this a secret, but I suspect that Nova will not come, so she might have to take her place at the last moment. I will tell you, girls, the specifics on the wedding day," Victor said, then looked at Lily. "Go shop with them, but be careful not to reveal a thing," he said, winking at her. Lily nodded with a slight blush, feeling excited about her young master's plan. She has long understood how delicate her situation was. "I understand," Hilda said as she understood Victor's plan to make Lily a main wife. On the other hand, the girls frowned a little, especially Margaret, who understood everything usually and was feeling that something does not add up, but she couldn't put her finger on it. What was he planning? Now, when you go out tomorrow, let Alex drive you and carry your luggage. Victor suddenly said, glancing at poor Alex, who was sitting to the side with a complex look in her eyes, feeling a little left out. And buy 3 additional dresses as spares, there might be some trouble at the wedding. Make sure that one of them is extra large, and one should fit Alex. He added mysteriously. Ah, understood, Hilda said with a questioning look as Alex opened her mouth in shock. Me too, Alex asked. Don't worry, I will not marry you, but I might need your help to act as a decoy. Victor said, disappointing her. I know, Alex said, looking away. Why was she feeling disappointed? No one knew. Where is Lara? Victor suddenly said, changing the subject as he looked around. She is in her room with Elle and Yin. They are planning for her sleepover in 2 days, Hilda explained. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Make sure to cook something good for the brats. I want them to be shocked enough to realize their place in front of Lara. He said. What about Hannah? She has been in the basement lab since this morning. Hilda said. I see, Victor said as he slowly stood up carrying Lily, who was hanging on him, then putting her to the ground. I will go take a look at Hannah's progress. Make sure to tell me when dinner is served. He said as he dragged Lily downstairs. Chapter 283. In the dark chamber. Victor, followed by Lily, reached the basement quickly and knocked on the door, then opened it. Hannah was there, busy looking with interest at a glass beaker that had a red liquid bubbling within. She was adjusting the temperature. You reached this stage already? Victor asked in surprise. Hannah was more gifted than he expected. This was the last step of formulating the blood pill. He expected her to take at least a couple of days. Yeah, once the purification is finished, the pill will be finished, she said. This will have to boil for another day though. I don't mind, this means you would have some free time to look at this, he said as he gave her a notepad, which she took and began to leaf through immediately. She was already amazed by the pill recipe he gave her in the morning. It overturned everything she knew. Oh, this is just a shapeshifter pill, she said with disappointment as she read it, making Victor begin to wonder how common this thing was. Wait, why are you using black windflowers and gold dust? This makes no sense. Hannah looked at him. The black windflowers were a kind of poison. This is a special kind with a much longer effect time, he said as he took 2 bulging sacks from his ring and put them to the side. I need you to make me 300 pills, and it has to be done tomorrow. He said. It can't be done. Take this, it is your reward. It has the recipes for 35 rare pills. He interrupted as he gave her another notebook. Your pills will be done by noon tomorrow, she said as she snatched it from his hand. For alchemists, recipes were everything, as they were usually kept secrets by their owners, and only taught to very specific trustworthy people. The rarer a recipe was, the more expensive the pill would be, even if making it cost nothing. That's good, he said as he took a bottle of blood from his ring. This is the target's blood, make sure not to mix it with the ones you are using for the blood pill, he warned as he gave Hannah Nova's blood that he took the night he kidnapped her. What target blood? Didn't the shapeshifter pill require hair strands? She said as she carefully inspected the blood and then stored it in a separate compartment. This one is special, he said, as he took an additional small blood bottle. Make a couple of pills with this too. Fine, I know what to do, she said. Do you want anything else? She asked as she began to flip through her new recipes, not even caring why he needed that many pills. Not really, he hesitated. Oh, you might have not heard, but I am planning a mass wedding. And, she looked at him with a frown. Do you want to be a bride too? I don't mind taking you as a concubine, he asked, making Lily bite her little lip. Nope, we already have a deal, she interrupted coldly. I only do alchemy work for you, she added, making Lily sigh in relief as she began to look at Hannah in a positive light. She liked this girl. Oh, don't be angry, I just wanted to ask. You never know, I am that handsome after all, he said, raising his shoulders. This is irrelevant. I would never marry you, even if you were the last man on earth, she spat, making Lily angry again. Are you into women then? No, why would you ask that? Just wondering, he said as he walked out without saying what was on his mind. It seemed that Hannah still needed a lot of cooking to be ready. He needed another approach to get her. Would she like him if he turned himself into a young boy? Nah, it would be very hard, and maybe borderline illegal. But this was not a bad idea. Lily frowned. Why was her young master smiling like an idiot? Ellipsis. In a dimly lit menacing meeting room, 9 masters were sitting around a black marble table for their semi-yearly meeting. Now that we finished discussing the budget for fixing the lights in this rotten basin no longer need to literally be a dark chamber, we can move on to the next subject at hand, the case of Victor von Weiss's degenerate marriage. A pretty secretary who was standing to the side said sarcastically as many assistants moved a stack of 10 files, distributing them around the table in front of each of the masters, and one in front of an empty chair. Yeah, I heard about that pervert Victor in the news. Didn't we already agree to let him be? Why are we raising this? A giant man who was at the bottom of the table said. Complications. From what we know, the bride escaped. The secretary said, and just today, Victor went to an alchemist and bought ingredients for a shape-shifting pill. We think he will make the alchemist he bought at the auction, Hannah, prepare it for him. Oh, I didn't notice that. Now I understand what he is after, one of the 2 women at the table said. This little rat is smarter than he appears to be. Fourth, you are the one responsible for the Wyron Principality. What's going on? The young man at the head of the table said in a stoic voice. Ah, yes, to tell the truth, this is very complicated. As you heard, Nova, the bride, ran away on the night Victor planned to propose to her. We have been searching for her but to no avail, but that girl simply vanished. She explained. Nova von Astrom, isn't she one of the girls on Caspian's secret list? The other woman asked as she flipped to a certain page in the file in front of her confirming her knowledge. Could it be that Caspian took her away? No, Caspian has nothing to do with this. An old man shook his head. He had been busy conquering an A-ranked dungeon since last month and only returned to the sect yesterday. His mansion did get a message from her asking for help though. Oh, Victor seemed to have changed the wedding plan so that he would marry at least 5 women at once. The secretary explained. He described it as a dragon ceremonial wedding. And now with the addition of the shape-shifting pills, we know why. He is definitely planning to change the bride and hide this in the chaos. The 4th explained. He plans to marry Nova, even if it were in name only. He was probably told about Caspian by his sister. Would her family let him? A man who was silent until now asked. Luliana, Nova's mother, is already under too much pressure. She would be helpless to stop him. If news got out about her daughter's escape, her son would lose all leverage in the family. And maybe even her stupid husband would be implicated. The 4th said. Oh, and are we going to let Victor get away with this? The giant man said with a smirk. He likes ruining other plans. Do we need to? Caspian will definitely be there to crash the wedding. The old man said. You guys already know that he can't simply let go of that girl. Yeah, Caspian will definitely make trouble, but he is not the only one. The 4th said. Linda, that bitch is planning to cast a curse on Victor. She already asked our agent Kiki to buy some materials for her. From what I get, she plans to cast a nasty curse. From the materials she ordered, we believe that she will summon a netherworld succubus. Oh, this is a mess, the 1st said coldly as he pondered. An utter mess. I already sent Master Ahmm to Vane City, he should be able to. Interesting. A man with thick glasses sitting to the side suddenly said, interrupting Master 4th as he looked at the file in his hand. What's the problem, 2nd? The 1st said. I have been wondering who would be Nova's replacement. And from the data we have it can be one of 7 girls. I would bet that it would be that girl Lily, he said. She is Victor's favorite, and, isn't she a maid? He can just FCK her all he wants. The giant said. Watch it with your language, 10th. The 1st said. We already looked at her. Victor probably wants to marry her as his main wife despite his family's objection. The 4th said casually. That's not the point. The 2nd interjected. Did you see what she looks like? The 4th frowned, then opened the file in her hand, finding nothing. She began to touch the screen in front of her searching for data, then frowned. Exactly. The 2nd said. There are 2 photos for her. One was captured at school, where she appeared ugly, and the other is from the data we got from the von Weiss archives. Although she looks younger, she is definitely a beauty, he explained. Now, why would Victor be ordering her to disguise herself? He makes her wear a veil all the time. There is definitely something here. Oh, he is hiding a beauty beside him, the other woman at the table chuckled. It's not unheard of for a man to be a little protective. I heard too many stories about the elders snatching their offspring brides. The 1st and 2nd nodded. Impossible. It was the old man who yelled and stood up after being startled. He even knocked his chair to the ground as he pointed to the screen as if seeing a ghost. What's the problem, old 5th? The 1st said. This girl, she looks just like Venus when she was young. Venus von Krona, he said. No wonder Victor is hiding her, that bastard definitely knows. This girl is definitely a hidden von Krona princess. What? Everyone said at the same time as they began to poke at their respective screens searching for the relative data. They do look similar indeed, someone said. The head of the academy, that fat man John Trove, is a suspect of being a von Krona agent, the second said after a few minutes. Then that means, let's not jump to conclusions. The first said, we are not sure yet, even if she is a von Krona, Victor could be simply hiding her because she is very beautiful, he proposed. It's definitely possible, but what if he knows her background, and wants to use the wedding to marry her in secret? The second suggested, we already know that Victor is smarter than he reveals. The von Krona family went into hiding 20 years ago. Victor would have no way of knowing about them, another middle-aged man who kept silent until now said. Victor is definitely not to be underestimated, we already suspect that he has a hand in killing Dick, another said. What to do then? The third asked. Let's just watch the fun for now. We don't have to do anything. The von Krona would absolutely refuse to marry their princess to Victor, they might show their tail at the wedding. The first said. And little Caspian would definitely be there. It would surely be an utter mess, and everything would be revealed, he explained coldly. The von Weiss family's reputation would be in an utter mess and Victor would have to bear all the responsibility. The giant said. And what if he succeeded? The fifth asked with a frown. Victor would be in a very strong position with a marriage alliance with the von Rosen, the von Astrom, and maybe even the von Krona. That would be bad for our agents, the second said. Victor already has a good relationship with the von Geldstadt family. He is friends with that Gary, and they plan to send that crippled girl Elise to marry him very soon. He is too powerful to be left alone. Then we have to kill Victor, the wedding would be a perfect chance. If it ended successfully, I would order Master Ahmm to strike. The third said, I think we should let Linda do it. Tobias von Geldstadt would be a good candidate to pull the trigger. No, we will do nothing about that. The first said suddenly, silencing everyone. It would be a huge waste to kill such a perfect piece, he added. Then, if against all odds, the wedding was a success, let Master Ahmm check that Lily, then do a complete analysis on Victor. We might just do a little switch and promote a pawn, he said, making everyone frown and then open their eyes wide as they understood his plan. It was an old plan that they abandoned a few years ago. This time it might just work. Jeanette, begin screening for candidates to implement the Frozen A5419 plan. The target is Victor von Weiss, the first said to his secretary. Understood. And keep this hidden from old Nine, that pervert might ruin it. Chapter 284, Plans Revealed. The mall was crowded when a group of 10 pretty girls in casual clothing made their way inside. Not precisely, there was an Alex among them. Many brave young men wanted to try and strike up a conversation with them, but sadly, the girls were surrounded by 20 bald burly men in black suits. So no one dared to approach, especially as the men used an electrical taser to vaporize the balls of a thug who wanted to try his luck. The girls casually made their way into the VIP elevator where they headed to the off-limits 7th floor, to a private studio where Madame Turquoise, the legendary seamstress, was waiting. Originally she came here to supervise the preparation of a fashion show that was planned for next week, but a sudden call yesterday changed her schedule. It made her super happy, especially when she heard that the enormous bill would be paid by the famous Theodore White. At the wooden door of the private studio, there was a girl making trouble. I said, I want to meet Madame Turquoise. Miss, you need an appointment, a stern assistant who had ambiguous gender replied. Fuck, I am the one who invited her to Vane City, to begin with. The girl scolded. Oh, you are Miss Mia. Sorry, but the madam had to change her plans, she will meet you tomorrow. Today she has an appointment with some VIPs. What VIPs? She asked just as the girls stepped into the floor, making her turn and look at them in surprise. She recognized some of the girls, especially Mira and Margaret. Are those girls the VIPs? Was that evil guy Victor with them? Oh, Mia, you are here too, Margaret said. Did you also come here to order a wedding dress? She asked then frowned. Aren't you too young to marry? What wedding dress? I am here for the fashion show, you were the ones meeting with Madame Turquoise. Mia replied with a frown as she sighed in relief that Victor was not there. Ever since he strangled her that day in Waterfall Town, she was a little afraid of him. Yeah, the young master is planning to marry us, most of us, in one big wedding. Margaret corrected herself as she glared at Alex. So we are here to take our measurements. Madame Turquoise would be doing the dresses by herself. She added, is the madam ready for us? Margaret turned and asked the assistant at the door. Yes, this way, the assistant said with a shallow smile. Mia watched in shock as the girls entered one by one while looking at her apologizingly. You're a male, you can't enter. The assistant suddenly yelled, stopping Alex. It's okay, the young master requested a dress for him too. Margaret explained, pulling the poor Alex in under the astonished eyes of Mia and the assistant. Watching the studio doors close behind the girls, Mia turned around and then dashed toward the 8th floor where she pushed the office door open, startling her sister Iris who was relaxing and sipping some coffee as she reviewed some business papers. Mia, didn't I tell you to knock first? Iris scolded as she took a silky napkin and wiped the coffee that spilled on her skirt. Sorry, sis, but, Mia tried hard to catch her breath, Victor, that bastard. He is holding a mass wedding. Watch your words. And yes, I already know that he will be marrying 2 girls at the same time, Iris said with some annoyance. She was not yet used to the family way of doing things. Such things are possible for nobles, she explained. It is not just 2. Mia yelled, he is marrying 10. Number 9, she corrected herself. The girls are downstairs in Madame Torque's studio to take their measurements for the dresses. She said, making Iris shocked. What, let's go and have a look, Iris said as she quickly stood up and then dashed out of the office. She needed to confirm this. Ellipsis. It was in the morning, no, it was late afternoon when Victor woke up. He was alone in bed. He remembered Lily saying something about leaving with the girls, but he was too sleepy to care. He didn't get much sleep in the last couple of weeks and it all came crashing last night. Looking at the time on his phone, Victor decided it was not really worth it to get up now. Wait, there were a few missed calls from his father. He sighed then pressed the call button. This was going to be troublesome. Victor, you piece of shit. Oh, hi Daddy, Victor said awkwardly. Daddy, your own shit, you bastard. Theodore cursed. Are you planning a mass wedding? Quote. Who told you? Victor faked a shock. Iris, did you forget that the White Mall belonged to her now? Theodore said, she met your girls who were shopping for some custom bridal dresses. Oh, well, I am planning a ceremonial wedding, Victor said awkwardly as if he had no idea that his plan would be uncovered so soon. It is because we had a little problem. What, little problem makes you marry 10, number 9 girls at once? Well, I didn't want to tell you before but, you see, it is Nova. When I went to propose, I discovered that she had escaped the prior day. Victor said after some hesitation, feeling pressured by all of the journalists outside the house that day. I decided to marry her regardless. I gave her parents until the wedding to get her back or I would marry her by using a double. I already announced to the world about the wedding after all, you can ask Mike, he was there. So if Nova is not found, you plan to replace the bride and marry Nova in name only. Theodore quickly got his son's plan. Yes, we will have all the time to find her after that. What does this have to do with the mass wedding? Theodore asked. He was not fooled. You plan to use the chaos to marry Lily in secret, right? Didn't I warn you to delay this? It is not the right time. This has nothing to do with Lily, Victor lied, it's about Nova. In a ceremonial wedding, the brides will all wear ceremonial masks. Replacing her would be much easier. That's a good excuse, and a very convincing one too. But I don't believe you. What else are you hiding? Quote. Speak. Well, I didn't want to scare you. But I am afraid that Caspian might come. Caspian? Who is Caspian? The one from the heavenly sect. Quote. You mean Alice's old fiancé? The son of the heavenly sect's patriarch? Yes, he might have a secret relationship with Nova. So according to Alice, he might come to the wedding. What? We have to cancel the wedding. Theodore gasped. He was usually easy to disturb, but this was really troublesome. It is already too late, Father, we already announced this to the world. If we cancel it now the Von Astrom family would start accusing us of breaking the deal. We would definitely be punished by the Elders' Council if the wedding was cancelled. They will use it against you and Brother Mike even if it is not our fault. Victor stated the facts. This might even ruin our relationship with the Von Rosen family. As if Caspian breaking into your wedding would be any better. What is your plan? Theodore sighed. Victor was right. In the family, someone was definitely working against him in the dark, and no matter whose fault it was, they would use this against him. They would not accept any excuses. Simple, if the wedding was ruined then, it would not be our fault, and a mass wedding would easily go on, even if one bride was not there. Victor explained, and I already prepared a countermeasurement for Caspian. What, even if the real Nova was found, I will replace her on stage regardless. If my guess is correct, Caspian will not start a thing, I believe he will just show up and let Nova beg for him to take her away. Victor explained, he will not dare to ruin the reputation of the heavenly sect after all. And even if he did, the fake Nova would just curse at him forcing him to leave. Makes sense, but what if Caspian decided to play rogue and kidnapped Nova, anyway? Theodore said, he will not do it. But I will be prepared if that happens. I ordered some shape-shifting pills. So by the time Caspian figures out that he has a fake, it will all be over. Victor said, oh, this might work. But I am not convinced. What else? Theodore was not easy to fool. That's it, you fucking ordered 11 wedding dresses. Speak. Theodore began to scold. Victor hesitated as he delivered the next piece of news. Oh, well, the truth is, I made a secret deal with Gary von Geldstadt. I will also be marrying his sister Elise. It would be easy to add an unannounced bride to a mass wedding, one more would not hurt. What? Theodore asked. When did that happen? Why didn't you tell me? And I have never heard of a girl named Elise in the von Geldstadt family. She is Valerie's illegitimate half-sister, it was at the auction. I was scheming to marry Valerie, but that old fox Harvey scammed me and made me sign a pledge to marry his other granddaughter. What? You met Harvey too? Theodore was shocked, his son had surpassed his every expectation of him. At this moment he was sure that Victor was hiding his true powers. He felt both proud and a little conflicted. Yeah, I was not sure if she would be attending the wedding at first, but a week ago, Gary sent me a message telling me that they would attend the wedding and entrust Elise to me afterward. That's when I decided to hold a mass wedding. I plan to surprise even them and marry Elise at that moment before anyone in the family can interfere and try to change the groom. At that point, even if all hell breaks loose, I can use the face of the von Geldstadt family so that the wedding will go on. Oh, this sounds convincing. Theodore posed, that is if I am an idiot. Do you think I am an idiot? He asked coldly. No, Dad, Victor said, realizing that his father was not fooled. His excuses were good but not solid enough. You are making excuses here. Although marrying Elise is a good thing, you could have done it differently. What are you truly planning? What are you after? I can't tell you. Victor finally told the truth. Oh, Theodore paused in surprise. Sorry, Victor apologized as his father kept his silence for a few moments. Who will the brides be? Theodore asked solemnly. Lynn, Nova, Arya, Mira, Monica, Mana, Mina, Margaret and Elise. Quote, oh, what are you cooking here? What's wrong with Lily? Theodore asked again. He already knew the list from Iris, but he just wanted to make sure. He was just wondering why Lily was not on the list. Was it because of his warning? Not likely, as Victor was already marrying Mina and Mana, who were Lily maids, and Margaret that slut. Something didn't add up. No reply. Quote, You know what? I will trust you for once, Theodore finally said, but you better not disappoint me or I will make sure to break every bone in your sorry body. Theodore said, I understand, Victor said. I hope you do, and take care of Arya. Although she is not my daughter, I will always consider her one. If you make her suffer, I will make you feel the same. Theodore threw one last wanting then hung up. He was extra annoyed, but from Victor's tone, he realized that this must be something very important, so he decided to trust his son this time. Not really. He quickly called Mike after that to confirm Victor's story about Elise. After that he would have to break the news of the mass wedding to Elena. That would be troublesome. Ellipsis. Victor sighed as he looked at the ceiling. Should he go find something to eat downstairs? Nah, he was too lazy for that, so he just took an energy bar from his ring and began to eat it as he closed his eyes again and began to inspect his blood slaves, totally disguising the bar's taste. The first was Tom. He was busy accompanying teacher Isabella shopping for some sneaking gear. That girl Naomi was with them too, and she was still wearing nothing. Wasn't she afraid of being discovered? Or was she wishing for it? Victor didn't care for now. Tom's appointment with him was tomorrow, so he needed to prepare the stage for the play. Next was Poe. No, his name was Paul now. He was still at the hospital, but he requested to be transferred to the family island. Victor planned to wait and watch what this demon was planning to do for now. Maybe he can lead him to other demons. After that was Alex. She was secretly trying on a cute dress in the mall. It looked good on her. She seemed happy. No. Victor quickly messaged Margaret to find her and ruin her day. Happiness was not allowed at such a delicate time. Finally, Rita, she had finally finished her soul training, and it was time for her to act. The Von Sway will be moving soon probably. Chapter 285, More troublesome news. The office was peacefully quiet as the fat CEO carefully inspected the company's quarterly plan. The revenue from car sales has not been good lately. He was sighing when the door opened and a woman who looked slightly better than a pig walked in. Honey, the woman cried as he ran toward him, making him quickly step back in fright. Who the hell are you and what are you doing here? He asked sternly. Security. I am Nadia, the woman said just as two burly guards appeared at the door. Nadia. Nadia, it's you. What happened to you? The CEO asked as he gestured to the guards to leave after confirming that this woman was indeed the slut he had been raising lately. He arranged for her to work for a car dealership lately as he intended to slowly promote her to his side, pulling the wool over his bossy wife's eyes. What happened to her face? Why were her cheeks so purple, and why was her nose pointing in the wrong direction? Didn't the surgeon assure him that it will never go that way ever again? Ah, it was that bitch Margaret. You remember her right, the one who worked for Uncle Lemon. Lemon, oh, yes, that poor guy. Margaret was his niece. He liked his lips as he remembered. He still regretted not getting her back then as her pimp uncle was arrested right after their deal was arranged. Did she do this to you? Yeah, today she came to the dealership with her sugar baby, a spineless guy. She seemed to have become a rich woman after fucking some big stocks broker and getting inside information. She stated her conclusions with an envious tone. Oh, that's one way to use her gifts. Quote ellipsis dot. Anyway, she came to buy a car, and even though I acted professionally, that guy with her slapped me for no reason before they left. She began to cry, and before I could find someone to fix them up, Margaret returned to the store, then began to show off and hit me with a thick stack of money. I was beaten so hard that my silicone implants you paid for were displaced. She said in a pitiful tone, puffing her now asymmetrical breasts. Please take revenge for me. I want to cut that slut into pieces then stuff her into **X doll and let her get fucked by pigs for all eternity. Oh, the CEO frowned. This was too sick, even for him, but he was really tempted to taste that Margaret. I will send someone to investigate her. But this will have to wait until later. Nowadays there is a big wedding in town, and the police are on high alert, he said. Oh, a wedding, Nadia said as she wiped her tears. Yes, it is very big, and I have been invited to attend, he said proudly as he looked at the invitation card that had just arrived. Please take me with you. She begged immediately, totally forgetting about Margaret. My wife would be there, so I can't. He lied. His wife didn't want to attend such a perverted wedding so he planned to go there alone. He couldn't simply take a slut with him to such an important event. But, I really want to attend such a wedding, she said in a spoiled tone as she began to massage his shoulders with her long fingers, hitting the right spots. On such a grand occasion, she might be able to find a bigger and more generous sugar daddy than this one. Maybe someone in the stock market. If I were to go there, I might be in the mood to try some new things afterward, she whispered in the CEO's ear while blushing. New things. He was enticed. Something I have been keeping for my loved one, she said. Oh, that thing. He was super tempted as he asked about this before. I will see what I can do, he said. This was a tactful agreement. Really? She asked with a smile that didn't look good due to her mouth missing a few teeth. Really? Now go to the hospital and let them patch you up, he said with some annoyance. Ellipsis. In the white void, Rita was silently meditating when Victor materialized in front of her. She didn't flinch at all, evidence that she had perfect control over her soul space. Victor. She looked at him. She had changed a lot and became a lot calmer after 2 months of meditative training. Did you finish the exercise I gave you? He said after noticing that she was wearing a white flowing dress. She nodded. Were you able to monitor the outside world? Victor asked. Yes, my body is in some kind of lab. It is now floating in a cylindrical glass container that is filled with some kind of bloody liquid. Levi has come to check on it a couple of times. The demon controlling my body only reacts with grunts. It is as if it hates interacting with humans. She said. There are some snobbish demons like that, Victor commented. They stopped adding that black liquid they were using before. And the container is becoming clearer. She continued. It means they are mostly finished. It will be our turn soon. He said, your body has changed. It is no longer human. I realize that, she pouted. Don't worry, once you finish I have a way to fix you, this might even be good for you, but we will only have one chance. I think I can beat that thing now, she expressed. Are you sure? Rita nodded, then slowly stood up, then closed her eyes as her body fluttered and slowly began to transform into a huge long purple dragon that began to float around Victor. Perfect, Victor said as he nodded, making her very pleased with herself. When shall we attack? She asked as she returned to her human form, including her flowing dress. Wait until the lab is empty, Victor said. It is empty now. After finishing changing the liquid one last time last week, those guys were transferred somewhere else. They seem to be working on some other project, so the lab only has 1 or 2 guys most of the time. Those guys are lazy and only appear to check on things every other day and when their master is visiting. She said. Oh, what other project? Something about blowing up a wedding. I see. What? Victor asked in shock. What wedding? I don't know. I heard one guy saying that some depraved pervert was performing a double wedding and that the patriarch wants to use the opportunity to vent some anger and kill all the attendants, she said as she watched Victor's face change color. This was the soul realm, and hiding someone's true feelings here was hard. Are you okay? She asked. I am fine, he said, taking a deep breath. It's not like he didn't expect something like this. That misfortune curse was really annoying. Let's go. We will see about that wedding later, he said. Slowly the void wrapped around Victor and Rita as they traveled in her soul realm until they reached the place where the demon was staying. It was now 30 times larger, looking like an egg. Strangely enough, it now had about 27 heads around its sides instead of 9 and more than 1,000 hands, legs, and unidentifiable limbs, sticking out of it like the spines of a cactus fruit that grew very large and was near maturity. The dark air around it seemed to have become very thin, a sign of the approaching deadline. Can I really beat that thing? Rita began to hesitate. If you are alone, that would be impossible, but I am here with you, Victor said. I will hide your presence. That thing would only feel you when you start attacking, so make sure to eat it in one bite, and use the technique I taught you. We need its memories to control the corpse energy. He explained. I know, she said, looking at the demon. If it feels that it has no way out, it might explode. He warned. You already told me that, she complained, glaring at the demon as if she wanted to bite it to death. She really wanted to do that. What are you waiting for, then? Victor asked after 10 minutes. I will do it, she said, encouraging herself, but didn't move, making Victor sigh and then slap her butt. Ah, don't worry, I am with you, he said as he kissed her forehead. Oh, she blushed and nodded as she slowly started to turn into a dragon again, growing larger as she did. It took her a few minutes to complete her transformation, then nervously she approached the demon, who was completely oblivious to her. The closer she got, the more nauseating she felt as she observed its grotesque shape closely. This thing is a ghost demon. It eats corpse energy and integrates it with its body, Victor explained. The offerings for it must die a very gruesome death, he added as he watched the hands and feet that were cringing in pain on the demon's body. Rita said as she reached next to the demon that shivered a little. Then from its skin, more than 100 eyeballs suddenly surfaced and began to look around in a frightened way. They saw nothing, so the eyeballs frowned and then sank again. Relax, it can't feel you, Victor said to the tense Rita, who nodded then began to grow in size as she opened her dragon mouth as wide as possible. It was a close call, but with Victor supplying her with energy from the back, she was finally able to do it. Rita opened her mouth, which now had a row of long and sharp dragon fangs, wide open, surrounding the demon. She just needed to bite down. Wait for it, Victor said as he observed the demon's breathing pattern as it absorbed the corpse's energy around it. He waited until the demon took a deep breath as a part of its energy digestion process. Now, he said, making Rita bite the demon, crushing it with all of her power. It didn't have a chance to fight back and it tasted too bad, like a disgusting piece of spoiled meat. Quickly perform the swallowing art, Victor warned, making Rita, who was still in a dragon form, quickly close her eyes and began to perform the art as she curled her body in a ring shape and began to rotate. Victor finally sighed 3 minutes later as he scanned Rita's soul, making sure that nothing was wrong before he looked at her as she slowly absorbed the demon, purifying its energy and integrating it into her soul. That's the good thing about dragon bloodlines, they had the capacity to eat and purify all kinds of energy. That's why he couldn't teach Margaret the entire soul-eating art. She would not be able to purify the energy, and that would lead to her soul getting corrupted or causing it to explode, like what nearly happened to her at the dungeon. This will take you a few days, I will come to check on you later. Make sure to play the role of the demon and keep absorbing the energy from the tank outside so that those guys feel nothing. Victor said to Rita, who was closing her eyes to endure the foul taste. Victor watched for a few more minutes, then sighed and faded away. Ellipsis. Back in the mansion, Victor grunted in pain as he opened his eyes and then adjusted himself in bed. This took too much energy as Rita was too far from him. He was feeling extremely fatigued and exhausted, as if he ran 3 marathons in a row. Thankfully nothing bad happened and Rita was able to pull it off perfectly. Now he needed to be wary of what those Von Sway idiots would do at the wedding. From the looks of it, they would not use Rita, but some other method. This extra variable was troublesome. Too bad Rita could not be moved yet, or he would have burnt their mansion. He needed to pull the assassin girls and Alpha back to watch the hotel. No, he might be able to draw a formation and let Yin watch over it. Since the Von Sway let their labs in on their plan, it must include demons in some capacity. Chapter 286, The Girl's Secret. I am sorry, love, Amelia said to her daughter, who was having some difficulty waking as they left the secret summoning chamber. It is okay, mommy, this is my duty, but, he will not be hurt, right? Lynn asked as she looked at her mother with innocent eyes. Of course not. The parasite will only make him easier to control, Amelia lied. This would be better for your marriage. As long as nothing happens to him. This is for his protection. When we destroy the Von Weiss family, as someone who has our parasite, he will be spared. Amelia lied again. Lynn nodded as if she totally believed her mother. Thankfully, Victor had already told her about this, so she knew what to do. Ellipsis. When Victor opened his eyes, it was dawn. He had spent the entire day yesterday in bed. Not only was he exhausted after helping Rita, but he was also carefully watching over the parasite summoning ritual that Lynn was undergoing to plant a demon parasite egg into her. This parasite would be transferred to Victor on their wedding night. Thankfully he knew about all of this, or he would have been in deep shit. Lynn was doing her part perfectly too. That girl looked innocent, but Victor was aware of how dangerous she could be. Victor looked to his side at Lily, who was squeezing her petite body into his embrace. She arrived late with the girls last night after a wild girls-only night out. It was Margaret's idea. She fooled them and dragged them into a male strip club under the excuse of teaching them about male anatomy for their first night with Victor. She also ordered poor Alex to wait outside as they explored a whole new world inside. As the girls were the only pretty ones inside, all the models left the middle-aged women and ran to show off in front of pretty girls who were blushing. Thanks to that, Victor was able to pinpoint each of the girls' lewd fantasies. Especially Arya. She seemed to have gone to such places before, but this was to be expected as she worked as a manager in the media industry. Of course, there was an accident where some idiot tried to touch Mira indecently and ended up being surgically castrated by Lily on the stage, but this was unimportant. Other than that, the girls really had fun bonding, especially Mina, Mana, and Lily, who, due to their life circumstances, had no chance to form friendships. This night was supposed to be their little secret. Victor was not supposed to know about this at all. But after Alex sneaked inside to check on the girls, Victor saw everything. He was about to jump and go there to spank some bad girls' butts to oblivion, but after some consideration, he decided to let them enjoy their time and gain some frame of reference for their wedding night. Compared to little Victor, those guys at the strip club only had little chicks. Nevertheless, Margaret needed a punishment. But not now. He will leave it until after the wedding. He will let her suffer under a bed technique that was not invented yet. Victor sighed as he put the lewd thoughts he was having away, then closed his eyes and began to perform his daily blood slave's morning check. Lynn has been already checked. Rita was still digesting that demon, it seemed. Maybe it had more energy than he expected. This was a good thing, so he decided to leave her alone for now. Tom was strangely not with any girls. He was preparing the professional sneaking gear that he purchased the previous day. He planned to sneak into Victor's mansion tonight to watch a play. Poe was on a plane, heading to the family island where he planned to recuperate. Victor never tried to talk with him after that first time. He wanted him to believe that he was just a weak wisp of Paul's soul. He will poke at him again at the island and maybe use him for some revenge. He, Victor smiled. Finally, Victor switched to Alex. She was sneaking out of the kitchen with a guilty look on her face. Interesting. Victor sighed as he opened his eyes. Everything was going according to his plan. Looking at the clock, he decided to check his phone for another 15 minutes where he reviewed the reports and lazily replied to business emails. After finishing his young master tasks, and noticing that it was getting a little brighter outside, he slowly sat up. Young master, Lily opened her eyes as she yawned. Sleep a little more, Victor said softly, kissing the sleepy Lily's forehead and then stepping down from the bed. He quickly headed to the bathroom and took a quick shower. He literally stunk after spending a day in bed. Finishing that, he quietly left his bedroom, deciding to go check on the lab downstairs. There, Hannah was napping over her desk while drooling. In front of her was a bag full of shape-shifting pills of the highest quality. She really did it in time. Victor smiled and covered the sleeping girl with a soft kilt, then left. He had to find a good reward for her later. She really did her best, finishing before his deadline tonight. Finishing that, he slowly climbed up to the kitchen, where he discovered a little girl diving into the refrigerator. "What are you doing?" Victor asked, startling poor Elle, who flinched, hitting her head with one of the refrigerator's shelves as she stepped back in a hurry. "Ah, it's you." "Nothing," she said as she sighed in relief knowing it was Victor, although she was a little tense. As long as it was not the scary Hilda, she would be fine. "You are sampling the snacks, right?" Victor said, noticing the delicacies inside the refrigerator. Hilda must have prepared them for Lara's sleepover. "Just making sure they are delicious," Elle lied nervously. "I can't trust your opinion," Victor said as he began helping himself to some chocolate cookies on the side. "Ah," Elle looked at him funnily. "What? We don't have time, quickly help me sample the other things." He scolded, making her open her eyes wide then smile and began to help him raid the sweets. It took them 15 minutes to try everything, then retreat through the back door of the kitchen toward the backyard. "They are fine I guess," Victor said. Elle nodded as she sighed in relief after leaving the danger zone. "How is school?" Victor said as he stretched his muscles. Staying in bed all day yesterday made him a little stiff. "It is fine." Elle sighed. "Are you having any difficulty understanding the curriculum?" Victor asked. Elle was too young after all. Victor didn't really send her to school to learn, but to keep an eye on Lara. "At first, but now I think it is too easy," Elle told the truth, making Victor look at her while squinting his eyes. Elle has a very strong soul, and this was definitely reflected in her very high IQ. Maybe he should try to submerge some poor soul in a wine jar for a test. "You are helping Lara study?" he asked. "Yes," she nodded. "Oh, that's good," he said. "Lara's sleepover is today, right?" "Yes, it is after school," Elle nodded. "Did she invite anyone suspicious?" "There is a girl who is after Miss Lara's money, and there is a snobbish guy who tried to confess to her." "What, boys are coming too?" Victor asked in a hurry. He thought they were all girls. "Wasn't that school an all-girls school?" he asked. "They are from a twin something all-boys school," she explained. "We met them at a sport event where he forced himself on Miss Lara when she was discussing the sleepover with the other girls, so she had to invite him with another two boys," she said, making Victor frown as he nodded. "Lara was weak in front of persistent guys." "You said he confessed to Lara. What happened?" Victor asked, suddenly looking Elle, remembering what they said earlier. "He tried to confess. I stood up for Miss Lara and flatly refused him," she replied proudly. "Very good. I will see to it that he learns his place then," Victor said as he was curious if Elle understood what confession implied. "Do you know what it meant to confess to someone?" "I am not an idiot." She pouted and looked away with a light blush. Someone had been learning. At least school was good for something. "Good. Today there will be a new transfer student in your class. Her name is Ren. Make sure to invite her to join you." He changed the subject. "She works for you. Kinda. She has superpowers, and she will be acting like Yin, as a bodyguard," Victor said, making Elle open her eyes wide. "Don't be that happy. That girl is a little bit of an airhead. I need you to make sure that she doesn't do anything bad or use her powers in front of Lara." "Oh," she nodded. "I understand. I doubt that." Victor started to speak when suddenly someone began to yell angrily from inside the mansion. "Who dared to raid my kitchen?" It was Hilda, who had just woken up and discovered the scene of the crime. Elle shivered as she instinctively hid behind Victor, the strongest guy she knew. "Don't worry about her. If she came this way and asked, we will both say that it was Alex," Victor said. He didn't really need to hide his involvement, but with Elle around, he wanted her to feel like he was her comrade. "Just wipe your mouth, it is full of chocolate," he added. Elle quickly nodded, wiping her mouth with her cuff, making Victor question his conclusions about her IQ. "Now, listen, I will teach you how to cover your tracks," he said with an evil smile. Ellipsis. Breakfast was served 2 hours later. Victor and Elle, naturally, played ignorant when Hilda asked just 3 words, "Who did it?" And then began to look at everyone's innocent faces before glaring at Alex. "Alex, since you didn't confess willingly, you will have to be punished," Hilda said, making the poor girl shiver as she looked at Hilda. "How did you know?" she asked. "You forgot your spear behind the kitchen door," Hilda replied, taking out a long spear. Alex gasped. This was in her room, how did it reach the kitchen? "Someone was setting him up. Someone is setting me up," she said as she looked at everyone at the table, especially the completely not innocent Margaret. They all looked away. "Regardless," Hilda said with a smile that didn't reach her ear. "Today you will be helping me remake the 9 chocolate cakes, 5 puddings, 14 cupcakes, 4 brownies, 79 cookies, and the cheesecake you ate. Then go clean the chicks' toilets. I only ate 4 cookies. Ellipsis. Oops," Alex confessed, then quickly shut up, making both Victor and Elle look at each other. "They didn't eat all that. There were other culprits. 4 or 100, that does not change a thing. I will consider it all your fault," Hilda said coldly, sealing the destiny of poor Alex for the rest of the day. At least she would learn how to bake desserts. Ellipsis. "How was your shopping yesterday?" Victor asked the girls as he watched Alex get dragged away to the kitchen. "It was good," Margaret replied as she stuffed her mouth with food, totally unaware that Victor was aware of her little adventure yesterday. "The dresses would be ready in 3 days, Lily answered with a guilty smile. "They will be sent here." "Were there any complications?" Victor asked. "Some guys who didn't know better. They tried to molest us, but I took care of them," Lily answered truthfully. She castrated them, but with children at the table, she didn't dare to say that. "I expect nothing less," Victor said. "How many?" 8.5. "You castrated a child?" Victor gasped, making poor Lara look with horrified eyes at Lily. "No, he was a tranny." "Oh, it's rude to call him a half. But it's fine, you did him a favor," Victor nodded, totally unaware of how transphobic he sounded, especially by using the wrong pronoun. "Anything else?" "We met Miss Iris and Mia," Mina replied nervously. "Miss Iris was not very pleased when we told her about the wedding," she said as she looked down. They know quite well that Victor was breaking a lot of rules for them, and this made them feel a little happy and a little scared. "I know, my father called me yesterday. He scolded the shit out of me. He said, he literally had to make up all kinds of crap to fool his father." "And?" Margaret asked. "Nothing really happened. He wanted to say scammed him, but noticing Lara who was looking at him, he changed his words. I managed to convince him. It was not easy though." "Oh, so the wedding is still on?" Margaret asked. "Yes, he gave his blessing. But there might be a little problem, we will talk about it later tonight," he said, hiding the fact that there would be an audience. "Will you tell us your plan?" Margaret asked in an unbelieving tone. If there is one thing she learned about Victor, it was that he was as tight-lipped as a crooked dildo. You only know where he planned to strike when you get FCKED by him. 50% of it, he casually lied, then turned to Arya. "Arya, how are the preparations I told you about?" he asked. "Because you changed plans, we needed to start reconstructing the venue. We will be able to make it in time though thanks to esteemed FA. Master Theodore's taking care of the finances," Arya corrected herself. Somehow she still considered Theodore her father. Even after knowing the truth, he still took care of her. He even made sure to ask her if she was fine with marrying Victor when he called yesterday night, promising to fix his son if she was not okay with it. She could only reply with an, as she watched the stripper take off his pants. "That's perfect," Victor nodded. The invitation letters had been printed. Arya suddenly added, "I already sent all of them, and left you the ones you told me about on your desk in the study." "Oh, very good," Victor said. "Lily, you will accompany me to deliver some of them at noon," he said to Lily, who nodded. "We should finish in a few hours or so," he calculated, then turned to look at his little sister. "Lara, when will your brat friends arrive?" he asked. "Tonight after school," Lara answered nervously. "At about 5. "Good, tell them to behave," he warned. "I understand, esteemed brother," she said. "Don't worry, young master, I will make sure to monitor them," Hilda said. "I am counting on you. If anyone dares to misbehave, feel free to do what is needed to discipline him," Victor replied. He wanted the brats to distract Hilda and the girls so that Tom would be able to sneak in naturally. He didn't want to tell anyone about his plan, fearing that Tom might feel that something was wrong. Chapter 287, an invitation. After breakfast, Victor directly went to the study where to Lily's surprise he took a screwdriver and began poking it inside the door's lock in a perverted way. Did being a virgin for so long ruin his head? She needed to fix that. The wedding was soon, she reassured herself. Finishing with the now screwed lock, Victor took out a precious-looking amulet and put it on the desk. This was one of the treasures he stole from Sebastian that day, and he couldn't publicly use it, so he planned to give it to Tom. Lily said nothing as she wondered what her young master was planning. She had a feeling that he was strangely enjoying his time. After that, Victor climbed to his room where he put on his signature purple suit, then left the mansion with Lily and Monica, heading toward the academy, but not going to class. After the Skeleton Dungeons accident, all the elite classes were cancelled for the next 3 weeks while the council investigated everything. The trip only took half an hour, during which Lily, who had some very guilty conscience the entire morning, couldn't help but spill the beans about the girl's secret trip yesterday when Victor asked what she was hiding. Monica, who was in the back, wanted to jump and make the traitor Lily shut up, but she didn't dare to do that. She just looked down in shame and waited for Victor to scold her. "Don't worry, you girls needed to let out some steam after all." Victor chuckled, making the surprised girls sigh in relief. He was not angry. "And I have been keeping an eye on you," he added after a while. "Ah, what?" Monica was a little shocked. Lily wasn't. "Don't worry, I completely trust you, girls, and no matter what, you are mine," he repeated as he stopped his custom white steed car in the academy's parking lot and then arrogantly stepped down. "Let's go, and make sure not to be late tonight," he told the still blushing Monica, who had to attend the normal classes today. She said with a blush as she stepped down after him. "Monica, why didn't you come to school last week? And who is that?" An idiot screamed suddenly, making Victor look back to see an arrogant boy who had quite a few piercings all over his body approaching. He was wearing a normal student school uniform that didn't do anything good to his punk image. The boy quickly reached Victor's position with his friends, who automatically surrounded Victor and his group. A keen-eyed viewer would easily tell that they were experts in cornering guys and forcibly taking girls. "I am her fiancé," Victor replied coldly, grabbing Monica's hand and making her go into shock as she began to breathe quickly while squeezing her legs together. He still had that effect on her. And it was getting stronger as his bloodline began to awaken. "Didn't I tell you that you were mine?" the boy asked, glaring at Monica, who wasn't paying attention to him anymore. "I never promised a thing. You were the one, harassing me." She spat with some difficulty without even looking at him. She only had eyes for Victor and she really needed to run to the ladies' room at the moment. "You heard the girl," Victor said as he wondered why Monica's reaction was stronger than usual. Was it because they were in public? "Interesting. What?" the young man asked like a thug as he watched Victor smile lewdly. "Lily, make it quick." Victor focused again and said with a sorrowful tone. "Should I do 1 or 2, young master?" Lily asked her young master a very hard question. Victor frowned. That was a difficult question indeed, as it would affect the poor young man's future. Victor looked at the idiot who was totally unaware that his and his children's destiny was at stake. "As I said, Monica is already engaged. Will you leave her from now on?" Victor asked nicely. He was at the academy after all, and he needed to give the principal some face. He was going to scam him big in a few days after all. The young man frowned, wondering if he should confront Victor or not. His father always told him to gauge his enemies. The purple suit Victor was wearing was very domineering, but it might also mean that he was a nouveau riche or a pimp. Looking closely, the young man didn't see any brands on the suit, confirming his guess. Next, he carefully looked at the car behind Victor. The car was definitely a knockoff. He could tell easily from the small white horse statue at its front. It looked more like a dragon than a horse. This was definitely some cheap replica that was trying to imitate the real white steed his uncle had. "Fuck you, I am also giving you a warning. Stay away from Monica, she is mine from now on," the young man replied to Victor after considering his options. He feared no one, but he didn't want to cause trouble in school so soon. His uncle, who was the new CEO of White Investments, arranged for him and his friends to be transferred to this elite school 2 weeks ago. That's when he fell in love with Monica at first sight. And he never backed down, ever. If he got kicked out of school, his father would surely kick his ass, so he wanted to resolve this peacefully, unlike his usual methods where he broke the guy's legs and stole the girl immediately. "Are you sure?" Victor asked with a tired expression. The misfortune curse was really in full effect. hurting innocent bystanders. Get the fuck away from here, before I choose to break one of your legs. The young man threatened arrogantly, feeling Victor's fear. He will never kill the guys he confronted, he would only hurt them badly and then leave them alive to threaten the girls with killing their former lovers. To it is then, Victor said with a sigh as he looked at Lily apologetically. It's okay, young master, this makes things much simpler. Lily explained before she suddenly vanished, appearing right behind the young man and then swiftly kicking him between his legs with her steel-reinforced sneakers, cracking both of his nuts in one fluid motion that made even the Von Krona spy, who was watching from over a nearby tree, nod in approval. That's how it was done. Ah! The young man began to howl as he clutched his crotch, making his friends look at each other and then try to attack Lily and Victor with retractable pocket knives that they swiftly took from their belts. That was a wrong decision, the worst they would ever do. As men anyway. Ellipsis. After they finished cleaning the garbage, Victor sent Monica to her class, no, to the ladies' room with a kiss, then casually made his way with the veiled Lily to the principal's office under the envious eyes of the normal students. They watched how that bossy teacher came after that young man began to scream, then to their surprise, he began to scold the victim before groveling to Victor the perpetrator, telling him that he was sorry for teaching such garbage and that he will take care of this. What's wrong with this school? Was being in the elite class really that important? How does one enter that class? No, one knew. This was one of the 7 mysteries of the academy. Anyway, reaching the principal's office, Victor frowned as he didn't see the big-boobed secretary that usually sat to the side. The inner office's door was open, and Victor could hear a group of people yelling at each other from the inside. This is against the rules. Calm down, we will see to it. I caught them making out behind an old tree. I want him reported to the police. Let's not go that far, they just love each other, love is not illegal. It is for her. How can a teacher get into a relationship with his students? How can you hire such garbage? Mr. Toby already agreed to resign. And this is between them. But he is a lowly rogue player. This is definitely unacceptable. How am I going to explain this to young Master David? Calm down. I already told you, Mr. Toby will not teach here anymore. That's not enough. I want him to suffer. He scammed my daughter. Quote, Daddy, stop. I love him. Slap. Shut up, you B***tch. Ruining our family's reputation and my perfect plans. Victor frowned as he heard the arguments. He sent a message to his father, then winked at Lily and pushed the door, entering the room where the principal, James Trove, was confronting a brown-haired man who was grabbing Elma by her arm. She had a red slap mark on her face. Mr. Toby was standing to the side wanting to hurry and help her, but the secretary, who was 3 times his size, was grabbing him. She was a very strong player with a wrestler class. Am I disturbing something? Victor said causally as he knocked on the door to announce his presence. Young Master Victor. The principal was surprised. If you can excuse us for a few minutes, we will wrap this quickly, he said after noticing Lily, who was standing to the side. She looked fine. There will be no need for such an arrangement. I already understand the situation. Victor said as he turned to Mr. Toby. You resigned? He asked. Ah, yes, Mr. Toby said with a weak voice. Good, Victor said as he took a look at his phone. Tomorrow morning, go report to work at Whitethorn Holdings. They need a man of your capacities as a site manager, Victor said, making Mr. Toby frown and then open his eyes wide. Whitethorn, wasn't that the holding company that has the management right for more than 100 cleared dungeons? Site manager was a highly sought position to supervise one of the cleared dungeons excavations, because sometimes there would be unexpected things a player was needed. It was a very lucrative and relatively safe job. You don't want to? Victor asked with a frown. No, I would love to, Mr. Toby said. He realized that Victor was helping him. This job comes with accommodation for the supervisor's family near the dungeon after all. Good, Victor said, then turned to Elma's father. Now that Mr. Toby is financially secure, Elma will be his fiancée from now on. He said, you don't have any excuses to refuse, as he now works for a first-rank family. What? If you refuse, I will tell my father to cut all ties with the Greentree family, then let them know that it was your fault. You are. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Victor. Victor von Weiss. My father is Theodore von Weiss. Victor shamelessly used his father's name, making the man open his mouth wide and look at his daughter, then at Mr. Toby, and finally at the principal before cursing silently and walking out of the office, leaving his daughter behind. He planned to betroth her to a powerful young master from a second-ranked family and then ask them for help with his bid for the patriarch position. But now his plans are over. He didn't dare to anger Victor. Maybe he should try to marry off Elma's sister, but that girl was still 6 years old. Ah! Elma was shocked by her father's reaction. Thank you, young master, Mr. Toby said to Victor as he ran to the shocked Elma and held her hand. That's the benefit of belonging to a powerful family. One word solved the problem. Now, can we talk? Victor asked the principal, who quickly nodded and then gestured to Toby and Elma to leave with his secretary, who closed the door behind her. What can I help you with, young master? The principal asked professionally, totally ignoring Lily, who stood behind Victor. Ah, nothing major, I just wanted to invite you to my wedding, Victor said as he took a golden envelope then gave it to James. Oh, I heard about it. You are marrying that Von Rosen and a Von Astrom girl? James asked as he casually opened the envelope and looked at the gilded invitation. Not just them. I will marry 6 other pretty girls too. I plan a traditional dragon ceremony. I will play the hero and the priest will be the dragon who will bless my mass weddings, Victor said in some perverted excitement. Oh, James quickly looked at Victor and then at Lily before returning to Victor. The other brides are? He asked nervously. My maids, Victor said with a perverted grin. Oh, is the one behind, what was her name, Lily? Is she one of them? James couldn't help but ask. If Lily were to be married, he would need to extract her immediately. I only marry pretty girls, Victor rebuked angrily, not really denying it, but James, who sighed in relief, missed that. He was watching Lily, who looked with grief to the side. It is not good to judge people by their outer appearance. But I understand, James said as he looked at the invitation, getting surprised that the wedding was on the same day as Julian's release. I will be there, he said after some thought. He needed to make sure that Victor does not change his mind. And that if Julian somehow sneaked into the wedding, he would be able to save his life. Perfect, Victor said with a bright smile just as his phone rang. Lara. Ellipsis. Stephanie had to confess. She had never imagined, not even in her wildest imagination, how rich Lara could be. This was beyond rich. At first, when her cheap father dropped her at the base of the mountain near a small house, she began to complain, saying that Lara was lying to her. The house, although elegant, was only half the size of her house. That's when her father smacked her little head and explained that this was the dog house. She confirmed that when she noticed a burly bald man take a group of very large mastiffs out for a walk moments later. Her father then pointed to a nearby gate that he didn't dare to approach. There was a trail behind it going up the mountain. He told her that the entire mountain belonged to Lara's brother. He then warned her not to touch or break anything inside and not to make any trouble. Just then, another car stopped by and a handsome young man stepped down, followed by another one. They were her classmates. Daniel. Stephanie quickly jumped from the car and ran to his side, making her father, who was about to drive back, sigh. This girl would definitely grow up to be like her mother. Stephanie, you are here, Daniel said with a stiff smile as he looked around. Yeah, I just arrived, she said in a sluttery manner, totally ignoring the other poor guy who she didn't even bother to remember his name. So this is Lara's house, Daniel said, looking at the dog house with disdain. Young master, the house is the one on the top of the mountain. That one should be the dog house. There is even a bone-shaped engraving at the door. The car driver corrected his young master solemnly. Oh, then why the FCK did you drop me here? Daniel scolded angrily, feeling ashamed of his mistake. We can't move up the mountain. There is a sign there. The driver pointed to a freshly painted small sign to the side of the gate. No cars or peeping toms allowed. Daniel frowned, wondering how to go up, just as from behind the gate a small golf cart stopped. And 2 girls stepped down and ran outside. It was Lara with Yin, who was keeping vigilant. Stephanie, Daniel, Noah. You guys are here at last. Lara said to them, sorry for making you walk, but my brother forbade cars from entering for security reasons. He even bought a lot of mastiffs last week. Please come in, she said as she bowed to Stephanie's father politely, making his eyes tear up. Why couldn't he have such a nice and obedient daughter? Maybe he should find some nice mistress and try to get one with her. His wife was incapable of producing cuteness of such quality. Lara. Daniel quickly switched to his cool mode, as he smiled and ran to Lara's side. Especially after noticing that the annoying Elle was not there. Sorry that we are late, he said as he scratched the back of his head, showing his flowing hair. He was not sorry at all. Unlike the other brats who came here directly after school with Lara, he said that he had some things to do first, and went home. He wanted to arrive late on purpose to draw Lara's attention, but he didn't expect that Stephanie, under the instructions of her father, had the same stupid idea. It's okay. Lara smiled and said, let's go. She added as she guided her 3 late guests inside the gate where they rode on the high-tech golf cart that was being operated by a pretty maid. Daniel carefully inspected the maid driving the cart with perverted eyes, then gasped and was about to throw up after realizing that this maid was a cross-dressing male. What's wrong with this place? What does your brother do for a living, Lara? Daniel asked. He had some info about her father being from a very important family and running a major investment company, but no one said a thing about her brother. Stephanie squeezed her little hand, hearing him. She knew that Daniel's father was a rich man, and she had her eyes on him ever since she met him thanks to a school cultural event where she sang a duet with him. Too bad he was now smitten with Lara, not even sparing her a glance anymore. He runs a media production company, Horizons Media. Lara said with a proud smile, totally forgetting that she had 5 other brothers, the ones she knew about. Oh, my father did work with some of those so-called media companies before. They all want to lick his boots. He explained. Yeah, Noah, the other guy added, they respect Daniel's father so badly that they sent their stars to make his bed every morning. He said with a nod. He was proud of being Daniel's friend. Stephanie, who had no idea about such a subject, was impressed. What a bunch of hard-working girls. That's why she wanted to marry rich. She had no interest in going to work from early morning. She had no idea that she had to work hard late at night to make her dream come true. Daniel, who was listening, said nothing. He just chuckled dryly. These stars spent their nights in that very same bed. But he would not clarify that to his naive friends. Yin, who was watching from the side, sighed. Those guys from rich families had grown up in walled gardens. They had yet to understand many things. Maybe my father knows your brother, Daniel said elegantly after mumbling more about his father's company to change the subject. Yeah, probably. My brother also has a lot of pretty maids making the bed for him every morning. Lara said as if this was the most natural thing in the entire world, making Yin to her side sigh again. So did Alex, who was driving the cart. Oh, Daniel nodded with a frown. Wait, Horizons Media, isn't that the one behind the Dragon Princess movies? Stephanie asked suddenly. Yeah, Lara nodded. Miss Mira was here yesterday. Too bad she was very busy finishing her movie shoot before the wedding and had no time to come today. She sighed, making Stephanie frown and wonder if Lara was just bragging or telling the truth. Wait. What wedding? Stephanie was, despite her age, a gossip lover like her stupid mother. My brother is planning to marry Miss Mira next week, Lara said with a proud smile, happy that Mira will be her sister-in-law. What? Stephanie, Noah, and Daniel all asked in shock. Who does not know Mira? One of the biggest and most loved stars in recent years. It's true, Yin said, supporting her young mistress. It will be in the news the day after tomorrow. She added, she heard Victor telling that to Arya, saying that the announcement would be incorporated into a hotel advertisement that featured his image with Mira. It would be broadcasted on every major channel 60 to 68 times a day. Especially in prisons. Victor was very clear about that. Why prisons? She had no idea. Chapter 288, Daniel. Thanks for driving us, Alex. Lara said to Alex, who was driving them as soon as they reached the top of the mountain. It's my duty, Alex said as she stopped the cart next to the mansion while wondering why couldn't everyone here be as polite and nice as Lara. Like her brother, she did not discriminate. Let's go inside, Lara said after she carefully stepped down. Her friends didn't respond, they were just shocked as they looked at the scale of this place. It was huge, just like a palace. Lara had been explaining the terrain around them the entire trip, from the different gardens to the grand gym and the Olympic swimming pool. This was rich. The others are waiting, Yin said coldly from the back, alerting them before heading toward the mansion with Lara. Oh, Daniel quickly stepped down and then followed Lara with Stephanie and Noah. Daniel, help me, a sudden shout startled the group. Looking up, they could see a boy hanging from a pole extending from the second floor's balcony. He was their friend, in other words, he was one of Daniel's lackeys at school. Trevor, what are you doing up there? Noah was the one who asked in surprise. Just help me, the poor kid said with his tears and snot dripping over his friend. Lara, Daniel stepped to the side in disgust, then turned and looked at Lara, who was looking away awkwardly. Miss Lara can't help him, Yin interjected, your friend tried to grope one of the mansion's maids, and according to the young master's instruction, he should have been castrated. What? Noah was the one who asked in shock. For someone like him from an aristocratic family, the act of touching a maid is incomprehensibly vulgar. Maids are dirty. Daniel totally ignored his inexperienced friend, whose tigress mother only allowed old ugly maids in his house. He just looked at Yin with a questioning gaze. Don't worry. Lady Lara had already intervened and called her esteemed brother to ask for forgiveness. Since, what was his name again? Trevor. Anyway, he had no idea about the rules, he was spared this once, but he still had to spend the night up there as his punishment. Yin explained, the next time anything like this happens, just punishment would be served. She paraphrased what her young master said in more gentle words. Victor said to feed their balls to the hounds and then to let them lick the bastard's wounds. But she couldn't say that. Ah, Daniel sighed as he threw his hanging friend a sorry look, then followed. Lara. His friend was important, but not upsetting Lara was his priority. He made a bet with his older brother to bang the prettiest girl in the girls' school before the end of the year after all. His brother did the same back then. And on top of that, Lara was going to be his first girl. Walking inside, Daniel, who was lost in thought, stood in shock again, not only by the lavish decor of the mansions and the expensive paintings on the walls but by all the pretty maids who were serving around in frilly maid uniforms. No wonder his pervert friend acted so brazen and couldn't keep his hands. Even his father and his famous playboy brother would not be able to hold themselves. Ellipsis. Hilda, who was carefully keeping an eye on Lara and her new arriving friends from the side as she watched the boys' reaction. This was to be expected. The girls living in the mansion were very pretty, and after they became players, their charm status began to slowly affect their bodies, increasing their beauty to some crazy degree. This would only bring a lot of trouble in the future. And her gut was telling her that Victor was after much trouble, or he would have asked them to cover their faces like Lily. Why did he make her do that anyway? Hilda tried to ask that question subtly many times, but Victor only told her that he was a very jealous man. What a load of bullshit. No matter what, now she only needed to watch Lara and her bratty friends, making sure that nothing bad would happen. Margaret, what's up with you? Hilda suddenly heard someone talking. They were in the study and seemed to have left the soundproof door slightly ajar. Hilda sighed as she went to close the door, but found that the lock was damaged and she couldn't help herself but eavesdropped a little more after realizing the one who was speaking was Mina and hearing what she said next. Did something happen in that strip club yesterday? Mina said. You have been frowning ever since we returned. Hilda frowned angrily. Strip club. So that's where they went. This slut Margaret was definitely corrupting the girls. Was it because Lily castrated that poor stripper on stage? Mana said, making Hilda sigh in relief. If Lily was with them, then Victor certainly knew. No, he deserved that, Margaret said, then sighed again. It was after she left with Miss Mira. What did she tell you? It was Monica who interjected. Unlike her weak appearance when she faced Victor, she was pretty cool and smart when she was with the girls. Victor's presence made her usually smart brain go into stupid mating mode. Well, maybe you should know this. Margaret hesitated. Last night I wanted to have a little fun with Mira. That girl is so conservative after all. So I cornered her and asked how Victor's lame proposal was. Margaret sighed. And, Mana asked. It was not lame at all, Margaret said. He took her on a romantic picnic, and then they spent the entire day making out in the woods. She spat in an annoyed tone. What? All the girls asked in shock. Mira told you that? Monica asked. Yeah, I had to use some convincing methods though, Margaret chuckled dryly. You used the soul wine? Mina asked angrily. Nah, I don't want Victor to spank my ass to oblivion, not before some foreplay at the very least. I just touched her right spots, every girl has those. She said mischievously. What points? The blushing Monica wanted to ask but was interrupted. So, did they spend the entire night together? Mina asked, focusing on the matter at hand. She knew Margaret for long enough to be familiar with her slutty methods. Nah, just like a stupid virgin, he just kissed her goodbye after driving her home, Margaret replied. That's good, the girls sighed. Good my ass. Mira is already one step ahead of us. Margaret struck the table with her palm. We already slept with him, Mina said. Being a hugging pillow does not count. Even Alex did that. Margaret interjected, there were no intimate actions, and we could only do that with Lily's permission or stealthy behind her back. Then what are you proposing? Monica asked with a blush. Let's confront him. Margaret said, "Tonight, in front of Lily, I will demand that he make out with each of us for at least an hour." "Will he accept?" Mana asked nervously. "Will Lily accept?" He will have to." Margaret said, "Lily will not be appeased otherwise. It is about time we make use of her. She is still feeling guilty for going out with us yesterday after all." Oh, the girls began to look at each other with worried looks. This might really work. "Ah, I need to tell you something," Monica suddenly said as she remembered a very important fact. "What?" "Today in the morning, Miss Lily told Victor everything about our trip yesterday," Monica explained nervously, making Hilda, who was still behind the door, nod. "What?" Mina and Mana asked nervously. "Relax," Margaret said with a sneaky smile, "I already knew that she would tell him. That possessive girl only has Victor in her little mind, how can she lie to him?" She said, "But what if he got angry with us?" "He will not be." "Monica, was Victor angry when Lily told him?" "Not at all," she said with a frown. "He even said that he already knew." "Oh, see, I have a firm grasp on Victor's character," Margaret explained. "Although we will be punished a bit, he would not mind us having some fun and using it to show off later, as long as no one touches his toys, that is." "His toys?" Monica asked. "Us," the twins answered at the same time with a nod. Hilda, who was still eavesdropping, nodded too. Ellipsis. After leaving the academy, Victor made a tour with Lily around the city sending invitations. Many of the recipients had no idea why they were invited, but still, none refused. This was the chance of their life after all. At the wedding, they might make some really powerful connections. Little did they know that Victor held a grudge against most of them from his previous life and planned to use the chaos at the wedding to neutralize them. He gave them the letters personally to make sure that they would attend. After that, Victor took Lily shopping for some very strange stuff for someone who was about to get married, erotic magazines. He bought a lot of erotic magazines of a special kind that can only be found in some very dark places. The kind that features things that can't be even written about online. Lily didn't dare enter with him to the stores after visiting the first shop. She truly wanted to spend every minute with him, but she simply couldn't force herself. The shock was a little too big for her, as these places were so immoral and depraved that she couldn't even imagine that such places existed before. WTF was wrong with people here? Would someone really be turned on by such things? Why were they even producing this shit, and to what audience? What was her young master buying those for anyway? She had too many questions but no answers. Victor provided nothing but a sleazy smile and an assurance that these things were not to be used by him. He also had no idea why they produced this *T after all, but he had a use for it. It was late in the afternoon when Victor finished shopping and returned to the mansion, where it was very lively with 12 little girls and 2 boys dancing to a piece of very trendy pop music in the dining room that was redecorated with some flash neon lights. They didn't even notice him when he walked through the door. Ren was there too, enjoying her time. Although she was a klutz, she had some real social skills, as she already made friends with all of the girls, especially Lara. Victor smiled and nodded. He wanted his little sister to enjoy a normal teenage life to some extent, at least before her ceremony. "Let's go," he told Lily, intending to make his way to the basement to store the goods. But suddenly he paused, causing Lily to bump into him as he gave the 2 boys who were also dancing an examining look. One of them was trying to flatter Lara and was failing miserably, as Elle kept interrupting him by stepping on his toes. He seemed strangely familiar with his flowing blonde hair, arrogant appearance, and that star-shaped mole on his chin. He seemed familiar, too familiar. "Daniel!" Victor gasped, then quickly grabbed Lily and moved to a side corner of the room while he gnashed his teeth. "Do you want him dead or castrated, young master?" Lily, who noticed her young master's excessive reaction, asked as she prepared a very sharp knife. She rarely saw her young master react like this. She could even feel his anger despite him using his disguise skill to mask it. Lately, she discovered that she could subtly feel his feelings, no matter how he hid them. She was just that good at reading his feelings. And she used this to her advantage when hugging him in bed, to make him as comfortable as possible. That's why he usually prefers her to the others. "Nah," he spat with disgust, "he is just a depraved pervert," Victor said as he looked hatefully at Daniel while he dug his nails into his palm to control himself. This guy was one of the men of the Scion who killed his family in his previous life. Daniel Lovestone was his name. He belonged to the Lovestone family, a minor third-rate players family who could only produce 1 or 2 players every generation. They had a very strange way of awakening, as they had to sleep with as many virgin girls as possible before reaching the age of 20. The higher quality of the girls, the more power and authority they get. They would also give them some crazy charm, and that would render the coldest of girls horny as bitches when they saw them. I will make it swift, Lily said, again feeling her young master's desire for revenge, but Victor held her hand. It is too early for that, he said as he calmed down a little. Not really, but he was able to control himself. At that time, this bastard was none other than the one who was tasked with killing Victor's wife and children. And this bastard did after enjoying himself to the fullest. After Victor began working in the Royal Library, he began investigating all the culprits. While he couldn't find anything about some of them, many of them were public figures, like Levi Von Sway and this bastard who grew up to be a very famous pop star that even after the reckoning was considered a legend. In his previous life, Victor planned to kill all the culprits one by one. That was before uncovering many secrets and falling in despair after realizing the gap of power between him and that guy. Between them was a ravine so immeasurable that even today, using all the power of his family, he would only have a 1% chance of succeeding. As for Daniel, Victor didn't have to do a thing for him back then. He was brutally killed and fed to the dogs by that scion after cuckolding him with 3 of his wives at the same time. That's what Victor heard anyway. Lily, make sure that the blonde guy drinks this, Victor said, taking a little vial of blood and giving it to Lily, who frowned as she nodded and then blended into the shadows behind her young master. For an assassin like her, this was easy. Victor frowned as he watched. Although he didn't want to waste a slave spot on this guy, Daniel was now his most direct way to get to that scion, whom Victor had no idea if he was born yet or not. That guy always hid his tracks perfectly, and even the royal family had no idea about his origins. By turning this brat into a blood slave, Victor would be able to monitor him and wait. Fate was a strange thing after all, and Daniel was destined to meet with that guy sooner or later. Just to make sure, Victor paid 10 order points to reveal Daniel's fate. Fate power. B. Destiny list. Greater than less than birth fate greater than die in the hands of your best friend. After cuckolding him 99 times. Less than A greater than less than self set greater than. B better that brother in F asterisk CK all the girls he did before less than B greater than less than self set greater than. B richer than father in F asterisk CK all the girls he did before less than B greater than less than self set greater than. Fuck mother less than B greater than less than ID underscore X underscore 147,337 greater than. Great misfortune less than 25/30 days greater than less than S greater than. That was sick, Victor sighed. Too bad, even the fate list didn't show that guy's name. Was it because that guy was not born yet, or was it something else hiding him? Victor had no idea. At least, he was now sure that Daniel would meet that guy. Not really, he might be able to cuckold him without meeting him. No matter what, he would be under Victor's surveillance from now on. Now he had to get him away from Lara, and that was super easy. Chapter 289, Tom sneaks in. Tom made his way uphill while wondering why did that damn Victor have to live up a hill. Couldn't he find a small apartment in the city like everyone else? Nova, you just wait and I will find you, he said with determination as he reached the lower gate of the mansion. He stopped and hid behind the dog's house, right behind the freshly painted sign, and watched as 3 police cars were parked there and a policewoman was dragging 3 brats who were proclaiming their innocence. Don't worry, we will take care of this, the pretty officer said as she looked around with a sigh. I know, Officer Lee, I just can't believe that this little beast dared to slip drugs into my sister's drinks. He is not even 15 years old, Victor said in an aggrieved voice. When did young people become so nasty? He added, making Lee look at him strangely. I am innocent, Daniel shouted, earning himself a smack on the back of his head from another police officer. Shut up, everyone saw you. I didn't, Daniel complained. Shut up, don't lie. What about the aphrodisiac we found in your pocket? Lee shouted at him. I am sure your fingerprints are all over them. Ah, those were his. His brother gave those to him, telling him to try his luck in the sleepover. Too bad he didn't even get to use them. Take them away, Lee said sternly. But we did nothing, the other boys shouted. And I am innocent too. The other boy, who was a little haggard after hanging from a pole for an entire day, also said. We will see about that, Lee said as she turned to Victor. So you live here, she said awkwardly, totally ignoring the brats and changing the subject. Yeah, did you get the wedding invitation? He asked. She nodded awkwardly. She was very surprised when it arrived this morning, she didn't know what to do with it. I want you to be there, he said as he looked her in the eyes. I will need your support. Ah, she blushed. What did he mean? But, and don't forget to bring your mother too, he interrupted her. Ah, I have to go, she turned and darted away heading to the car angrily. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Why was he so focused on her mother? Ellipsis. Tom, who watched the entire scene, sighed. Why was Victor so popular? He felt a little jealous. Tom pondered on his luck as he waited for Victor to turn around and enter the mansion grounds before stealthily slipping past the closing gates after him. Entering the mansion grounds, he hid and watched as Victor drove a golf cart up the hill before he began to climb while avoiding the dogs. Thankfully they seemed to have been having some party outside, so the hounds were not released, that's what the system told him. Reaching up the hill, Tom was surprised as he saw a group of 12 little girls sitting around a campfire in a clearing near the mansion eating marshmallows. I can't believe that Daniel would do something like this. One girl said with a sigh. Stephanie, don't try to defend him, you saw him yourself. Another girl said, what do you think, Lara? I think the police will judge that. A purple-haired girl said after some hesitation. I think that too, an orange-haired girl said. See, Stephanie, you should find a better guy. I know, I just can't believe it, Stephanie sighed. Now what do you girls think about Lara's brother? Another girl changed the subject. I was a little surprised when he suddenly ordered the music to be stopped, but I thought he looked really cool when he grabbed Daniel's hand revealing the drugs inside of it. Yeah, he looked very dashing, another loli said. He looks just like a movie star. Ah, he is here, a loli exclaimed just as Victor walked from inside the house making all the girls look at him with dreamy eyes. Even that girl, Stephanie. She seemed to have become a little fidgety as she looked at him while drooling. She seemed to have decided on her better guy. Esteemed brother, is there anything? The young purple-haired girl, Lara, stood up and bowed respectfully to Victor with a blushed face, making Tom sigh. He thought that the little girls here were a part of some of Victor's depraved hobbies. It turned out to be a sleepover for his little sister. This girl was simply too cute though. Why couldn't he have a little sister like that too? I just wanted to check on you girls, are you enjoying your time? Victor asked the dreamy girls. Yeah, they all nodded. Good, I am here to tell you the good news. I will be forming an idol group and I decided that you would be the main star. Victor said as he patted his shocked sister's head, she always dreamed of being an idol. What? All the girls asked as they jumped from their seats and looked at Victor. But father, Lara said nervously. Father has already agreed. The idol group will launch next spring. Victor said with a stiff smile, convincing his father was the most tiresome thing in the world. It will be supervised by Miss Mira and Miss Monica here. Do any of you girls want to be members in it too? Victor asked casually as he put his hand around Monica who was at his side. She began to blush and breathe fast. I do. All the girls replied naturally at the same time. Good, Victor said as he began to pass on some forms. Make sure your parents see these then sign them. Give them to Lara by next week, Victor said as three pretty maids whom Tom didn't recognize began to pass around some papers to the girls. Now I will let you enjoy your evening, Victor said, winking at a girl who was standing nervously to the side. She nodded back. Can't you stay with us? Stephanie asked like a nymph. The other girls nodded. I will only make the atmosphere awkward. This is a girls' sleepover after all, Victor said with a chuckle as he turned around. He was obviously enjoying toying with this loli's feelings. This made Tom very jealous. He wanted to toy with loli's feelings too. Why did he just think that? Was that even legal? Tom watched as Victor departed and the girls returned to their seats and began to talk excitedly about being an idol. Tom sighed then turned away and began to inspect the mansion looking for a way in. Under the instructions of the whimsical system which was strangely cooperative, he quickly found an unlocked window and sneaked inside. The system must be aware of the seriousness of the situation. Ellipsis. Once his feet touched the mansion's floor, Tom slowly activated his boots artifact and jumped to the wall, sticking to it before applying a hiding talisman. Then he began to move like a spider on the ceiling. The system only told him to explore around for clues about Nova, so he had no idea where to go. There was a very sensitive loli maid who almost caught him as she looked back suddenly, but thankfully she could not see him when she looked at the place he was hiding in as the system helped him. Tom found the study after a few minutes. The door's lock there seemed to have been broken by some pervert, and it would not stay firmly closed no matter how someone tried. There was a voice from inside. And Tom could easily recognize that flirting tone. It was that slut Margaret. You have to make out with us. She demanded as a slut would. Have to? Victor asked in an amused voice as he raised one eyebrow. Yeah, Mira told us what you guys did. We demand the same treatment. Margaret said just as Tom carefully peeked inside. Margaret, Monica, Mina, and Mana were standing to one side, confronting Victor who was sitting at the desk with Lily pinching his shoulders. She seemed to be pinching them a little too hard. Tom could swear that her fingers were almost piercing their way through Victor's flesh. What did she tell you? Victor asked with a lewd smile. That you spent yesterday with her, making out in a lawn out of town. Margaret said. Ouch, careful Lily, Victor said to the pouting girl behind him, then looked back at the girls. Oh, now, will you make out with us? Well, I can't simply make out with all of you at once, you have to take turns. Victor said. We already decided on that. Margaret said. Lily would be first, then Monica, Mina, Mana, and I will be the last one. She said, making Tom growl. Slut. Oh, Victor said with a smile as he looked at the girls who had no idea they had just got scammed by Margaret. She kept herself for last on purpose. Her taste would be the one lasting in his mouth for the rest of the night after that. Are you sure? Victor asked, even glancing at Lily behind him. She nodded. She wanted to be first. Then you accept? Monica was the one who asked in surprise. Why would I refuse? The truth is that I was a little embarrassed asking you before. I thought that Mira as a known star would have more experience kissing, you know. He lied straight in their faces while scratching his head. The truth was that he wanted them to ask for it. He was that kind of a villain, Tom could easily see that. He would do the same. The girls smiled sweetly at his response, expert for two. Margaret and Lily, they were not fools. Tom could tell this from their reactions. He could only sigh and ponder how the girls fell for Victor. Wait. Did they just say make out? Didn't Victor sleep with them? System. What's wrong here? Tom asked. Don't be fooled. Victor had already slept with them all and more than once, but the girls are yearning for a more exotic play. The word, make out, is the code they are using to act virtuous. The truth is much darker. Really, Tom was not convinced. The key word is, in the woods, go to the basement and you will find out the truth. The system said mysteriously. Tom nodded, and just as he wanted to turn around, he heard Margaret speak again. About the wedding, she said, making Tom stop in his tracks. Arya told me that she found a cooperative young priest who was swayed by money. We just need to start doing rehearsals. It is a mass wedding after all and we can't afford mistakes in the ceremony. She said, making Tom turn around and frown. Wasn't this a double wedding? Oh, you can do the rehearsals yourselves. I will be busy for the next few days. Victor said. You have 8 girls, missing 1 or 2 would not hurt. He added, making Tom gasp. 8 at once. When did that happen? Was that even allowed? We can't do it without the groom. Mina clarified. Nova is already missing. 1 more missing person would not hurt. Victor repeated as Tom squinted his eyes and crept closer to listen better. As Mina said, you are the groom. Margaret shouted as if she was trying to drill this into his thick skull, and no one is missing. Lily will play Nova's part in the rehearsals. The dance is very intricate. Let Alex play my part then. You want us to kiss Alex? Margaret asked mischievously. No, wait, you have a point there. Let Alex play Nova's part then, Lily will play my part. The girls were speechless. Tom was too. Young master, I wanted to ask this. Why aren't you marrying Lily too? Mana suddenly asked. I already married Lily, Victor said. What? All the girls asked, even Lily. We already did it in secret a month ago when both of us went missing, but I didn't want to announce it. I wanted her to be my first wife, he said looking back at her and squeezing her little hand as he lied. Lily nodded with a blush, joining his play. That's why I am the one who always sleeps at his side, she said, swiftly using her imaginary power as the first wife. Ah, the girls were clearly shocked. Keep it a secret, he said to the speechless girls. No one should know. Now let's talk about something else. Did you hear about the idol group I am planning to form? Victor quickly changed the subject and slowly began to explain the idol project he had in mind to the girls. Tom realized that Victor was making some big plan. He didn't need to listen more as he didn't care about this idol stuff. He gave the study one last look, then turned around and began searching for the basement. According to the system, he would learn the truth there. Passing through the mansion's corridors, Tom had to stop more than once as maids carrying all kinds of delicacies moved in and out around the mansion. Were they hosting a girls' sleepover or a reception party? Rich people were very strange. Along the way, Tom stumbled upon two lolies who were arguing. The orange-haired one wanted the other one to help her hunt some criminals, saying that with great powers comes great responsibility. The pale loli refuted her, arguing that protecting their mistress was their priority. The argument quickly escalated into a fistfight that quickly turned very dangerous as one of them began shooting electricity from her fingers while the other seemed to be able to blend in the shadows and used a strange dagger to deflect the lightning. Then an old maid appeared out of nowhere and smacked both of their little heads before dragging their lifeless corpses away to be punished. This was not his business. He finally found the basement stairway moments later. Sneaking downstairs, Tom found himself in a small hallway with 7 new iron doors. The third door to the left might contain some answers. The system suddenly said. Tom frowned then nodded and sneaked there. The door was also unlocked. Inside, he stood in shock. Chapter 290, The New Mission. Entering the third room, in the basement, Tom froze with a gaping mouth. He always knew that rich people had perverted hobbies, but this was extreme. What the fuck? Tom asked as he looked around at the hall full of iron cages. It was like some over-designed porn filming set if not for the 90 inches TVs that didn't fit the atmosphere hanging on the walls all around. What was this place for? Did Victor imprison the girls here and brainwash them? Why were the cages this big anyway? How many girls would they fit in? Are they really for girls? Tom wondered as he looked around, finally noticing the newly bought magazines on the side of one cage. He had never seen anything like those before. At first, he couldn't understand what he was seeing when he looked at the cover. Was that a horse? What was that below it? Its rider? No, it's a woman. What was she doing to that poor horse? Inspecting it with some instrument. No, sh*t, Tom gasped, as he threw the magazine away in disgust. The poor magazine fell to the ground and then opened its filthy pages to reveal a picture of another pretty woman and her hound. Man's best friend is the new trend. sh*t. Tom felt like throwing up as he kicked the magazine away. The photos were something he would never forget. Was this thing even legal? Of course not. Don't tell me. Tom gasped. He realized what those cages were for. Don't tell me that this is the exotic play the girls were after. He asked. The one with Mira in the woods. Exactly, it was that girl, Margaret's idea. Victor Von Weiss is slowly getting corrupted by her. The system said, making Tom gasp in shock. sh*t. No wonder. Thankfully he was not swayed by Margaret's attempts when they first met in middle school. Back then he was a little annoyed by the slutty air around her, and decided to keep her just a friend. He was right, this was a close call. Suddenly Tom noticed something. On the floor, there was a complex engraved shape very similar to the ones he saw in dungeons. System, what are those? Tom asked. High-ranking isolation array. Whatever happens here, will not be seen or felt by the world outside. Oh. How could? Tom began to inquire but he was interrupted. Hide. They are here. The system suddenly alerted him, making the shocked Tom quickly look around, then jump over one of the cages where he blended with the darkness just as the door swung open. Moments later Victor walked in with Lily and Margaret then closed the door making sure that no one was listening. What did you want to tell us? Margaret asked impatiently as she looked around. She noticed the magazine on the floor making her gasp and look at Victor. Will this be our bridal chamber? She asked as if she was interested, earning herself a smack at the back of her head. This room will be used after the wedding, but not by you, he said mysteriously. He plans to trap Nova here. The system told Tom, making him shiver a little as he continued to eavesdrop on Victor's conversation. Now, we need to talk in private, and this is the most secure place in the house. No one must know what I will tell you next. Victor explained. Oh, so? Margaret asked as she casually glanced at the magazines. Do you intend to reveal your true depraved nature to us at last? Not yet. It's about the wedding, he said, making Margaret frown and Tom squint his eyes. What? Nova is not coming. She ran away. What? When? She asked. What happened? Did she realize your true nature and decided to escape? Seems like it. That bitch, on the day I went to propose, she escaped before I reached her house. He said. I have no idea how she did it, as her parents were locking her up in her room. I told them to search for her as I announced our wedding anyway, but those idiots failed to locate her until now. I am sure they will never find her by the time of the wedding. That would be humiliating after all the announcements you made. Exactly. What's the plan then? Lily asked. I am planning to go on with the wedding. Nova will be my wife one way or another, and when I catch that bitch, I will take my time fucking her. Victor said hatefully, making Tom gush his teeth in anger while Margaret raised one eyebrow as she realized something. You will just replace her with a fake? Margaret asked with some uncertainty. Exactly. Lily here will take Nova's part. He said, this will be a ceremonial wedding, so all of you will be wearing veils after all, and a ceremonial wedding can't be easily annulled afterward. Nova will forever be my wife, even if only by name. He added with an evil smile. Oh, Margaret said as Tom gnashed his teeth in anger. His hand almost crushed the metal beam he was holding onto. Even if she tried to marry another guy later, no one would help her take her in. He explained again that he would take Nova no matter what. I see, Margaret nodded. So we just have to act a little, that's easy. Not exactly, there might be a slight complication, so we need to be careful. Victor said, there is a not insignificant chance that the guy Nova likes will show up. Tom perked his ears. Who? Margaret asked. His name is Caspian, the prince of the heavenly sect, Victor said. Tom squinted his eyes. And is that supposed to mean anything? Margaret asked casually. I sometimes forget that you don't know a lot about the player's hidden world. The heavenly sect is the biggest in the world. That guy not only has a very strong father and background, but he is also a strong player himself. They control half of the council. And Nova likes that guy. He is handsome, but from what I know, he must have used some evil skill to charm Nova and make her love him. My big sister Alice was supposed to be one of his brides, and she told me about his evil ways. The only way she could escape his clutches was by turning into a slut, making that guy hate her guts as she slept with men left and right. Oh, then Nova ran to him. It's possible, but it's a very slim chance. Victor said, the heavenly sect is in a remote mountain on another continent. Nova is definitely hiding nearby. She couldn't have easily escaped far under the surveillance net of the family after all. If she was not already on her way there, I suspect that she might appear at the wedding. Then, if she appears, I have my ways. As I told you, Caspian might be there to ruin the wedding. He can't allow anyone to marry Nova other than him after all. Due to his position, his father would never allow him to marry an already married woman. Victor said, then looked around making sure that no one was listening. Truth be told, no one would believe this, but I have some concrete info that he is secretly a demon in disguise. He has set his eyes on Nova to make her one of his blood slaves. He will surely disturb the wedding expecting Nova to jump into his embrace. The families would be embarrassed, but they would not be able to say anything as he didn't force the bride. What? Both of the girls asked, as if this was the first time they were hearing this. Don't worry, I have a plan. Is Nova really worth all the hassle? Margaret asked with disdain. Definitely, I would never let her escape or that would ruin my reputation. I will FCK that woman to death for humiliating me. Victor said, angering Tom a little more. Then what's your plan? Margaret asked. I will use this, Victor said, showing the girls a glassy blue pill. This is a high-quality shape-shifting pill created by using Nova's blood that I got from her family. Lily will take one during the ceremony, so after we silence the real Nova if she appears, when Caspian comes out to confront me, Lily, acting as Nova, will curse at him then kiss me, declaring her eternal love. He said with a smug smile, making both of the girls nod and Tom gasp. What an evil plan. Caspian would be utterly humiliated. Caspian would have to leave like a beaten dog. Victor said with a smug smile that made Tom furious. The mission, find out the truth, has been finished successfully. Reward has been granted. Secret info. Tom squinted his eyes. Top secret info. Nova is on her way to the heavenly sect with the help of a secret organization. She will be there in 87.3 approximately 97.7 days. Caspian has a 97% to crash the wedding. The system said, throwing some random numbers around for ingenuity and making Tom open his eyes wide as he believed all its bullshit. Do you want to continue? Save Nova Grand Mission. The target difficulty is extremely hard with a success probability of 8.41%. The system asked Tom as Victor turned and left the room. Lily paused and looked back with a frown at the filthy magazine on the floor, then quickly followed Margaret out. Yes, Tom said with determination as he watched the girls close the door behind them. Let's do this. Calculating fate. Calculating causality. Error found. Due to fate manipulation by a third party, a static mission was deemed impossible to formulate. A dynamic mission format will be used. Missions might change on the fly to achieve the desired target. Accept. Yes, no. Tom quickly said yes. Calculating. A way was found amid chaos. Warning: if player Tom attempted to cancel the ongoing mission, he would suffer a great backlash. Your and Nova's fates are at stake. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, no. Tom hesitated, but looking at the filthy magazine on the floor, he cursed and said yes. Approval had been secured. Fate had been overridden. New dynamic missions had been issued. Greater than ruin Victor von Weiss's wedding and crazy plan to marry Nova. Steal all the shapeshifting pills to stop Victor from replacing Nova and fooling the audience. Steal the Flames Master amulet in Victor's desk, it's in the second drawer. Steal the spare invitation cards hidden in the study to use them to sneak into the wedding. Greater than investigate Caspian, not initiated yet. Greater than find Nova, not initiated yet. More instructions would be revealed in the coming days depending on the plot's progress and the whimsical system's mood. Tom frowned as he began to read the system mission steps. He decided to trust the system with this. It was his only way to find Nova after all, and he didn't mind ruining Victor's plan. On the contrary, he was looking forward to this. He couldn't let Nova's reputation get tarnished by marrying that pervert after all. Ellipsis. Are you okay, young master? Lily asked as they left the basement. Her young master was walking absent-mindedly, almost bumping into Gamma, who was helping serve the little girls with the others. Yeah, I am fine, just enjoying the feeling of manipulating my enemies to fuck each other. He said with a smirk. Oh, Margaret looked at him with a frown while wondering why he made them go through with this play, and the way he said that last sentence was very strange. It felt too literal. Margaret, as of tomorrow, you will be taking care of the rest of the wedding preparation with Arya. I will be busy out of town, Victor said as he noticed her expression. Doing what? I have many other responsibilities, you know. Margaret complained. I know, but some unknown variables might affect the overall plan and some dead bugs might show up at the wedding. I have to go borrow something to prepare for the battle, he said with an evil tired smile. Now if you excuse us, I will take my Lily up the roof so that we make out a little in private, it is her turn after all. Victor said as he grabbed the unprepared Lily and carried her with his arm, then headed upstairs. Margaret stood there in surprise. She totally forgot about this. She wondered if her choice to stay for last was a good one. Of course, it was a good one. Young master, what if this caused our bloodline to awaken? Lily, who was in Victor's arms, asked with a blushing face. Although she had been asking for more attention, when it was time for action, she was feeling a little bit shy. Don't worry, we will only kiss, and the wedding is only a week away, we can indulge a little, he said with a smile. Chapter 291, The Nutcracker's Trace. On the roof of a certain grand mansion, two lovebirds were making out passionately while totally ignoring the amazing scenery below them. Victor was sitting on the roof's ledge dangling his legs downward, and Lily, who was nested naturally in his lap, sucked on his lips as she hugged his neck. The kiss lasted exactly 19 minutes and 21 seconds and only ended when Lily shrank in embarrassment after a stupid Lily suddenly screamed as she pointed to the roof. Look, the moon is huge tonight, she said, making all the other little girls who were camping outside look up and began to discuss astronomy using their shallow knowledge. Is that the one they call a blue moon? It is clearly yellow. Is it connected to the blue balls? What are the blue balls? I heard my cousin mention them, saying that the novel he was reading had to be called Blue Balls, the novel. ... Victor, who totally ignored the ruckus below, licked his lips and chuckled as he looked at Lily. Don't worry, no one can see us, he said. It seems like exposure play was not Lily's thing, so it was only Monica for now. Would that nudist girl Naomi like it? Why was he thinking about her? Victor shook his head. You are thinking about some other girl, aren't you? Lily pouted as perked up her body over him and rested her forehead against his, looking him in the eye as she supported herself by hugging his neck. Ah, no, Victor stuttered. You are mine tonight, Lily said with a blush, as she forcibly grabbed the surprised Victor's head, pushing her slender fingers into his slick hair, as she dived into his lips again, more forcibly this time. He tried to hug her back, but his hands were tied by her thighs as she hugged his waist with her slender legs, not giving him a chance to escape. She planned to test all of the kissing techniques that she had been studying lately. Ellipsis. Getting downstairs 4 hours later, Victor, who had somewhat sore lips and a hazy memory, found Margaret and the rest of the girls having a late dinner. The little girls had already finished their meal and went to their grand bedroom to pillow fight after brushing their teeth, so the old ones could relax now. Did you finish your mating session? Margaret asked, using the exact same words Victor used when he met her. Not yet, Victor clarified, spanking the blushing Lily's butt. She didn't want it to end, but he was really getting hungry and he couldn't simply eat a shit-tasting energy bar and continue to kiss a girl after that. Oh, Margaret frowned, she didn't expect that answer. Then when can the next girl take her turn? She asked, making Alex, who was trying to be as invisible as possible as she ate her dinner, look up with a questioning gaze. What turn? They were taking turns. On what? Was she in? After I return, Victor said. Return, I will be leaving after dinner. Victor said, and it is still Lily's turn after that. He added with an evil smile, making Margaret gasp as she discovered the critical error in her plan. She didn't set a timeline. No wait, she did set a half an hour for each girl, but when she told Victor, he manipulated the conversation to make her forget to say that. Damn. She knew something was wrong when Victor accepted so readily. She should have put herself first. The girls also were a little annoyed. They glared hatefully at Margaret, who assured them earlier of the plan's success. Where are you going this time? To throw a bachelor party? Margaret asked Victor awkwardly, changing the subject. I don't have the time to have fun. I will be going somewhere so far that I will have to sneak into a plane to get to it. Victor said mysteriously. More than one. For how long are you planning to leave? Hilda was the one who asked. 2 or 3 days, maybe. I should be back a day or two before the wedding. Hilda nodded with a sigh. Are you taking someone with you? Theta was the one who asked nervously. No, I can finish this on my own, he said, disappointing the girls. He was strong enough now. And the Nutcracker was a loner. Is this really important? Monica asked, feeling a little lonely. Definitely, some bugs might make trouble to disturb the wedding. I need to go prepare a countermeasure. He said. Trouble? Beta asked. Yup, I can't say anything at the moment, but Alpha should arrive here tomorrow. The assassin girls would be here too. I trusted them with the security. Victor explained, making Beta and the girls cheer up a little. It has been a while since they met their elder sister. What kind of countermeasures are you preparing? Margaret asked. It's a secret for now, Victor said with an evil smile, making the girls sigh. He was always so secretive. Does it involve some girls? Margaret asked again. She was really annoyed that he tricked her, and wanted to find faults with him. She also wanted to show the girls that he was the evil one, not her. Not as far as I can tell, he said casually. If the Nutcracker found a girl that he liked, he might kidnap, sweep her off her feet. But he couldn't tell the girls that. I see, Margaret glared at him. She wanted Lily to snap at him, but to her disappointment, Lily had been fully satisfied by her young master earlier, and she was now fully confident of her dominance over him. Where is Arya? Is she late again? Victor asked suddenly. She called an hour ago, saying that she would sleep in the office tonight and wondered why did you order all of those custom stone-cut engravings to be cut around the hotel. Mana was the one who replied. Oh, I forgot about that. I am really working her to the bone, Victor nodded. You should have given her a turn. He told Margaret, changing the subject. Blah, as if this cue would ever move on. She mumbled angrily. She didn't like the fact that she lost. Ah, excuse me, what turns were you talking about earlier? Alex finally asked after she waited, but no other girls asked this crucial question. Were all of them in on this? What does this have to do with you? This is a girl thing. The annoyed Margaret snapped at her. You just need to get ready for the rehearsals tomorrow. What rehearsal? Alex asked with annoyance. She was a girl too. Sadly, she couldn't say that. The wedding rehearsal. You will be playing one of the brides. Margaret said. What? It was Hilda who exclaimed. Alex was simply too shocked to utter anything. Ellipsis. Victor left the mansion that night after giving the reluctant girls their goodbye kisses with some instructions on what to do to hide his absence. They just had to tell anyone who asked about him that he was having a wild bachelor party at some secret location. After that, Victor secretly headed to the airport and sneaked into a certain plane using his disguise skill. He planned to travel to 3 or 4 locations. It all depended on whether he could find the items he was searching for. And he also had to leave a trail of the Nutcracker appearing in cities nearby to give the illusion that it was moving on foot away from Vane City. He wanted the player council to believe that it was a true demon that escaped the dungeon. Ellipsis. Nova cursed as she opened her eyes and looked around. She was still chained to the wall in a dark cell. Who the hell kidnapped her? Was it that bastard Victor? That's what she thought at first, but later, after they locked her here when she pretended to be asleep, she heard them talking about their nefarious plan. They called themselves Dark Chamber, a secret organization that wanted to dominate the world and let all humans be their slaves. It was all a big setup. The Victor she met was a fake. They planned to make use of him to make trouble between the families, making them fight each other. What an evil plan. They kidnapped her because she didn't approve of the plan the fake Victor proposed. She was supposed to marry him, then he planned to drug the other girl, the one from the Von Rosen family, then he will make them kill each other at the wedding in front of all the elders. This would definitely spark a family war. Damn it, she needed to escape this place. Looking at the strange shackles in her hands and feet, she knew she could only sigh and do nothing. Those things were disabling all of her powers. And even if she escaped, she knew that she would not have the energy to fight. They were feeding her that disgusting goo only one time every 2 days. It tasted like shit, that's what she believed. She never tasted real shit after all. Why was she so unlucky? Maybe Caspian would come open the door any moment now and save her like a hero. She smiled as she imagined him in his heroic manner. Suddenly the dungeon gate opened. It was not Caspian, but a masked guard who walked in like a prostitute. He dragged in a shackled woman and then pinned her to the wall right beside Nova. Stay here for now. Don't worry, we need you alive, the guard said in a harsh voice before leaving as the woman who seemed injured glared at him hatefully. The steel door closed with a bang, and the dungeon darkened again. Hey, are you okay? Nova asked. The woman seemed badly injured. I am fine, the woman answered as she spat some blood. You don't seem fine. It doesn't matter. Did they also grab you to hide their little secret? Yeah, those people probably want to control the world. Nova answered. I think so too. How long have you been here? The woman asked. I don't know, Nova answered. What date is it today? It is the 16th of the 8th month. What? This means I have been here for almost a month. Nova was shocked. A month? What's your name? The woman asked. You should introduce yourself before asking that, Nova answered warily. My name is Jane Armstrong, the woman said. A reporter. Oh, Nova had no idea who Jane was. I am Nova Vaughn, no, Nova Astra, I come from. What? The bride? Jane yelled in shock and interrupted Nova. What bride? Aren't you marrying Victor White? The double wedding is in a few days. Jane said as the energy returned to her eyes. It is all over the news. Even while I was on the run, I could see its depraved advertisement everywhere. What double wedding? Ellipsis. Late that night, just before dawn, in an unimportant city in another unimportant country that borders the Wyron Principality, the National Museum was robbed. The thieves stole more than 70 priceless art pieces and some random things that were left in the warehouse. After the police investigated the museum, questioning the only surviving guard, they could only learn that a demon was the one who did it, and they could only get one name, the Nutcracker. The guard said it as he peed his pants. According to him, that demon came through the walls and subdued the guards by just moving his long pointy finger, making them fall to the ground in pain. After that, he ordered each one of them to list all the bad things they have done in their lives. Strangely enough, they did tell him and no one could lie. It turned out that all of his 5 colleagues were thieves who had been stealing from the museum for years and putting the blame on the kids from a nearby orphanage. The Nutcracker nodded after hearing them, then swiftly killed them and cut their genitals to keep as souvenirs. He was the only one who survived after the Nutcracker found him innocent, but he had to pay a price by giving the Nutcracker the photo of his youngest daughter which he kept in his wallet. That's all he remembered as he passed out after that. The police searched the security camera's footage after that, but it had all strangely been erased. The case was put on hold after concluding that the culprit must have used some kind of hallucination gas. It was suspected that this was an inside job and the other guards were part of it until they were betrayed by the perpetrator. No one knew that an identical secret report had been filed 3 times after that by 3 different agents. It contained the same sentence. The Nutcracker's trace had been found. Westtre City. Ellipsis. The next afternoon, in the faraway mansion of a friendly neighborhood drug dealer there were reports of a gunfight. When the police arrived at dawn and reluctantly knocked on the door, they discovered that all the men were dead with their genitals removed. The woman who seemed to have gone crazy only repeated one sentence, "The Nutcracker is coming for all of us." They cried and kept begging for forgiveness, and no matter what the police asked, they didn't respond. They have gone crazy. A lab test on them found traces of some kind of strange drug, but the traces were so minuscule that no further investigations could be conducted. After searching the mansion, it was found that the vault was broken into, and many gold trinkets and expensive historical artifacts had been stolen. The cash was left intact. An empty secret warehouse was found hours later. It had traces of drugs that seemed to have been taken. The main suspect in this crime was a rival gang, so the investigation was dropped out of concern for the police's safety. A few reports were filed secretly after that. The Nutcracker struck again. Mirror Lake City, what is it after? It seems to focus on gold, drugs, historic artifacts, and nuts. Ellipsis. At a garbage dump in another city, in another country, there were sightings of a demon digging through heaps of trash while cursing. A thug tried to harass him, but he was swiftly castrated. Reports were filed. The Nutcracker was spotted. It is searching for something. We don't know what. It is still heading west. Ellipsis. On the far outskirts of an old city next to the sea, in a small village in the midst of the mountains. A grandiose temple surrounded by forest stood solemnly as the tiles of its shingled roof pondered on when they should fall, probably soon. This place had been out of repair for a while now. You should really close this place and move to the city. I can't believe you are still hanging on here, a young woman with flashy neon pink dyed hair and a very short pink leather skirt said as she sat on a wooden chair in the kitchen. Candy, this place is our roots. A middle-aged woman rebuked her. This temple houses the sacred stone. We can't leave, we are bound to it by oath and tradition. We are the servants of this place, the pilgrims who come here expect us to guide them. Spare me the rhetoric. When did the last pilgrim come to visit this stone? Do you really worship this thing as a god? Candy spat. Do you still believe in these superstitions in this day and age? No wonder the world is going so bonkers that a stupid guy can hold a double wedding without repercussions. She added. The stone is not a god, a teenage girl who was sweeping the floor behind the two answered. She was wearing an old linen white robe that didn't suit her age and had a petite face that was covered by long unkempt bangs. The stone is only a sacred object, she explained stoically. And what's the difference? Candy said sarcastically. Don't people come to pray in front of it? Didn't your parents send you here to be a temple maiden for life after your big brother's dick was, magically, healed? It's all bullshit if you ask me. She added. Candy, being the daughter of the last temple priest does not excuse your rude and vulgar language. The middle-aged woman scolded. Now, why are you here? I already told you, we don't have any money left from what your father left. I know, I am here with a good proposal for you. I just met a young man, he works in antiques and is interested in buying the stone. Quote. What? The middle-aged woman snapped angrily. Do you realize what you are saying, you bitch? How dare you? Come on, it is just some kind of mineral that glows in the dark. It might even be some radioactive shit that is all harmful and bad for your health. Why do you think the ancestors put it behind closed doors otherwise? Candy said. I showed my boyfriend its image and he told me that he had seen the carving on it before and that it is a very ancient artifact. He is ready to pay good money for it. Shut up, bitch, this thing is blessed by the gods. How dare you utter such blasphemy, the middle-aged woman screamed. But, I am just saying, Candy said. You claim that the stone can expel evil demons and cure curses. When was the last time you saw a demon, or a curse? She asked sarcastically. If you don't see it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. The middle-aged woman said. Many people get healed here every year. For the last 20 years, you only got 51 desperate pilgrims total. There were 52, a handsome young man came yesterday, too bad his arrogant girlfriend refused to go up the mountain, or we would have had 53. Regardless, only 3 pilgrims were healed. It was obviously a fluke, those guys healed on their own. It was God's will. Seriously, do you prefer serving some shiny rock rather than rebuilding the village? The money would be enough to turn this place into a tourist attraction, getting you out of poverty. Quote. The stone is not for sale, a solemn voice suddenly said. It was the girl sweeping in the back. Ray, this is not up to you, I already talked to the mayor. It is up to Ray, the middle-aged woman interrupted with a sigh. As the shrine maiden, she is the sole custodian of the stone. It has always been like that, she said. But, you are the priestess. The priest serves the temple and the shrine maiden serves the stone. These are 2 different inheritance lines. The priestess said, you were offered the role of the shrine maiden when you were young, but you just refused it. It was the best choice I made. Candy said, that crazy old hag wanted me to waste my life, guarding a stupid stone after her death. Thankfully Ray was sent here at the right time, or my old man would have been fooled by her. Then the stone has nothing to do with you anymore. The priestess coldly said. Since old Aunt Agatha passed away, the position had been transferred to Ray. But, the money, I told you to ask Ray. Ray, come on, no way, you will be able to escape this shithole if you accept. I refuse. But, you keep saying but, were you trying to summon me by any chance? A cold solemn voice suddenly asked, startling the three women. It sounded as if it came straight from hell. Chapter 292, The Holy Stone. All of the women in the room looked at the voice's origin, but there was no one there. They looked around again, but they still saw nothing. Was that voice a hallucination? No, it wasn't. The women gasped as the walls around them slowly began to get dim and crackle. The air itself seemed to be freezing. The light bulb dangling from the ceiling began to slightly flicker and swing as if it was being haunted. It only shook a little at first, but it didn't take it long to start moving and rotating to form strange patterns of light, casting harsh shifting shadows around the room. The old priestess and Candy looked at each other and then began to slowly walk toward the door. They stopped moments later. Where was the FC King door? Demon be gone. The teenage girl, Ray, suddenly yelled, surprising the others. She was forming a strange seal with her fingers. There was a flash of light and a bang. The light bulb shattered, turning the room dark. The only light sources were now the full moon shining through the window and two flickering red eyes that had been hidden until now. The priestess and Candy gasped in surprise, but before they could speak, the demon that was seemingly still alive did. If I were someone else, that would have really hurt, you know, the cold sound said solemnly as the three women began to feel cold, freezing cold as they looked into his eyes. Now, they could see the demon at last. It crawled from the darkest corner of the kitchen, where they usually keep the garlic. It was a tall demon with white flowing silky hair and two long horns. It stepped lightly on the wooden floor tiles without making a sound, as if it was floating in midair. It looked at the women coldly as the already dim room turned dimmer. Kya! Candy screamed seconds later and then passed out after wetting herself. She dared to look him straight in the eyes. Demon, what brings you here? The middle-aged priestess asked, stuttering as she shook in fear. She was scared shitless. Are you the shrine's maiden? The demon asked. No, it's her, the priestess said, pointing to Ray. She didn't even hesitate to sell out the teenage girl. Then why are you still awake? The demon asked. The priestess didn't reply, she just gasped in shock before passing out and falling into the newly formed pool on the ground. The demon turned and looked at Ray, who was trying hard and failing not to shake in fear. She was more composed than the other two, not by a lot though. Take me to the stone, girl, the demon ordered. She expected him to say that, but she was not sure what to do. Do you really want to make the nutcracker repeat itself? The nutcracker asked. Ray frowned. This would be risky. Follow me, she said carefully as she bit her rosy lip, then turned around without caring for the demons and reached out for the door in the dark. It was there as she expected. Demons couldn't alter the physical world this easily after all. Despite her lack of experience, she had the knowledge. She had long realized that it was an illusion. She just needed to find the demon's real body. Lead the way. If you dare play any tricks, everyone in the village will die a horrible death. The nutcracker death, the demon said as the light bulb turned alive again, making Ray carefully look back. The demon had disappeared. Looking at the two collapsed women, Ray made sure that they were breathing before clenching her fist and walking out. She would be made to clean their disgusting mess if she survived this. Walking out, she felt that no one followed her, but she was not a fool to believe that he was gone. She knew a lot more than anyone else in the temple did. The old shrine maiden who raised her taught her well and explained many secrets to her. Although she had seen no demons before, she knew that they existed. In the secret chamber, where she spent most of her time, there were a few demons' remains kept with old books and parchment that she studied in her spare time. A shrine maiden didn't have anything to do, to begin with, other than cleaning the temple, that is. It was not her job, but that stinky priestess told her that if she wanted to eat, she needed to work. According to the old maiden whom Ray inherited, this place has an extremely ancient history. She told Ray that no demon was sighted for the last 11,700 years. The last demon in the records was a strange three-horned creature that tried to attack the temple to steal the sacred rock, but it was shattered to oblivion by the shrine maiden who used the same attack she did earlier. After that, demons who were a very common sight in the mountains completely disappeared. According to the old records, a mighty god used grand magic to burn all the demons in the world so that humans can live in peace. After that, even if a demon managed to sneak into this world, it would not be able to use its powers or it would face the god's wrath. Not in her wildest imagination did Ray believe that she would meet a demon in this day and age. The one question she had now was what kind of demons was this? The fact that it escaped her attack easily and didn't kill anyone until now was proof that it was not a low-ranking one, but probably a very high-ranking demon who disdained to eat human flesh. This was troublesome, but as the shrine maiden, she had a duty to guard the stone. Are you to take the stone and use it to do harm? Ray asked sneakily, trying to figure out the demon's purpose. Harm would be done, but only to those who earn it with hard work. The Nutcracker answered, its voice was as ethereal and rootless as ever as it spouted some nonsense. Ray, who left the temple's building and was walking toward a small hill to the side, was surprised. He answered. What should she do now? Would he fall for the trap prepared by her predecessors? She had no choice but to try and lure him there. Maybe she might try to get more info out of it. What if there were others? Are you alone here? It didn't answer. How were you able to avoid being burnt by the god's wrath? She asked again, not expecting an answer. I will answer that. It is not the god's wrath that burns demons, but the world will. He explained. There are 3 methods to enter this world. They represent the 3 fabric elements. Anyone who enters with another method will be erased. 3 elements. The first is space, entering by forcibly crossing the world barrier. This way was opened by an accident a long time ago, and from it many had entered this world. But it was closed after that, locking them in. Now only dungeons and death await the intruders. The demon said, this way is the one closed by the gods. Those idiots were only very strong players who were at the right place at the right time. They took all the credit. The world's boundaries closed naturally. Players. Ray didn't really get it. But the Nutcracker continued regardless. The second way is the soul way, through the ethereal plane. It is impossible to close, yet nearly impossible to cross, it said. Many had already came here using it, but the price they paid was steep. They sacrificed their physical bodies and now they exist as demonic souls possessing innocence as they lay dormant in the dark. Waiting, he continued as if it was a teacher giving her a lesson. Waiting for what? For the last way, the way of time. It is firmly guarded, but is about to be opened on time. The reckoning is coming, he said. The demons will flood this world and feast on human flesh. What? When? There was no answer. The Nutcracker remained silent. It didn't answer any questions after that. It took them 3 minutes to reach an old rough stone-built room that had a barred metal door. On the door, many old colorful pieces of fabric were tied. They were prayers offered to the stone inside. Ray hesitated, then took a key from a string around her neck and unlocked the door. She looked back, but there was no one there. She bit her lip and slowly opened the gate while keeping her vigilance. Nothing moved around her. It is inside, she said. Then why are you standing there? The Nutcracker asked. His voice was still impossible to track. Go in, the demon said, not falling for her trick. Ray cursed inwardly and slowly walked inside the small room, where an opal-colored, fist-sized shiny round stone was placed on a velveted pedestal. It had a strange shimmering green light around it and was carved with intricate ancient symbols. Ray just walked and stood next to it, swallowing as she secretly made a certain shape with her hand just as a black shadow slowly materialized in one corner of the room. Bang! A blue bolt of lightning suddenly formed above the stone and hit the shadow, causing it to vanish, but nothing else happened. Ray didn't care as she kept her fingers crossed and a barrage of more than 100 bolts of red lightning began to flash around the room. This was the protection array arranged by her ancestors thousands of years ago. Every shrine maiden had to learn to perfectly control it to protect this place. The artificial thunderstorm stopped 15 minutes later, leaving a room full of smoke and the smell of burnt meat. She could see it now, the demon's shared skeleton that fell from the roof a few minutes ago. It was like a small arm-sized snake with 3 eyes. A shadow snake, she said as she approached it carefully, but seconds later the snake came to life. It jumped at Ray, making her flinch and release a bolt of lightning, but the snake dodged as it passed Ray and reached for the stone. Ray smiled inwardly, then cursed as the snake didn't fall for the fake stone, but made a strange movement, switching direction and heading down. It drilled into the ground under the pedestal. *T. Ray gasped and ran toward the wooden pedestal. She flipped it, knocking the fake stone away to reveal the hidden ancient stairway underneath. Ray quickly descended downstairs, nearly jumping over the stone steps that she crossed hundreds of times to reach an iron gate at the bottom. As expected, it had a small hole freshly drilled into it. That thing was already in. She quickly placed her hand on the gate. It shone with purple light and then swung open. The room inside was intact. The real sacred stone, shaped like a glass cube prism, was still in its place. Quote. *T. Ray cursed again as she realized that she was fooled. She didn't hesitate as she pushed the gate behind her to close and then activated her ultimate attack. She would surely die now, as there were no safe spots in the formation here. But the stone must never fall into the hands of demons or many people would die. She was dead anyway if the stone got taken, as she would perish the moment she got 10 miles away from the stone. Ray expected an explosion, but nothing happened. Ray activated the formation again. Still nothing. Did she lose her powers? You are interesting, the demon said in his cold voice. Turning around, she saw him behind her, looking at her with his burning eyes. He was back to his large demonic shape. The sacred rock was in his hand. His purplish blood shone on its surface. Thanks for guiding me here, he began to speak but was interrupted as Ray took out a dagger and attacked him, aiming for his heart, then shifting her target and slashing at his throat. She had realized why she lost her powers. That thing has gotten the stone. Her powers came from the stone as she was its servant after all. The sound of metal hitting metal could be heard after that as sparks flew everywhere. The holy dagger was barely scratching the demon's neck. Interesting, he said. Ray attacked again and again, aiming at every part of the demon's body from his eyes to his butthole, but no matter where she struck, it was as if there was a thin film guarding his body. It's getting boring now, he said, let's make it more interesting. He added as he jumped on her, intending to. It paused and looked toward the door. Bang! The demon exploded. It was hit by a ball of black fire that came from the gate. It was slightly open as a young man stood there. He was wearing simple clothes and had short disheveled hair. Yet the heroic air around him was undeniable. It's you, Ray said. It was the young man who came this afternoon to pray at the temple. You can shoot fire. Are you a demon too? I am perfectly human, and I already told you to call me Rain, he said, sneakily reminding her of his name. Think of me like a wizard. Are you okay? Yes. Why did you return? She didn't fully believe him. You told me that you never tasted cupcakes before, so I brought you some, he said, raising a plastic bag in his hand as he slowly approached her while keeping his vigilance. Watch out, the demon. It can use illusions. It may still be alive, Ray warned as she stepped back. She was still alert. I know, I can still feel its presence, but it was badly hurt. The young man said with a smug smile as he took out 3 talismans and activated them. A screeching sound filled the room, making Ray put her hands on her ears as she felt them hurt. The pain was temporary as Rain quickly put a talisman on her back, making her stop hearing that sound. Ray wanted to thank Rain, but stopped and focused on the corner of the room where a shadow began to form. It was the Nutcracker. It was standing with difficulty, and from the look in its eyes, she knew that it was not pleased with them at all. Chapter 293. 2 Science. Fuck, that guy should have been me. Where the FCK did he come from stealing the limelight? Victor cursed inwardly. What *T luck was this to meet 2 Science at a place like this? When did these guys become so common? Yes, not only Rain but even Ray was a Scion. At first, when he came here, he was shocked to discover that the Shrine Maiden, Ray, was a Scion, an unawakened one. Too bad, he couldn't take his time subduing her as he was in a hurry. He needed to scam her and force her to open the artifacts room for him, as decoding the protection array without her help would have taken him ages. He also really wanted another Scion servant like her as he planned for Tom to be sent away after the wedding. After getting the stone, the girl lost her borrowed powers, so Victor planned to thoroughly defeat her. Then when she was most desperate, he planned to break the door with his real body and defeat the demon, to save her. Too bad his plan was shattered when this other Scion, Rain, suddenly appeared and took the place of a hero after nearly shooting him to death. That ball of black fire had death energy in it, and it would have hit his head spot on if he didn't dodge it in time thanks to a black fate thread appearing seconds earlier and warning him. That's what he got for being overconfident. Victor kept reminding himself of that. But he couldn't be blamed. For the past couple of days things were progressing smoothly after all. But on the other hand, meeting a Scion was a given at some point. Well, he should have expected that something would go wrong. He has been hunting for supreme treasures, the Edict. Shards, after all, those things involved many fates. But he needed to get those things sooner or later. They were on the top of his list. Building an array of those things was the swiftest way to make sure that nothing bad happens at the wedding. Victor feigned being hurt as the Nutcracker and looked at the 2 Scions using his inspection skill while considering his options. Name: Ray Cloudy. Abnormal status: Artifact Servant, X rank. STR 21, 50. Int 22, 50. Luck 7. Charm 27. Fate status. Fate's power. S. Summery, Cyan. Defined fate. Cyan, collect all the Edict shards and protect them. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor clicked his tongue. He really wanted this girl, Ray. Using her, he would be able to easily collect the rest of the stones, even the ones that were impossible to get. She had the fate for that after all. Name, Rain Cleaver. Level, 49. Class, Arcane Knight. Abnormal status, Cursed SS. The Devil's Elixir. Demons will desire your flesh. And if they eat you they would grow stronger. Death Lord's Blessing. All magic skills have an insta-death chance. Authority, 11. Strength, 162. Agility, 149. Intelligence, 170. Luck, 27. Charm, 42. Order, 25. Skills, Life Sense, SS. Death Fireball, SS. Instadeath chance 0.1%. Death Windblade, S. Instadeath chance 0.1%. Death Heal, S. Instadeath chance 10%. Master Talisman Maker, A. Barbecue, A. Sword Arts, A. Fist Arts, A. Spear Arts, B. Survival Instinct, B. Pain Resistance, C. Poison Resistance, D. Blacksmith, E. Womanizer, FFF. Equipment, Storage Ring, A. Hidden Dagger, A. Hidden Leather Armor, C. Heavenly Sect Outer Disciple Token. Cancelled. Bloodline, question mark. Fate status, Fate's power, SS. Summary, Cyan. Defined fate. Cyan, bring death to all demons who face you. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor never heard of this guy in his previous life, but it was clear that he was bad news. What should he do now? Fight Rain and get the chick? Not a chance, he does not have a death wish. Although he can easily overpower Rain with his skills and level. With that guy's scary fate, Victor was not sure of the result. This was a risky business and Victor couldn't take risks before the wedding. Damn it. Wait, reading Ray's status Victor got an idea, this can still be managed. Ellipsis. Rain and Ray looked at the Nutcracker nervously as they prepared their weapons to attack. The demon looked at them, then suddenly it vanished. They prepared for the upcoming attack, but it was too late. The Nutcracker attacked from an angle they didn't expect as it appeared right behind them, slashing with a large jagged sword that looked extremely dangerous and targeting Ray's head. The attack did not land as it was parried by Rain's own broad two-handed sword. Die demon! Rain yelled as he slid his blade against the Nutcracker's sword, and shot a wind blade from its end, targeting the demon's head. The demon easily dodged as he vanished like a puff of smoke, appearing right behind Ray, this time clearly intending to kill her. Rain, who was anticipating this, shot a fireball at him as Ray stabbed her dagger behind. The demon vanished again, failing to achieve its goal. This time he appeared right beside Rain and kicked him in the ribs, sending him crashing toward the wall, then aimed at Ray again, but Rain, seemingly moving in midair, made an impossible backflip, then threw a thunder talisman at the demon, making it back away. For the next few minutes, the demon kept trying to attack Rain, who was forced to only defend. The moment he tried to attack, the Nutcracker would aim for Ray, forcing him to defend again. It was clear that no side could win this without going all out. And both of them were getting tired. Suddenly there was a chance. The demon who was heading for Ray for another attack turned around and started heading to the gate. No, Ray yelled. It's trying to escape. Quote. Rain said nothing as he just smiled as an array suddenly activated, forcing the demon away from the gate, forcing it to frown and look at Rain to speak for the first time. A dueling marker. Human, do you have a death wish? The demon said angrily. Quote. Rain didn't respond, he just looked at Ray. You can escape here, I am locked with this demon, none can leave before one of us dies. It could also be annulled if both parties agreed that it was a tie, but Rain didn't say that. What? Ray asked in shock. Cursed Chosen One, this has nothing to do with you. The Nutcracker yelled, feigning to be hurt. I might not be able to defeat you easily after your cowardly sneak attack, but you will not survive a fight with me and the girl will surely die. If it is Ray's business, it is mine. Rain said. He was wondering how the demon knew about his curse. Oh, the girl is fated to die no matter what. She is the stone's slave, she would perish in seconds if she got away from the stone. The Nutcracker said in the evilest tone he could muster. What? Rain asked, looking at Ray with shock. He didn't expect that. It's true, she said with a downcast tone. Then we will just have to take the stone with us after killing him. Rain said. He came here in the first place to steal the stone, but he couldn't tell that to Ray. Who said I will go with you? Ray complained. We will see about that. How about we make a deal? The Nutcracker suddenly said. It was clear he was getting sick hearing the conversation between them. I don't make deals with demons. Rain flatly rejected as he prepared his sword stance. I can break your curse, and you will leave her and leave. He intended to break them apart. I said no. Rain flatly refused. He didn't trust demons. The curse he got was because he trusted one a long time ago. Then how about I break her curse? Victor said in an annoyed tone. Going for his second option. Quote. Can you do that? Rain asked. Don't believe him. Don't worry, Rain said, then looked back at the Nutcracker waiting for his answer. I can, to a certain degree. The stone will have to go with me though. Rain paused and considered his options. Then release Ray and I will let you go. Rain finally said. He already realized that he had already lost his best shot at defeating this demon by himself after the first surprise attack didn't finish him off. Illusion demons were always the trickiest. Ray had a high chance of dying if the demon decided to go all out. Rain knew quite well that the only reason the demon was negotiating was that it was hurt. And the demon was not the only one who could scheme. You, letting me go? Ha ha ha, stop bullshitting. What do you propose? Rain asked flatly. An agreement, Victor said as out of thin air a golden parchment materialized. A contract with the Nutcracker. The first party shall immediately remove all the stone restrictions on Ray's location. The second party shall declare the duel a tie. The second party will not hunt for the first party for 30 years. Rain frowned as he read it. What is this? Ray, who was not sure what was going on, asked. It's a binding deal, Rain explained, then looked back at the Nutcracker. I need you to revoke all of Ray's bindings, not just her location. He added with a hidden smirk. That is impossible, even for me. I can just manipulate the restriction to let her leave and not be bound by the stone. Victor lied. The binding can only be removed by someone with an authority of 87, the same as the stone. He gave them false hope. Oh, that's a good excuse. It's a deal then, Rain said after some thinking. Add a condition that you will not attack me or Ray then. That is impossible. You hurt me after all. The Nutcracker always takes his revenge. Nuts shall roll, the demon said, then thought for a moment. I can give you both a year though. Make the time restriction 1 year for us two and it is a deal. Rain said confidently. Oh, fine. No, the stone, Ray complained. Is it more important than your life? Rain held her. It is. For me, you are the most important though. Rain said, making Ray look away with a blush. This guy was as good at scamming little girls as Victor. We can get it later, he whispered in Ray's blushing ear. If his plan today failed, he planned to use Ray to track the stone a year later using her connection to it, and he knew that the demon wanted to track them using that method too. That's why none of them truly wanted Ray's connection to the stone to be fully annulled. They were just acting in front of her. We get each other, the Nutcracker complimented. Sign with your blood. Rain nodded. He didn't ask the demon about removing his own curse, because he didn't trust that it would not play any tricks and because he was sure that he would solve it himself someday. Who knew, maybe this demon would give him the method by himself as he begged for its life. This was not the first time things like this happened to him. Rain smiled as he bit his finger and marked the contract, making it vanish moments later in a flash of light. Contract approved. The deal was sealed. Both the Nutcracker and Rain got a system notification. Now, release her restrictions. Rain said. I will, the Nutcracker said, flicking his finger and removing the location restriction that was placed by the stone. As the stone master now, Ray was also his slave. Although it was not as strong as blood slaves, he could easily kill her and find her location if he wanted to. He could also play some evil tricks. The restriction had been modified. Ray shall be free to move, but if she ever courts a man, she shall die. That is the price of freedom, the Nutcracker said with a smug smile. He had already set his eyes on this one, and she was not escaping his grasp. Oh, I see, then I declare the duel a tie, said Rain as he cursed inwardly. Taming a girl like Ray without banging her was hard. This demon was a bastard. But dealing with demons always involved some trick. And this was good. It meant that the demon had some other plan for Ray. Tie it is, the demon said, making the array around them blink and then vanish. Goodbye then. Until we meet again in your worst nightmare, the demon said as it began to disappear. I will, Fuck. Ellipsis. Ahhhhhhhh. Bang. A big explosion suddenly sounded where the demon was moments ago, throwing Ray and Rain to the ground. Stupid Rain, did you die yet? A girl suddenly said with a haughty voice. Tulip, you bitch. You were late. You almost killed us. Rain, who was on the ground with a mouth full of dirt, asked as he looked at the newcomer, a short girl with long curly hair and noble air. She was dressed in a black lace-frilled luxurious gown that didn't suit the current environment. She was also holding a blue umbrella, which didn't suit the current weather. Why should I care about the life of a commoner like you? If you died under my attack, that would have been your honor. She said as she twirled her umbrella with a frown while looking around. And I am never late. Don't you dare say such words ever again. Honor my ass, Rain said as he stood up and then helped Ray, who was warily looking at Tulip. Rain was not afraid that the Nutcracker would attack him as he had already signed a deal with it. As for the demon attacking Tulip, he wouldn't mind that bitch. Suffering a little bit, then couldn't you have waited until the demon left this place before attacking it? He asked, already knowing the answer. In fact, he was counting on Tulip getting the demon and the stone when he signed the deal with it. This young mistress never waits, she said, and that thing seemed to have escaped, she said as she closed her umbrella. What? Damn it, illusion demons are always tricky, can you track it? Are you ordering me? Tulip frowned. No, just inquiring, Rain said as he cursed inwardly. Dealing with this bitch was a pain in the ass. That thing escaped with the artifact. Oh, let's see, Tulip said as she took out a strange copper compass from her storage ring and activated it. What is? Ray wanted to ask, but Rain held her hand and shook his head. Tulip didn't like to be interrupted. I see no signs. Strange, we lost it, Tulip said coldly after a few minutes as she put the compass away, making sure not to reveal her astonishment. For a second there, she could swear that the demon felt her as she attacked him. But she was not sure, how could it sense her? What was its rank? Oh, no matter, we will meet with it again, sooner or later, Rain said, totally unaware of his colleague's thoughts. Now, can you make Ray a player? Are you ordering me? Ah, ellipsis. In his cell, Julian was casually watching a family drama movie with a few other inmates when another annoying advertisement began to play. He dismissively glanced at it after hearing the catchy song and then gasped when he saw what was on screen. He jumped from his seat and pushed his face into the old CRT TV to make sure he was seeing right. In 2 days, the wedding of the century in the White Hotel. The White Hotel, the White Hotel, 8 girls at once, 8 girls at once, 8 girls at once, maybe you can do that too. Just visit our hotel, visit our hotel, visit our hotel, visit our hotel, for reservation, xxxxxxxx. Julian, what's wrong? An old man asked. Did you lose your mind over those girls in the commercial? Are they your type? He is just jealous. I heard you needed a title of nobility to marry that many wives, another mate said. Weren't they only 2? Another new one said. He got out of solitary today and didn't catch up with the latest news. I heard that the groom decided to marry all of his maids after that. Those rich people, an old man said as he shook his head. Julian, what do you think? That girl is my sister, Julian said in shock as he sat down. Earlier they displayed a photo of Victor Von Weiss surrounded by pretty girls. One of them was Lily with her veil standing behind him respectfully. Oh, is she one of the brides? I am not sure, Julian said nervously as he began to bite his fingernails. You got lucky. Your sister will be rich now. Maybe your brother-in-law would help you a little after fucking her. Quote. Julian glared at that man. He really wanted to hit his smug face, but he held himself as he calculated. He would be released on the morning of the wedding date. Was this a coincidence? How many siblings do you have, Julian? An old man asked, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. I have 1 elder brother, and 2 little sisters, Lily and Tulip, he said with a complex expression as he sat down. He had never got the chance to meet Tulip as she was born after he was sent away. He couldn't wait to reunite with her. He was sure she would welcome him with open arms and call him, Big Brother, with a sweet smile. Which one of the girls was your sister? A burly guy asked, waking Julian up from his fantasy. The red-headed one, he added as he licked his lips. None. I will return to my cell to get some sleep, Julian said as he stood up. In his heart, he swore to kill that guy after he regained his status. Now, he needed to find a way to get to the wedding in time. He should be able to make it there before they take their vows if he hurried. He just had to stay out of trouble. Chapter 294, Edict Shards. Victor cursed as he left the mountain in a hurry with disheveled hair and tattered clothes. This was close, too close. What kind of shit luck was this? No, this was beyond shit. 3 scions at once. And one of them had to be that fucking bitch Tulip. What was this? An RPG hero party with a hero, a princess, and now a priestess. Bitch, bitch, stupid bitch. Victor kept cursing on his way down, scaring away many of the wildlife there, especially a poor bear that almost had a heart attack when the Nutcracker passed beside it. All the animals would decide to move to the city after this. Victor sighed remembering Tulip's status. It was completely different from what he knew from his past life. This bitch was hiding her power. Name: Tulip von Krona. Level: 99. Class: Void Rider. Abnormal status: Void Lord's Greater Blessing. All attacks have a chance to break space, 10 to 70% of any damage can be diverted into the void. Cannot be affected by space locking. Authority: 15. Strength: 323. Agility: 348. Intelligence: 355. Luck: 37. Charm: 49. Order: 69. Skills: Void Strike, SSS. Banishment, SS. Void Dance, SS. Soul Instillment, S. Hiding, S. Soul Suck, S. Death Shrill, S. Swimming, A. Elemental Energy Strike, A. Limited Dive, A. Limited Flight, A. Charm, A. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sweet Tooth, A. Sword Arts, A. Trident Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Perfect Memory, A. Dancing, A. Painting, A. Piano, A. Strategy, B. Regeneration, B. Minor Teleport, B. Hate Resistance, B. Mocking, C. Acting, C. All Elements Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, E. Sewing, E. Stun Resistance, E. Talisman Making, E. Pain Resistance, F. Leadership, F. Cooking, FFF. Equipment: Omni Umbrella, SSS plus S. Royal Storage Ring, S. Death Shadow Hairpin, S. 0.1% INSTADEATH. Hidden Nether Armor, A. Hidden Void Armor, A. Master Protection Talisman, A. Master Protection Talisman, B. Master Protection Talisman, C. Sunken Empire Imperial Token, A. Bloodline, Crowned Craw AWAKENED. Question mark question mark question mark. Awakened. Fate Status. Fate's Power. SSS. Summary: Scion. Defined fate. Scion, the world bends to your will. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Fuck, what AB asterisk TCH. Victor cursed. He had no idea that she was a Scion too. She had surely hidden this fact well in his previous life. As for what was her destiny, he knew perfectly well. It was like Zoe, to be one of the world's 5 saints. The one who protected the world order. Many things fit now. Back then she was the most arrogant thing he had ever seen. Even her father, the emperor, had to smile and scratch his beard when she cursed at him. Her attack earlier was extremely dangerous. He only managed to spot her at the last moment. Thankfully his fate instinct had saved him again. As for Ray, seemingly now he had to leave her until later. He would have to wait until he got some skill or artifact to deal with Scions. *T. No matter what, he had enough Edict Shards now to make a rudimentary control formation. Edict Shards, X. Override System Rules. Effect range 1 yard. Depends on authority. Bound Servants 1/4. Current Edicts. 2. All permanent effects of rank F and below would be eliminated. 10 authority, 10 order points to edit or remove. All curses of rank F and below would be annulled. 200 authority, 200 order points to edit or remove. Add, remove, edit. Victor smiled as he looked at the stone he got. He got all 4 he could get for now. The others are either far away or in heavily guarded locations. With an array, those things' range can be extended, depending on how many he had. In his past life, no one could understand what those stones were. In fact, no one knew that they were the same thing, as each stone was programmed to do different things. They had only one job: override and write additional rules to the system, affecting the behavior of any skills in their area of effect. The first one he got from a museum had the effect of nullifying fire attacks. That's why it was considered a lucky charm there. The second one was from a drug lord's mansion and was programmed to calm the mind and increase libido. It worked wonders with the right drugs. The third was in a trash dump. Its effect to attract misfortune was affecting it. He had to disable its effect before traveling with it, but it seemed to have affected him a little before he could do that. The fourth was the one at the shrine, being treated as a sacred stone to lift curses and expel demons. The truth about them was discovered by one of the alchemists of the royal family after getting a tip from a friend from another world. After that, they were used to develop the Imperial Palace's Grand Protection Array. No skills could be used in the Imperial Palace after that without the Emperor's permission. Victor learned about their history and where they were found from the book The Imperial Array, A Dark History. Victor planned to use those in the wedding to stop certain exploding and poisoning skills. He was confident that he would be able to locate any demonized agents that the Von Sui could have summoned using Yin's power and an extensive array. He just had to stop them from exploding before the girls got to them. This would cost him all of his order points though. Damn it, Victor casually cursed as he made his way toward the nearest city's airport, intending to return to Vane City ASAP. The wedding was the next day. Hopefully, Arya would have already prepared the groundwork for the defense formation. Warning. Artifact .15887TR is trying to locate your bound artifact's FAOOARC07 position using a connection to player 48774487890000. Allow. Yes, no. Victor frowned and pressed less than no greater than in a hurry. Did they already turn Ray into a player? Damn it, that bitch Tulip surely acted fast. She knew how to hold a grudge and didn't like unknown things at all. Thankfully, due to his authority, they would never be able to find him using those stupid methods. Ellipsis. When Victor reached Vane City late at night, he quickly unlocked his phone and looked at the barrage of messages and missed calls waiting for him. He wanted to finish some business and reach the mansion before checking them, but a sudden call from Kai, his faithful butler, stopped him. Young master, I found you at last. Is there anything? Your father has been searching for you. Only that. Yes. Okay, I have been notified. Did you get that guy Julian and guide him to the hotel? Ah, I forgot to tell you young master, but Julian's release date had been delayed until tomorrow due to a clerical error. Kai said, I learned of it a week ago. What? At what hour will he be released? Victor asked as he cursed inwardly. Damn that misfortune curse. Early in the morning. Good. Victor sighed in relief, then make sure that he can find a ride to the wedding tomorrow. He ordered before he hung up and then hurried to his mansion. He planned to go install the array at the hotel, but knowing his parents were looking for him, he realized that they were already waiting at the mansion. Installing the array had to be delayed until the morning. Things were getting messier even before the wedding started. Victor quickly took a taxi after that, while calling Mike and Alice to ask about their schedule and to arrange a meeting at the hotel in the morning before the wedding so that they could take about what to do if Caspian appeared. Ellipsis. Reaching his mansion, Victor quickly noticed the strange atmosphere from the bottom of the mountain. The two chicks who guarded the gate were on edge. Even the hounds were restless as if they had just been scolded. What's wrong? Victor asked as he walked down from the taxi. Ah, young master, you are here at last. They cried in relief. Your esteemed father and mother had been waiting for you inside since noon. Oh, Victor nodded in acknowledgement, then walked in, then took a cart up the mountain and reached the top in 15 minutes. When he walked inside, he was welcomed by the stern gaze of his father and mother who were sitting in the living room with the girls, interrogating them about Victor's habits. Victor, Theodore said coldly. Esteemed father. Victor bowed respectfully. Mother, where have you been for the last 3 days? Elena, his mother, asked. Didn't the girls tell you? Victor asked, looking at Lily who was sitting beside his mother. She wanted to jump and hug him, but she didn't dare to. They said you went to attend some bachelor party. Elena said, what kind of parties take 3 days? She asked as Theodore looked away. Back before he married his first wife Marta, he had a 25-day bachelor party. It was a blast. 33 hot models got pregnant that month. In fact, this was when he met Elena for the first time. It was supposed to be a one-night thing, but the girls there wanted to take turns, so I was locked until they were satisfied, he said as he glanced at Margaret. No need for further details. His mother scolded. Sit down now, she said, then turned to her daughter. Dear Lara, go to your room, it is already past your sleeping time, Elena said to Lara as she watched her son sit down. Ah, yes mother, Lara reluctantly said as she stood up. Both then headed upstairs followed by Elle, who gave Victor a look of sympathy. Victor, who knew what this was about, threw his father a blaming look. He should have appeased Elena before coming here. Theodore just shrugged his shoulders. He was not going to lie to his wife and take the heat for his son. Not for something like this anyway. Now, Elena said, turning to Victor after making sure that Lara had left. Why the hell are you marrying 8 girls? Elena began to scold him. Should I marry 9 then? Victor asked, almost giving his mother a heart attack. Don't try to be funny. She cursed at him. Well, you see, I like them all, and I couldn't choose, he began to mumble, making the girls blush. Victor, tell the truth, his mother said coldly. Well, keep it a secret, it is because of the family rules. They usually only approve of holding a marriage ceremony if the girl already gave birth to an heir. This time they approved because of the political situation and I just wanted to use it to marry all the girls I like. He explained. Oh, Elena was convinced. Then why didn't you include Lily? She asked. Well, Victor hesitated then looked at his father. I already married Lily, he said. What? Both Theodore and Elena asked. Yes, we did it in secret in a temple in the mountains. I know this would be troublesome, but I wanted her to be my first wife before Lynn and Nova, and I didn't want the family to know, he explained as he blushed and scratched the back of his head. Lily blushed too as the rest of the girls looked at her in shock. Theodore sighed and looked away as Elena looked at Lily. Why didn't you tell me? The young master told me not to. You still call him young master? Isn't he your husband? I like to be called young master, Victor answered his mother awkwardly. Oh, Elena said, realizing that this was one of her son's fetishes. She better keep out of this. You understand that the family, despite approving the wedding, would not really recognize these marriages. And as long as the girls do not give birth to heirs they would be considered concubines. Theodore warned. I do, I just want them to have a wedding. Victor said, making his mother sigh. Do you know how embraced I was when my family knew about the mass wedding? Everyone in town was making fun of me. Elena finally said with a sigh, you should have warned me beforehand. It was an abrupt decision, Victor lied. And they will stop making fun of us when they see how grand the wedding is. Yeah, hopefully, nothing bad will happen, Elena said, jinxing it. I almost lost my mind after that video with the old prostitutes. I am ashamed of myself for thinking it was you. She added, making Theodore to the side clear his throat. I know, we will catch that imposter and spank his butt to oblivion. Victor said, glaring at Alex who was standing as a butler near the wall. She unconsciously rubbed her butt. I don't care about that. I just want him to confess so that I can gain my lost reputation back. Elena said dismissively, now let's talk about something else, why didn't you invite your half-brothers? Your first mother Marta was so angry that she began shouting on the phone. Elena said, she was not blaming him. This has nothing to do with her. When brother Max got married, they didn't invite you. He said, he didn't really want his half-brothers to be there. And he knew that even if he invited them they would not come, they just wanted to make trouble. You were young back then. I couldn't leave you and go, Elena said as Theodore sighed. His tactic for dealing with his household problems was the policy of non-interference. He left them to sort it out themselves. Although it was far from perfect, for a man with hundreds of children and mistresses this was the best way he had to avoid headaches. Little did he know that his stupid approach created a huge mess in the darkness. Regardless, brother Mike and sister Alice will be there, Victor said, changing the subject. What, Alice will be there too? Elena asked in shock as Lara, who was eavesdropping on Elle from outside, shivered. Would she be able to meet her mysterious esteemed sister Alice at long last? When Alice left the house she was too young to remember her. Yeah, Victor said. Will she come with her entourage? Probably. Then I will not attend. Elena interrupted decisively. She was not going to be humiliated in front of her entire family. Don't worry, mother, I will talk to her, Victor said as the conversation was heading in the way he wanted, and Alice already has a boyfriend. They are deeply in love, so she is no longer, into wired hobbies, Victor explained it in a way suitable to be heard by little girls. What, a boyfriend, really? When did you learn of that? Elena asked as Theodore frowned. He knew about Caspian, so Alice having a boyfriend felt strange. She told me a few weeks ago when I called to invite her. She can't wait to introduce you to him. Victor said as he crossed his fingers. This step was very important as he planned to arrange for a certain stupid siskin to be Alice's fake boyfriend. This had to be played tight though. Chapter 295, Blood Regeneration. Now, your father and I have to tell you something, Elena said with a smile after clarifying the wedding issue. What? Victor asked. We will be moving to Vane City, Elena said with a smile as she looked at Theodore. After seeing how Lara is improving here, we affirmed our decision. She expressed it like this was a pleasant surprise. What? Do you plan to live here by any chance? Victor asked, as he sweated a little. His parents being here would be a disaster. Not in this mansion. It was Theodore who replied, we will be staying with Luna. I bought her a plot of land in the west of the city a while back, and the mansion we built there had just been finished. Theodore, who totally got his son, explained. Aren't you returning to the archipelago? Victor asked. This was a bit unusual. The situation in the family is a little troublesome currently, and I don't want Luna to stay alone. She is pregnant, you know. He explained. Victor nodded. In other words, his perverted father couldn't fully enjoy himself with the pregnant Luna, so Elena was there for that. I understand. Lara will be staying with you, I presume. Victor asked as he thought about something. Yes, Elena excitedly said. Theodore had decided to supervise her training by himself. She said with a smile. In the family, only Max and Mike got direct tutoring from Theodore, and both of them held prominent positions in the family. Oh, Victor frowned a little, but quickly hid it. We planned for Lara to go with us today, but Lily suggested that Lara should stay here tonight as she got a lot of luggage to pack. She sure has bought a lot of things since she moved in with you. Theodore chuckled. The luggage will get transported first thing in the morning and Lara will leave with us when the wedding is over. He didn't expect his baby girl to enjoy herself this much. She told him about her grand sleepover earlier, and it made him feel a little guilty for not allowing her a normal childhood before. But he didn't want her to end up like Alice. Oh, I see, that would make things more convenient, Victor said, giving Lily a secret nod. At first, Victor delayed the issue of fixing Lara's bloodline because of her sleepover and fearing the effect of the misfortune curse. But later he totally forgot about it as he went out treasure hunting. He should have returned earlier. Damn, her blood regeneration operation needed to be done tonight. Doing it later after his father began training Lara would be a problem, as she would improve suddenly and that would raise a lot of questions. That's it then, we should be on our way. We have a lot of things to sort out in the new mansion, Theodore said as he stood up followed by Elena. I wanted to check on the wedding preparation but Arya told me she took care of things, but I still have to warn you, don't mess this up. Theodore said, looking at Arya who was sitting beside him earlier. She nodded with a slight blush. I understand, Victor said, then kissed his mother goodbye before quickly accompanying his parents to the door as if he was afraid that they would change their minds and decide to stay. Theodore suddenly stopped. Victor, is there anything you want to tell me? He turned and asked Victor. No, not at all, Victor said with a smile. He just couldn't wait for his parents to leave. Good, Theodore said as he walked out. Just when the extravagant car exited the mansion's gate, Victor turned back and looked at the seemingly empty stairway behind him. Lara, go change to the training suit I got you last week, then bring Elle and meet me down in the basement. He said, making the hiding girls poke their heads out. How did he find them? What are you waiting for? Victor asked, as the girls quickly nodded and then ran to Lara's room. Victor shook his head as he knew what the girls were thinking about then turned to Lily. Sorry, I will be busy tonight. He said, it's okay, we will have tomorrow night to make up for it, she whispered with a blush that made the rest of the girls sigh. Tomorrow, the wedding night would surely not be their turn. It was either Lily, Lynn, or Nova. The question was, who would be next? Would there be a real queue this time, or would he take them all at the same time? The girls, who were feeling relieved after getting their in-laws' blessing earlier, got nervous again as they began to think about various things. They had many questions, and only Margaret, who had to suffer under Elena's hateful glares all day long, had some answers. Perverted and depraved answers. Alex, Victor suddenly said looking at the poor girl who had to stand up like a butler all day. Yes, she asked nervously. Prepare to leave tonight. I have a mission for you. You better not screw this up, or I swear I would literally screw that sorry ass of yours. Victor said mysteriously. What? She asked nervously. Come with me, he said then dragged the frowning Alex to the study where she was instructed on what to do. When she left, she was so absent-minded that she almost bumped into Hilda. What is wrong with you? Hilda asked. No, nothing, Alex said with a blush as she ran away like a shy bride. Ellipsis. After giving a nod to Lily who was guarding the door and entering the room behind the second door in the basement, both Lara and Elle began to look around in wonder. The room was strange. It was as if it was taken from some low-budget fantasy movie. It had a big strange wooden bathtub filled with some liquid. It had been pushed to the side with some chairs to make space in the center of the room where a mat was placed on the floor. Other than that, walls were full of strange inscriptions as if it were a lair for some wizard. "Sit here," Victor, who was waiting for them, told Lara as soon as she walked in, pointing for her to sit on the mat as another girl entered the room behind them with a jade box in her hand. It was Hannah. "What's its grade?" Victor asked in anticipation. He made sure that the materials were of the highest quality. "It's not bad for a first try," Hannah said in a professional tone, but the stupid smile that was plastered on her usually grumpy face revealed the truth. She was really proud of her creation. Victor nodded and opened the jade box. Inside, a bright purple marble-sized pill was placed carefully. It had a glass sheen to it, proof of its very high quality. Supreme Blood Pill, S. Fix depleted blood and increase lifespan. Effects are dependent on ingredients and suitability. "What is this, esteemed brother?" Lara asked curiously as she sat on the mat as ordered. "Lara, what I am about to tell you shall stay a secret. No one, not even father or mother, shall know about it," Victor said, making Lara frown and then nod. She was clearly not convinced. Elle to the side just watched. "Do you remember when I told you about the secret art Rex taught you?" Victor asked. "Yes, it was faulty and it made me sick. I only got better after my esteemed brother gave me the new art," she said with sparkling eyes. "That's the problem, the art I taught you only stabilized your situation, it didn't fully cure you. Although you are no longer feeling sick. If you stayed like this, you would surely have failed your ceremony," Victor said, making the little girl gasp. Someone failing the ceremony was the greatest shame in the family. "A few days ago, I got this rare cure made from a rare flower. Hannah here is an alchemist, and she was the one who prepared it," Victor said carefully, taking the pill from the box as Hannah silently cursed at him. She wondered if Lara would take it if she knew that it was made from baby's blood combined with some very rare materials. Hannah had no idea where Victor got those things, but they made the pill surpass her expectations, and that was a feat by itself as Hannah had the knowledge base of an entire family in her mind. "Ah," Lara was surprised. "Then I am still sick now?" she asked, looking at her little tender white hand. "Yes. You can't feel it normally, but didn't you notice how you can only swing your spear for an hour before you get tired?" "Ah, so that's the reason," Lara exclaimed as Elle put her hand on her face. Couldn't Victor find a better lie? Who wouldn't be tired after swinging a spear for an entire hour? She tried it when she accompanied Lara for her morning sword and spear swinging routine a few days ago, and she was totally exhausted in just 10 minutes. Yin, who was there, was able to survive for 45 minutes. "That's why I tricked our father to let you stay with me. I wanted to take care of you." Victor continued to scam the little girl, telling the truth this time. "Ah," Lara was surprised. "You didn't want to tell our esteemed father?" "Yes, if father knew about what happened to you he would ask questions, he would quickly find out that it was because of our brother's incompetence." Victor sighed. He didn't want to help Rex and Luke, but he didn't want his father to question him about how he cured Lara. And those two still had a role to play, a very painful role. Luke has already been sent to the mines, and father is already angry with Rex. Can you imagine what would happen to them? "Ah, he would probably kill them," Lara whispered. She really feared angering her father. She saw it a few years ago when Victor was seduced by that evil maid. Her father was super angry. She was not supposed to see it, but she was sneaking around the mansion when she saw that woman getting fed to the dogs as the other servants watched. It would not be that severe. They are his sons after all, Victor replied, but they would lose a yard or two worth of skin before he gets satisfied. "I just don't want our brothers to be punished over an innocent mistake. I am sure they didn't know they were hurting you back then." Victor lied. Elle could tell, but she said nothing. She had long figured out that Victor really cared about Lara. "I see." Lara nodded. She would never believe that her own brothers wanted to hurt her. "Then what if father asked me about the new art I am practicing?" she asked. She was getting smarter lately under Elle's influence. "Don't tell him. Just practice the modified art I taught you. He will never notice. And after taking this you would be much stronger and would surely impress him when he starts supervising you tomorrow," Victor explained. Lara was not happy with this, but she nodded regardless. "Good, now I want you to take the pill, then sit on the mat and begin to practice the 11th energy circulation routine of the art I taught you," Victor explained as he handed them to her. "Just put the pill in your mouth when you reach the peak state. It will melt on its own, and you will feel some pain afterward that, maybe feel a little hot too, but this is natural. You just continue practicing as the pain increases. The longer you withstand the pain, the more powerful you will get afterward. He explained. I understand, Lara said as she held the pill carefully. If it gets too unbearable, just stop the art. Although you would not get the full benefits, you would have been cured by that moment no matter what. I will be guarding here with Elle, so if you feel anything strange just tell me. Victor said. Lara said as she frowned a little, then shook her head and began to relax in a meditative pose, then slowly put the pill in her mouth and closed her eyes. Victor slowly found a chair and sat down with Elle and Hannah, who wanted to watch the effects of her creation. Lara slowly relaxed on the mat in a meditative pose and then began to breathe in a set rhythm. What is the strange bathtub for? It is as if it was hastily built from old doors. Hannah asked as they waited for Lara. I can smell the scent of the serpent clove from it. Are you giving your sister a herbal bath afterward? Kinda, he said. Isn't that bathtub too big for her? It was originally built for me, not her. I plan to use it for some R-rated action after the wedding, Victor said mysteriously, making Elle blush a little. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to join me in it afterward. He added to Hannah. Blah, like I would ever want that. Hannah spat as she looked away, not realizing that she just refused the offer of her life. Elle, who was listening carefully, eyed the bathtub. Her late mother also had one of those. The villagers said she used it to receive business. She blushed. She was no longer the naive girl Victor met a couple of months ago. She now knew what a hooker was. She learned it the hard way in class. That stupid principal made sure to explain the hooker principle to her thoroughly after she got in more than one fight because of this. Chapter 296. Super jealous. It took Lara, who was so focused that she totally ignored the conversation around her, only 10 minutes to reach the peak state of meditation, making her blood circulation go smoothly and evenly throughout her entire body. Victor was surprised. Lara was more gifted than he expected. He was really curious about what results she would achieve in the ceremony. That's if Rita managed to steal the artifact in the Von Sway's family palace. Getting that artifact was the reason Victor kept Rita's card well hidden even in this turbulent time. Victor sighed, then focused on Lara again. It was about time. She slowly opened her eyes and then carefully placed the pill in her mouth before continuing her practice. Victor nodded as he watched while Hannah and Elle, who were standing to the side, tensed up. Don't worry, if anything bad happens, I can help Lara immediately. Victor assured the little girl, who nodded in response. It didn't take long for the pill to start working as Lara began to breathe roughly. Her depleted blood was at the moment getting replaced by a higher rank one. Her damaged bone marrow was getting rebuilt. And Victor knew that it was as painful as hell. Lara didn't speak nor make a sound as she bit her lip and continued to meditate. This was her only way to fight the pain, and she instinctively knew that the moment she lost concentration was the moment she would surely pass out. Victor sighed as he began to carefully use his illusion skill to reduce the pain Lara was feeling. He didn't stop it entirely as he didn't want Lara to lose focus, and this was a good chance to help her train her resolve. The pill was not harming her after all, but to rebuild something, you had to destroy the old and rotten. She looks like she is in pain, Hannah said in a worried voice. I shouldn't have included the dragon scale in the formula. It is all your fault. The girl is barely hanging on. She blamed Victor as Elle squeezed her little fist. A dragon? Would Lara turn into a dragon after this? Don't worry, Victor said. The dragon scale came from our ancestor, so it is fully compatible with Lara. After this, she would be much stronger, and this would help her immensely when she awakens her bloodline. He explained. He took it from his ancestor's grave after all. Oh, Hannah frowned but said nothing. Lara was not listening to Victor. She couldn't. The pain was so unbearable that she had to use every ounce of her strength to keep her focus, and she was feeling hot, burning hot. She could feel it though, her blood, her bones, her flesh. Everything was burning as it got regenerated. She could feel the strange power that began surging through her. Slowly at first, then suddenly she felt her boiling blood turn ice cold in one swoop. It was not easy to keep focus, but she miraculously did it. She could feel the explosive strength surge inside of her. She wanted to tap into that power, but strangely enough, she couldn't. It was as if there was a locked door stopping her. Don't worry about that for now, she could suddenly hear Victor's voice. He sounded shocked. You are still too young to awaken your bloodline. Just focus on your breathing, he said. She wanted to ask him what he meant, but she couldn't. She couldn't move at all. Now focus. I will tell you what you want when it is time for it, Victor, who seemed to have read her mind, said. Now, the process is almost over. This last step will hurt, be ready, he said just as a great surge of pain assaulted Lara. Her body was no longer freezing, it was burning even hotter than before. The burning spread from the tips of her fingers and finally reached her heart. That was the last thing she felt before she passed out. Ellipsis. Is she okay? Hannah said worriedly as she watched Victor kneel on Lara's side. Moments ago he jumped to the little girl's side and put his hand on her back, and then she screamed and passed out. The stupid girl had exceeded all my expectations. She not only upgraded her bloodline, but she was also about to unlock it. Victor said as Elle to the side wanted to help, but quickly hissed and drew her hand away after realizing that Lara's body was scalding hot. If the clothes on her body were not made from a special material, they would have been burnt long ago. What? Upgraded? Really? Hannah was very pleased with herself, she made the pill after all. Wait, isn't awakening bloodline a good thing? Why did you stop her? Hannah asked. She didn't have sufficient energy, if she forced it she would have died. And by suppressing the awakening, the excess energy of the pill would be used to strengthen her body, which is something she needed, and this is better too. I plan to upgrade her bloodline again using another method. He explained with an ambitious look as he carefully carried Lara, ignoring the flames around his hands, then slowly dropped her in the bathtub. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssssssssssssssssssssssssss It was as if a sword was getting squished. Don't worry, she will be fine, Victor told the worried Elle. Then sighed and took a pill and pushed it into her pouting mouth moments later. Ah, she was shocked as the pill immediately melted in her mouth. Moments later, the burning sensation in her hand disappeared. She had hurt herself earlier when she touched Lara. Next time you hurt yourself, tell me. He scolded Elle, then looked back at his sister whose pale skin began to cool down and turn healthy as it absorbed the precious materials in the herbal bath. Her hair had already begun to change color to another shade of more saturated purple. The procedure was a success, he said with a smile as he looked at Lara's status. Bloodline, Dragon, S100%. This was beyond his expectations. He truly didn't expect Lara's bloodline to upgrade. This only had a 0.0001% chance of happening as the blood pill was not that amazing, except if. Hannah, did anything strange happen while you were preparing the pill? Victor asked. Well, Theta, who was helping me, added some of the rust blood you gave me to research instead of the dragon sand. It was just a minuscule amount, so I didn't think it would affect the pill. It shouldn't react with it. What? Victor was shocked. Theta was truly his lucky charm. It was probably effective, he said as he looked at his sister. Really? Hannah asked in surprise. Seems like it, Victor replied, then paused. Wait. He gasped all of a sudden as he watched Lara. Slowly another text began to appear in her status. Bloodline, Dragon, S100%. Question mark, 1%. Why were there two bloodlines now? When did Lara get another one? Did she get it from the pill? No, the pill would never have that effect, and it would have appeared immediately after taking the pill if that was the case. This was something that was growing from inside Lara herself. This hidden bloodline must have been stimulated by the pill to show itself. Did he also have it? Was it from his mother's side or from his father's? What the FCK was going on? Victor was not sure what it was, so he swiftly took out the blood book, then softly held Lara's hand, and carefully using a fine surgical needle he poked at her finger. The needle broke. What? Victor frowned and tried another needle, more carefully this time, but it also bent and then broke. Oh, Victor was surprised. Victor took a sharp wooden splinter from his ring and then tried again with it. It was one of the splinters he could take from one of the damaged wooden doors. This time Lara's skin was punctured. A single drop of purplish-pink blood fell on the book's cover before Lara's hand healed itself. Interesting. Victor looked at the book. -1. Blood ID 12,548 octillion 4 septillion 125 sextillion 121 quintillion 153 quadrillion 543 trillion 215 billion 465,776,772. Rank S. Data status complete. Originator species Noble Dragon. Special blood effects. Immortality. Draconic aura. Enhanced healing. Enhanced libido. Enhanced strength. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced charm. Enhanced luck. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Enhanced elemental resistance. Bloodline skills. Dragonification. SS. Regeneration. SS. Mana Heart, SS. Dragon Breath, S. Dragon Claw, S. Dragon Bite, S. Limitless Flight, S. Limitless Dive, S. Hiding, S. Devouring, S. Draconic Howl, A. Control Libido, A. Camouflage, A. Charm, A. Weakness. Netherstone, restrains powers. Sunstone, reveal in hiding. Wow, it was a real upgrade over the Elder Dragon. Noble dragons were a very strong race that differs from elder dragons by having much longer lifespans and stronger magical affinity. The most interesting skill they got was Mana Heart, which allowed them to have a near infinite amount of mana. Well, getting it when awakening the bloodline was another matter by itself. Victor didn't expect the blood pill to be this effective. Now to see the problem at hand, H looked at the other bloodline. -2. Blood ID. Rank. Data status. Non-existent 2%. No data in record. Interpolation failed. No data. What's wrong with that ID? Could it be a demonic bloodline? Not necessarily, as these symbols simply could mean there was some incompatibility with the system or that the blood couldn't be identified. Wait, it was now at 2%. It was growing. When will it stop, and what kind of bloodline was it? Victor had no idea. The main issue was to make sure that this thing was not doing anything bad to his sister. Probably not. If he guessed correctly, this bloodline was the one responsible for Lara's emerging regeneration ability. The dragon regeneration powers would not be this prominent before awakening. And Lara was not even a player yet. Victor was really hesitant about what to do at the moment. He could ask the Book of Knowledge about it, but that thing was still in cooldown. Damn it, now there was another problem. Whether to tell his father. He would never do that. He didn't, that would make him reveal too much. Victor sighed as he looked at his unconscious sister. Wait, did she just grow a little taller? The tight training suit she was wearing was perfectly tailored to fit her perfectly from the materials extracted from a certain boss lowly lamia. Now it seemed to be a little shorter around the ankles. Shit. Closely inspecting his sister, he noticed that all of the wounds and defects on her body were getting corrected. Even the marks and scars on her hands left from training with martial weapons for years were now being healed at an accelerated rate. This bloodline was not bad for her at all. Victor quickly took a pill from his ring and fed it to Lara. This pill was something he got when the Nutcracker enjoyed himself in the skeleton dungeon. He got many cheap things like this from the poor players who paid tributes to save their nuts. Stop, that healing pill is of a very low quality. Hannah warned, but it was too late. The pill had already dissolved in Lara's mouth. I know, Victor said, this pill is so bad, it has a side effect of slowing metabolism a little for a few months. I can't have Lara grow 3 inches in a couple of days. He said as carefully made sure that stopped growing. She had always been shorter than others her age, but she was now catching up. Oh, Hannah didn't really get it. The blood pill was more effective than I anticipated. We can't reveal a thing. Victor said after some thinking. I will let my father believe that Lara's growth was because of his supervision. He explained with an evil smile that made Elle, who was looking at him with admiration, nod. That's how one fools people's eyes. She was a fool to attempt to scam him when they first met. She must learn to be more like him. Victor, totally oblivious to the little girl's thoughts, carefully watched over Lara while kneeling at her side in silence for the next half hour, making sure she was fine. Hannah, he suddenly said as he stood up and turned back to look at Hannah, who was waiting in silence for him to ask. Prepare another blood pill like this for me, and let Theta help you, he added with a complex look. He didn't want to confess it, but he was feeling super jealous of his little sister at the moment. Oh, I will do my best, Hannah said. Now she was feeling that Victor is not that bad. Will you take Lara to her room now? Yeah, she will probably sleep till the morning. I will let her finish the herbal bath first though, he said, then looked at Elle. Go grab a towel for Lara, then call Hilda here. Ask her to bring her sewing set, we have a dress to fix. Chapter 297, The Promise. The tavern was the one that had both the worst atmosphere and the best dwarfish mead you could buy in the entirety of the imperial capital. The only reason it was not popular was that all of the waitresses were middle-aged dwarvish women with large thick beards. Most of the customers, who lost their way and passed through the obscure alley this place was in, preferred to go and try the tavern next door that had elven maids, but that could not be said for everyone. 2 very suspicious-looking guys were sitting at a bronze-inlaid wooden table between 2 heaps of empty copper mugs. The two didn't look similar at all. One was a scarred middle-aged man with gray short hair wearing a scholar uniform, and the other was a handsome young man with dark black silky hair wearing a custom-made purple Imperial Knight suit that was so disheveled it could have been stuck in pig's butt before he wore it. You know, Victor, I must confess, hiccup, although I banged a lot of ladies throughout the years, few are the ones I really liked. The young man said before drowning another cup of mead in his throat. Easy on the drinks, Julian. Victor, who was still sipping on his first cup, said. It is not the end of the world being rejected for once. It happens to all of us, Victor encouraged his friend. Not for me, I'm usually the one rejecting girls, not the other way around. Julian banged the sturdy table. Then you shouldn't have tried to sneak into her bedroom. And if you wanted to do it, you should have done it right instead of ending up in her maid's room. That poor maid was more than glad to offer herself to you, but you had to go and refuse, saying that you don't date ugly girls. That is a fact, and she was a little on the fat side. Regardless, you deserve to get your ass kicked. That princess is from a hidden dragon lineage. Those guys are very picky about their partners and guests, they don't even meet with people who do not have bloodlines like myself. Victor explained, I tried to get an appointment to ask her a few things, but I rudely got rejected by that fat maid. See, I told you she was fat. And yeah, you were right. Her family is very snobbish like the entirety of the dragon race. Ahm, I think they are not that bad, just very conservative, Victor said awkwardly. Yeah right, if I didn't see Her Highness the Dragon Princess flash her butt for my brother to seduce him I would have believed you, Julian said sarcastically, interrupting Victor. It's a good thing he didn't like her. He has some sense at least. That girl is not suited for you, and your father had already ordered you to keep a low profile for a few years until that accident got forgotten. Victor said lightly. Julian's reputation became the worst in the entire Imperial City after a certain smuggling accident involving purple lamias. Now, only gold diggers and hillbilly girls, who had no idea what they were going into, sleep with him. Yeah, I know, but that chick is really pretty, and I am really into that purple hair of hers. It is nearly the perfect shade, Julian said with dreamy eyes. Most of the girls in your harem have purple hair, Victor criticized. How do you know that? Are you spying on my harem? The drunk Julian suddenly snapped and asked angrily as he reached out for his sword. I was at your weddings, all of them, Victor said without even flinching. Julian didn't have his sword. Victor made sure to give it to the tavern owner before they sat down. It was one of the owner's conditions for allowing Julian here after the mess he made the last time. This guy was not good at drinking. Oh, that's right, Julian nodded as he sat down again after gesturing to a flirty waitress for a few more cups. Now, where were we? Your girl's purple hair. Yeah, most of them are just dyeing it to my liking. They thought I didn't know, but I always do. Natural purple hair is a different thing, Julian stated. His regeneration skill had already neutralized most of the alcohol, so he quickly drowned another cup that had just arrived. Princess Puipui's hair was a dark shade of pink, not purple though, Victor said. It just looks purple under certain lights. It is close enough. Julian flared again, then quieted down and looked around to make sure no one was listening. No, as was, the table had an engraved sound isolation array. Dwarven technology. Listen, I will tell you a secret, Julian said. What? Victor asked without care as he looked at his mug, which was still half full. Most of Julian's secrets were plain stupid. It's about a crush I had, Julian said. The first girl I had a crush on, hiccup, she was a trans. You already told me that before. She crushed your heart when she turned into a lesbian after a night with you. What does this have to do with our conversation? Victor asked dismissively. It's not about her, but about the second girl I fell in love with. No, was it the third or the fourth? And how should I know? You fall in love once or twice every month. Victor sighed and took a sip from his mug. Too bad he had very low alcohol tolerance after losing his bloodline, and couldn't really enjoy this thing. True, anyway, hiccup, that girl, she was perfect. Why didn't you grab her then? Victor asked. My mother refused. You know my mother. Yeah, but when did that ever stop you? You could have gotten her. Secretly. Impossible. Alice von Weiss was not someone I could get easily back then. My father was not the emperor at that time. Quote. Victor almost gasped. Too bad that sneaky bastard Caspane went ahead and burned her alive to please the young light lord. Aha. Victor pinched his calf under the table to stay calm. He only had one secret hidden from Julian, and it was his true identity. Serves him well, getting cut into pieces after that. What a waste. I knew she was a pervert, but so what, aren't we all? I should have found a way to convince my mother to accept her, Julian said with a sigh, totally oblivious to his drinking partner's complex emotions. Quote. It's not your fault, but I do remember seeing her photo somewhere. That girl was really hot. If she was my sister, I would have betrothed her to you, Victor said after some awkward silence. Julian would have protected her well. Maybe he was getting drunk, this stuff was strong. I know, I would also betroth my sister to you, you are my best friend, you know. Don't speak too loudly, Victor said as he ducked his head and looked around in fear. Do you know how many times I would die if that bitch heard you? My mother would only flog you, and I know she is nasty, but you shouldn't be calling her a bitch, only my imperial father can do that, it was one of his first decrees you know. I meant tulip, why would I want to marry that arrogant piece of? Victor held his words and looked around again, making sure that the table's sound isolation array was functioning well. I didn't mean that arrogant bitch, you just presumed that, Julian said, making his friend glare at him. I meant my other sister, the one we buried together, he corrected. Oh, sorry, Victor said with a complex tone. It's okay, I am already reconciled with that, I couldn't have done anything to help back then. It was all those traitors' fault, Julian said hatefully, not noticing Victor's guilty expression, but still, it would have been cool if we were brothers-in-law. He told Victor as he leaned back on his chair and looked up. He could see under the skirts of the waitresses on the second floor from his position. It was Harry. I already consider you my brother, Victor said with a guilty conscience. Julian truly saved his life many times. I do too, Julian said. If only that stupid book of time worked as promised, I would have returned in time and made things right. He added, you still didn't figure it out? Nah, it is as good as my father's biography, only good for swatting mosquitoes. You promised to take me to have a look at it, Victor said. Yeah, I know, but those bitches from the Fate sector still drooling over it. It is about time they realize that it is useless, Julian said with a drowsy tone before he finally passed out, forcing Victor to foot the bill and then drag his sorry ass back to the Imperial Palace. Ellipsis. Victor woke up abruptly. Looking around, he sighed in relief when he noticed Lily, who was using him as her pillow and drooling all over his chest. It was just an old memory from his past life. Looking at the clock, it was 5:00 am, and he only got 3 hours of sleep after placing Lara in her bed, but they were sufficient. Lily, I know you are awake, Victor said, poking the sleepy girl's cheek. Get a little sleep, then catch up with me at the hotel after having breakfast with the girls. Make sure to bring Lara, she should wake up by then. Lara is already awake, I heard her walking out with Elle half an hour ago. Lily, who opened her eyes, said. Oh, she should be going to do her training. He said. Probably. Are you going to the hotel to supervise the preparation? Lily asked. Yes, I need to prepare the defense array. He said, then frowned. Can you let go of me now? I need to get dressed. Tell me first about the girl you met yesterday. No, it was the day before, she said as she sniffed him a little while strengthening her grip. Oh, I met a lot of girls, why are you asking? He asked. There is one strange smell, it is like Julian's but stronger. Oh, I just met a girl that I believe might be your sister, Victor said. What? She sat up immediately and looked her young master in the eye. What happened? I was scamming someone to borrow an artifact. And that girl appeared out of nowhere and started throwing attacks at me while acting arrogantly. I barely escaped. He sighed. Thankfully, I managed to hide my identity, or I am sure she would have followed me here. Why are you saying that she might be my sister? Quote. I will tell you at the right time, Victor said mysteriously as he escaped from bed. Lily, who realized he escaped her grasp, puffed her cheeks and threw a punch at a poor pillow, making it explode. Why couldn't her young master be more honest? Ellipsis. After getting ready and managing to escape his room in one piece, Victor quickly headed toward Lara's usual practicing spot where she was swinging her spear with Elle. Alex would have been training with them if she was not getting questioned by Nova's mother, Luliana, in a very dim basement at the moment. Regardless, esteemed brother, Lara exclaimed as soon as she saw Victor. How are you feeling today? Victor nodded to Elle, making her relax a bit. Amazing, Lara exclaimed as she held her spear and made it twirl around her, then grabbed it in one smooth movement. I have gotten stronger, brother, thank you, she added with a slight blush. Elle told her most of what happened yesterday after she lost consciousness. Good, Victor nodded. Her mysterious bloodline had stopped at 5%. Carefully explore your potential, and if you feel anything strange feel free to tell me, he said. I will. Ah, there is one thing, she said, making Victor frown. What? He asked. I seem to be stumbling a lot today, could it be that I have not been cured? She asked nervously. Oh, no, you are good, the pill was very effective in curing all your problems, so naturally, you have just gotten a little taller, Victor said as he relaxed. What? It's nothing major, you will get used to. Ah, the dress will not fit now. Lara said as she finally realized that she had truly grown taller. No wonder the spear felt a little shorter. She quickly bowed to her esteemed brother and then ran to her room in distress to check on her dress for the wedding without waiting for Victor to say anything. Didn't you tell her that I already told Hilda to modify her dress? He asked Elle. You didn't tell me about that, Elle sighed as she ran after her little mistress. No, I did, you were there. Victor frowned, he perfectly remembers telling Hilda with Elle before last night. Was she playing dumb? If it was any other day he would have assumed that, but today was not any other day. He carefully inspected Elle who was running, but her status didn't have anything strange. Weird. Just to make sure, he ran back to the mansion and headed to the kitchen where Hilda was singing some stupid tune as she prepared a light breakfast for the girls. Hilda, do you remember what I told you yesterday? He asked as soon as he ran through the door. About Lara's dress. I already fixed it, she said dismissively, making him sigh in relief. Was Elle there when I told you about it yesterday? He asked just to make sure. Yeah, you told her that Lara had gotten a little taller and asked her to inform her when she woke up, she replied with, affirmative, Hilda said, imitating Elle's tone. She was in a good mood. Victor was not. He frowned, he was right, something was wrong with Elle. This better not be what he was assuming. He quickly inspected his system log, but there was nothing there. Was it Elle alone? No, this might be only affecting non-players. When did Monica go to sleep last night? I remember the girls planning to sleep together. Exactly, she was with the twins in her room gossiping all night. I had to scold them to go to bed after finishing with the dress, she said, but no one was listening as Victor had already dashed upstairs. He quickly reached Monica's room then pushed the door and walked inside without knocking. Kya, oh, it is you, young master. Mina who was standing in her underwear said with a blush. He surprised her. Where is Monica? In the bathroom with Mana. Wait a moment, Mana said as she ran to the side bathroom connected to the bedroom then returned a moment later without even caring to cover herself, she looked good. She will be right here, Mana said as she crossed her hands under her chest, puffing it a little. She was displaying her body to him on purpose. He could tell from her blushing face. Was she trying to seduce him to take her first tonight? Probably. But she was destined to be disappointed. You slept here with Monica and Mana last night. Yes, we were discussing some womanly things, she said with a blush. Oh, did you notice anything strange about Monica this morning? Not, no, probably, but it's nothing. What, it's just Monica acting like a klutz and forgetting what we agreed on last night, she said puffing her cheek. It took them an entire hour to convince her of their planned play last night. And that is, quote. It's a secret, she would never tell Victor that. What would he think of them? I see, Victor said as he squinted his eyes, just as Monica walked out of the bath wrapped in a pink towel followed by Mana who was helping her. I am here, did you want to see me? Monica said with a blush, then began to hyperventilate as usual when she saw Victor looking at her with an inspecting gaze. You, he said as he walked close to her and then began to sniff her then headed behind her where he pulled her towel to check her butt. It was so fast that her mind didn't register what happened until he said, thankfully it is not that. And returned the towel to her. Kya, she screamed, not what? What's wrong? She asked nervously after putting the towel back on while squeezing her legs together. She was trying hard to convince herself that the liquid dripping on her thigh was just water, normal water. It is not a brain-eating worm, that thing usually leaves a mark on the back of its victims. He sighed in relief as he put his hand on her head and brushed her wet hair with his finger, making sure that there was nothing up there. You and Elle have memory gaps since last night, probably after 12, so I thought that you might be infected, thankfully you are not. He said, making the girls look at each other with a frown. What do you mean memory gaps? The twins asked. Monica didn't. She was suffering from a brain meltdown at the moment, it was dripping to the floor. Literally. What did you talk with the girls about last night? Victor asked Monica. She didn't respond. He had to snap his finger a couple of times in front of her face for her to return to earth. Ah, what did you talk about yesterday with the girls? He repeated. Talk, nothing really, we just went to sleep. Are you telling the truth? Victor asked, putting his hand on her bare shoulder. She nodded as she began to wiggle her butt. She was definitely not lying. See, he told the shocked twins. Did you feel anything strange yesterday before you slept? Around 12, he asked. No, on the contrary, it was a very peaceful night. Oh, he said with a frown. He found nothing, that only left one possibility. No, two to be exact. He looked at Monica and activated his fate vision, paying 10 order points. Fate A+. Destiny list. Greater than less than birth fate greater than kill demons less than s greater than less than birth fate greater than marry Tom and give birth to his children less than a greater than less than self set greater than marry Victor less than a greater than less than self set greater than sleep with Victor less than a greater than less than self set greater than learn about my family less than a greater than. Interesting, was he technically cuckolding Tom by marrying Monica? Yeah, definitely. Regardless, Victor wondered, would this fate affect the wedding? He shook his head, deciding to focus on the important things at hand. There were no strange fates. This leaves one possibility. He sighed in relief, he could fix this. What? Monica asked as she saw him look at her for a long time. Nothing, get dressed and meet me in the dining room, he said as he turned around and ran downstairs without an explanation. I need to take a quick shower first, Monica said in a low voice, then ran back to the bathroom. Chapter 298, The Array 1. When Margaret, who just finished her morning shower, reached the dining room, she was shocked to see that it was packed full. Every non-player who worked in the mansion was there, including the chicks and their mastiffs. They were sitting around on the floor in a circle around Victor, who was sitting on his chair eyeing everyone. It was as if they were taking a lesson. Now, is everyone here? Yes, young master, everyone who spent last night in the mansion is here. Hilda said. Good. First, take these pills. Victor said, making Beta go around giving the hounds, Monica, Lara, and Elle 2 pills each, not forgetting the mastiffs. The chicks would feed them their pills. Take the pills, Victor said as Margaret watched with interest. Everyone did as they were ordered. Well, let the wedding start, he said. Margaret frowned as she watched everyone start to look around. It was obvious that they were in an illusion. What was Victor doing? For the next half an hour nothing happened. The chicks would only clap their hands every once in a while. Lara also seemed to be enjoying her time. Monica was blushing. Then it happened. Enemies. One of the chicks screamed, followed by the other, then they began to fight. Monica began to scream as she jumped into Victor's embrace. Lara did nothing as Elle began to kick the balls of the poor mastiffs who were also agitated around her. What is this? Hilda asked as Victor activated his master ring, making the chicks fall to the ground as they froze. The mastiffs were subdued by Hilda and the twins. Monica was held by Victor, while Elle, who was kicking around, was held by Lily. Lara was totally unaffected. A moment later Victor snapped his finger, making everyone look around in shock. What just happened? Big brother, weren't we at the wedding? Lara asked in shock. The pill I gave you is hallucinogenic, he lied. Someone has, used hypnosis on you. They wanted you to make trouble at the wedding. Now it should be fixed, he said as he helped Monica on his lap stand up. When did that happen? Hilda asked with a frown. Last night. We will talk about this later. Go prepare for the wedding, he said, then headed to the study. Ellipsis. What was that, young master? Lily asked as Victor sat on his desk and then began to take out some herbs from his ring. Yes, what was that? Margaret asked as she walked inside the study. Hilda was there too. They call it a dream worm. It is a kind of demon that implements ideas in people's heads. It does not affect players that easily, but for mortals, it is very dangerous. He said, at the moment an idea is implemented, the person's short memories would be overridden. In case they were asleep, this included the last things they did before. Oh, did it make them think there was an enemy attack at the wedding? Margaret asked. Is this some kind of mind control? Not exactly, it is not that strong as it can't make you do something you would not usually do. He said, think of it as a delayed idea. The moment the wedding is called, they will begin to see the people around them as enemies. It will only last for a few minutes. Oh, then what is it good for? Someone wanted to make chaos, and maybe use the opportunity to try and kill someone. Who knows, the wedding would have quite a few VIPs. Did you fix it? Hilda asked. Yes. One of the pills I gave them would clear their minds, and even if there were any other hidden thoughts they would be purged as they would be connected to the first ones. What was the other pill for? Margaret asked. It was made from the soul wine. It made them easy to fool. They wouldn't really believe that they were at the wedding without it. Victor said. I see. Now, what are those herbs? Hilda asked. Mind-calming spices, he said as he separated them into bundles. Weed? Margaret asked. Super weeds. Give them to everyone and let them eat them at the wedding if they suddenly get agitated, he told Hilda. Even Lara and Elle? Hilda asked. They were minors. Lara doesn't need it, but give Elle half a dose. Victor said. Lara really was not affected. He was now really curious about that other bloodline. I understand. Now I will have to go and see things at the hotel, he said. Report if you find anything unnatural. Anything at all, he warned. Ellipsis. After finishing with the trouble at the mansion, Victor headed out alone after instructing Hilda and the girls to wait for Mira and then leave the mansion together with Lily after getting ready. He headed toward the White Hotel, which was on full security lockdown since last week. Even the managers and employees were only allowed inside under extreme supervision. As soon as Victor stepped out of the parking lot, his phone rang. It was a call he was expecting all morning. Mother-in-law, did you find the bride? Nova has not been found, Luliana confessed. And you probably already know that. How could I am just well prepared. He lied. Shall we proceed with plan B then? You don't seem annoyed. Why would I? You saw the ads. I will be marrying all the girls I love today. I never knew Nova anyway, and I already found a replacement. She is already here. You did a good job on her makeup, but she does not fully resemble Nova, someone might notice. She will be wearing a mask at the wedding, Victor said. A mask? Yes. Now bring her here, and act your part. According to my sister, Caspian might be here to make trouble, so we better not screw this up. He added, giving Luliana, who was hesitant, a subtle push. Oh, I understand, she said before hanging up. Victor chuckled, then gave the security guards outside the hotel a nod as he entered the main lobby. There, he was greeted by none other than Alpha, whom he hadn't seen for a while. She was getting prettier and somewhat younger. This was probably the effect of the eternal bead. She was wearing a casual manager suit with a tight skirt that looked stunning on her. She had a black mask on her mouth to hide her identity. She had two female assistants walking behind her. Victor recognized them as some of the brothel girls. Alpha, he said with a smile as he tried to hug her. She dodged him. Young master. She greeted him coldly, keeping a professional distance. I have an empty spot in the wedding, are you interested? He immediately asked, making her two assistants blush as they looked at their mistress. The head of their secret organization. No, she flatly rejected his offer without even blushing. I would never marry you even if you were the last man on the planet. She stated as a fact. I know, we would go straight to bed. He said, making the two assistants chuckle secretly. Like hell, she cursed, then glared at her poor assistants. You don't have to be so decisive. Your cousin Hannah said the same thing last night. Now I am tempted to. He held his silence as he felt her glares burning holes in him. Apparently, she didn't want to appear weak in front of her subordinates, and he was embarrassing her. Ahm. He cleared his throat. Did you prepare everything I asked for? He asked her as he moved to a side table and sat down. It was really nice to have the entire hotel lobby for himself. Yes, Arya had to leave yesterday to get some sleep before the wedding. So I was in charge. She said, the entire place had been secured, your father's men on the outside and our agents on the inside. Good, he said as he took out 4 glass cubes from his ring and set them on the table. The edict shards, what are those? Alpha asked. Even with her extensive knowledge, she knew nothing about those, they were too ancient and obscure for her family's database. Very special and expensive array cores, that's all you need to know. He said after some hesitation, they need tuning, he said. This would cost him most of his order points, he needed to keep some for emergencies though. Oh, Alpha was intrigued as she looked at them. She wanted to inquire more from him, but she decided to leave it for later. She was sure he would use the opportunity to flirt with her and ask her again to marry him in exchange for the answer. She was right. Is Yin here yet? Victor asked. She has been here on the top floor since last night, doesn't she live with you? Didn't you notice that she was missing? Alpha said. Of course, I knew. Victor lied as he scratched his head. He did notice that she was not there last night, but he got preoccupied with curing Lara and forgot to check on her. Did she get familiar with the scouting array? Yes, she is already using it to monitor the hotel, Alpha said. Where did you get such a good girl from? Stole her from Lily, Victor said. I better go and say hi, he added just as his phone rang. Victor smiled and then quickly answered. Mike. It was Mike, his big brother. We are at the hotel's gate, your men are blocking us. Mike said with a chuckle before Victor could respond. I will be right there, Victor said before hanging up and then collecting the shards. Go get Yin some breakfast, and tell her to rest and wait for me, he told Alpha before pausing. Then you go find some hole and hide in it, I don't want my brother to see you. Are you afraid that he would fall in love with me and then take me away from your filthy hands? She asked. She didn't know why, but she really felt the need to talk back to him. Nah, first, my hands are not filthy. Second, I always share things with my elder brother. If he fell for you, I would just have to cut you in half as I love you a lot too. He said, then put his hand on his chin as if he was thinking deeply. That would leave me with a very hard question to answer though, which part of you shall I keep? He said as he pondered, making Alpha silently curse at him. Both of the halves would be the same young master, our mistress has a perfectly symmetrical body. One of the girls with Alpha said with a chuckle, subtly complimenting her mistress, beauty. She didn't get to be Alpha's right hand by chance. She was using her shamelessness as a former prostitute to climb up the career ladder. No, they are not. Or are you saying that Alpha's ass is equal to her face? Victor asked with a frown as he began to inspect Alpha's back with interest. No one said he was going to cut her vertically. Ah, the girl gasped as Alpha glared at her hatefully while covering her butt with her hands. The poor girl's attempt to suck up to her mistress had backfired and she was officially screwed. Chapter 299, The Array 2. After heading to the hotel's back door where Mike was waiting, Victor, who was wondering why his brother was so secretive, was surprised to discover that his elder brother was not alone. Alice was with him. This was the first time Victor saw her after his return. And he really missed her. Name: Alice von Weiss. Level: 103. Class: Dragon Knight, S. Authority: 11. Strength: 300 plus 250. Agility: 281 plus 300. Intelligence: 279 plus 200. Luck: 31 plus 10. Charm: 51 plus 10. Order: 70. Skills: Draconian Surge, SS. Swift Strike, S. Taming Roar, S. Charm, S. Dragon's Howl, S. Hiding, S. Taming, A. Regeneration, A. Dragon's Claw, A. Limitless Flight, A. Swimming, B. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sword Arts, A. Whip Arts, A. Cooking, B++. Needle Arts, B. Strategy, B. Spear Arts, B. Teaching, B. Perfect Memory, B. Dancing, B. Acting, B. Painting, C. Mocking, C. Leadership, C. Sewing, D. Stun Resistance, D. Charm Resistance, C. Poison Resistance, E. All Elements Resistance, F. Pain Resistance, F. Piano, F. Hate Resistance, F. Equipment: Rider Sword, SS. Great Storage Ring, A. Dark Dragon Armor, A. Protection Talisman, A. Heavenly Sect Elite Disciple Token, A. Bloodline: Elder Dragon Awakened 100%. Fate Status: Fate's Power, A. Summary: A+. Defined Fate: Unset. Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Holy shit, this girl was strong. And her bloodline was awakened. This must be the benefit of being a student of a grand sect. Victor didn't show his emotions, so he just acted cool as he hugged his sister tightly, before inviting both of his siblings inside. Ellipsis. You have grown up, Alice finally said while checking Victor from head to toe as they sat in an office on the top floor. She also didn't display any emotions outside, trying to play her part of a dominatrix. But Victor knew that she was pleased to meet her little brother. Yeah, you did too, Victor said. Alice was a total stunner. Ever since she was a small child, she was the beauty of the family. She had a top-grade pretty mature face coupled with violet-colored long hair. On her eyes, she wore a slim pair of glasses that had a purple jade rim, matching her iris's color. She was dressed in a black silky long dress that had a cut shoulder. And shiny black high-heeled shoes. Her looks projected a sense of power. As for Mike, he was just another handsome dude in a suit. Sitting to the side, he was totally overshadowed by his sister's domineering presence. Appearing more like a manservant. "Weren't you coming with your entourage?" Victor asked Alice as one of the girls brought them some extra premium coffee. "They are here, but I didn't want to draw attention, so I left them in the SUVs. They have grown to enjoy bondage in closed spaces," she made a comment that no one really needed to hear as she grabbed a cup and gave the coffee a taste. "That's good, I guess," Victor said. "Would Julian be really okay with her?" "That's his business." "I see that you have expanded your wedding," Mike asked to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Yeah, I thought this was a good chance to do that. The family wanted me to marry a bitch, so I had to do it on my own terms." "You are really pushing them with this, but it would be fine as long as you don't break any rules. I think it's time to show those bastards our power," Alice said. "Yup," Victor nodded, his sister really got him. "Have you heard anything from the Von Astroms?" Mike sighed and asked. If he really became a patriarch one day, those two would be a disaster. "Yeah, Nova is still on the run, but they found a replacement girl. I told Kai, my butler, to keep an eye if the real one appeared anywhere near the hotel," Victor said. "So we are going on with this?" Mike was not convinced. "I already informed father," Victor said. "Yeah, he did call to grill me about what happened that day," Mike replied. This didn't make him at ease. "So what's your plan about Caspian? What do you want us to do?" Alice asked nervously. Caspian was one of the things that she had zero confidence in. That guy didn't play by the book, that's why she had to come up with her crazy play to fool him. "Nothing. I already prepared everything, and you will know what to do in time." "Oh, why did you ask us to come here this early then?" she asked. "Well, it's about our mother. When I told her that you will be here, she decided that she didn't want to attend." "Oh," Alice frowned as she looked down. "So I made a little lie and told her that you found a boyfriend." "You said what?" Alice asked angrily as she looked at him. "Come on sis, it is just a little lie. And by having a boyfriend you would be able to divert some of Caspian's attention." "I don't have a boyfriend." She spat coldly, changing her attitude completely and displaying her dominatrix side. "I already found a good man. He is from a reputable family," Victor said as Mike, who knew better than to anger his sister, shrank to the side. "No way in hell. He is a perfect fit for you." I said no. "But sis, mother will." "I am not playing your game," Alice said as she stood up angrily. "Don't think I am a fool, I know you want to set me up with someone. I am not getting a boyfriend anytime soon," she said as she turned and left the room. "You really angered her there," Mike said as he sipped on his coffee. "Nah, she is just throwing a tantrum, she will return in time," Victor said with an evil smile. Quote. Mike didn't know what to say. He was not that familiar with Alice, as she left home at a very young age after an elder from the heavenly sect chose her as a disciple. "Brother, can you follow her, just to make sure she doesn't do anything stupid?" Victor suddenly said. Mike nodded with a sigh, then gulped his coffee in one go before chasing after his sister. Julian was supposed to be here last night, and Victor planned to convince him to be Alice's boyfriend for some money, as if he was hiring him. Now the plan had to be abruptly changed, but it was still possible. Victor just needed to play a different game. He already had 3 backup plans for that. He knew his sister better than anyone, and he knew exactly what she would do now. Ellipsis. After making an inspection tour around the wedding venue, Victor headed to the roof, where a grand white tent made out of special material was erected. It had many cables connected inside, where a myriad of screens projected every corner of the hotel. Every corner. Victor walked inside and nodded after he eyed the massive array that Alpha had drawn according to his instructions. The Jewel of Oris was in its center. It was transferred from the mansion 2 days ago. This was the reason that the Dreamworm demon was able to find its way inside last night. Around the jewel, there were more than 100 copper sheets with engravings of every one of the hotel's floors with the gardening outside. They were placed on the array lines using certain geometric shapes. A keen-eyed person would notice that the wedding venue had 2 versions of it. This array was a multi-layered array, made from 5 different connected parts. A concealment array to hide the array itself and the secret. Processing and control chambers. A skill transfer array made of a network encompassing the entire hotel. This was the critical part of the setup. A monitoring array. The shards activation array. A general control array. The arrays were connected in various parts so that the shards would interact with the skill sharing and the monitoring parts. If someone from the future were to see this, their jaws would simply drop, as it goes against every common sense in array building. This array employed much of Victor's expertise. He had to build a space-time wrapping array when he returned in time after all. Although he couldn't claim that he was a master array builder, he could proudly say that he knew some secrets that no one did. Even Alpha, who had sufficient knowledge to build this thing, had no idea how it worked. She was at the moment, sitting around the array and waiting for her young master with two other girls. Yin and Camellia, whom Victor didn't see in a while. She seemed more confident in herself. Her analyst class would play a major role in the plan today. They seemed to have just finished eating their breakfast when Victor walked in. "Why, young master," Yin saluted as she swallowed. Camellia did the same. Alpha on the other hand just glared at her young master. She was holding a grudge. "Relax," Victor said as he took out the 4 edict shards and then began placing them on their spots in the array under the girl's curious eyes. "Now, Yin, come here and apply your demon sense to this one," he said after finishing. "Apply it, just touch the stone and activate your skill," Victor said casually. Yin slowly jumped from her chair, wiped her hands with her jeans, then carefully approached the stone and put her hand on it. S-rank skill demon sense is getting applied to edict shard. Shard has 0 edicts, cost adjusted. Choose operation rank. S cost 10 million authority 10 million order. A cost 1 million authority 1 million order. B cost 100,000 authority 100,000 order. C cost 10,000 authority 10,000 order. D cost 1,000 authority 1,000 order. E cost 100 authority 100 order. F cost 10 authority 10 order. Victor could only choose D, paid 1,000 points, and was now left with 311 points. The detection of demons was the most important thing to do now. Edict added. Within range, the skill demon sense, D is in effect. Good, he said. For the second stone, which already had fire resistance, he added his disguise skill, at the F rank, costing him 200 orders. Now he has 111 points. For a skill to be added to the shard, he just needed someone to use it on it. For the last two, he couldn't add any skills, he was out of order points, and they already had useful skills. He didn't like being poor at all, but money was meant to be spent. Now, with the array and the stone, your skill can be active all the time and would cost you nothing. You will be able to not only spy on everything. You will be able to get rid of any demons stealthily, Victor explained as Alpha watched and said nothing. How to operate it? Yin asked. She was nervous, but in a way looking forward to this. Let me show you, Victor said as he carefully said and then began to show the girls what to do using his disguise skill to make one of the shards feel the presence of a demon. The one that just got the demon sense skill suddenly shone and projected a light on one of the copper sheets, pointing to the upper floor where Victor was standing. Now, you can use the array to cast your skill exorcism, cast it on that iron rod. It will transfer your skill to the set point. Victor explained, pointing to an engraved iron rod in the center of the array. Alpha will be here with you. If things get out of hand, you will be able to dispatch the chicks to check on the situation, he added. What are the rest of the stones for? This one will have the skill to stop fire. Its normal range is a few feet, but you can control and expand its effect to put out any fire in the array's range. He said, only use it secretly, we don't want to put out people's cigars. It also has a disguise skill, use it to hide the chick's movements. It's not strong, but with the effect of the Oris jewel, we should be able to get rid of the intruders secretly. Quote. This next one will calm people down. I set it to be always in effect. Its second skill is to increase libido. I may need you to cast it on a certain intruder, Alpha will tell you in time. Victor said, pointing to the next shard. Ah, libido, she blushed. Yeah, anyway, the last one would disable curses and permanent skills, we will use it as needed. He added, I don't want to use too many active skills or reveal what we have here. Remember to act secretly, many of the guests will have keen eyes. I understand. Now, there would be some intruders whom we don't have to act against immediately, just let the receptionist move them with the extras to the duplicate wedding venue and use the disguise shard to project the wedding on the fake stage. Camellia is responsible for managing this. Shards? Alpha asked. Never mind that, just be sure to act as planned. Victor said just as his phone rang. It was Kai. Did Julian leave prison? Victor asked. This was crucial. He is on his way out. I already prepared a car for him. Kai said, but that's not what I am calling for, we have a problem. Already? What? Victor asked. The priest we arranged, he died yesterday. What? Dead? Victor yelled, scaring the girls. Yes, He used the money we gave him to go to a top-tier brothel, he couldn't handle the girls there. His heart just gave up after finishing the third round. *T. Victor cursed, startling Yin. The local temple had no other available priests, so the old head of the temple will come by himself. Oh, I see, Victor said as his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He knew that guy. This was how they were going to infiltrate this place then. Regardless, tell them that I will send someone to drive the old man, Victor said, then hung up. This changed nothing, just some minor details that involved some very strong wine. Chapter 300. Out at last. I am out at last. A young man in wrinkled sportswear, a blue pair of flip-flops, and disheveled hair yelled loudly as he stretched his hands up while walking out of prison. It was none other than Julian von Krone. Free at last. Get moving, lad. You can't hang out around here. An old guard at the gate said dismissively. And don't come back here next time, this is no good place for young people like you. Oh, sorry, I can't promise you that, Gramps, ha ha ha, he chuckled as he began walking away. He planned to return after the end of the year to harvest some heads. I am only 61. The old man scolded, then shook his head as he saw Julian walk away without a care. Young people these days. Hey, do you have someone to pick you up? The old man yelled at Julian from the back. No, I will take a cab. Julian said. He made a small fortune in prison after making some, not very legal, bets inside. So he didn't need to walk. We are in the middle of nowhere, there are no cabs. The old man began to speak, then paused as an empty yellow cab stopped right next to Julian. Need a ride, lad? The middle-aged driver with a receding hairline asked, making the old guard frown. They were out of town. Where did that car come from? They usually didn't come here even if they called for them. Yeah, I am going to town, Julian said as he jumped inside. Be careful, the old guard, who felt that something was wrong, suddenly warned Julian, but it was too late, the cab was already far away. So, what are you doing in such a remote place? Julian asked the driver as he inspected the perfectly normal car carefully. He was not a fool, but he needed a ride. I was tasked to drive some snobby granny to her house on a nearby farm. I thought it was a shame to return to the city empty-handed, so I figured I would try the prison. They always let people out in the morning. I served a sentence there myself a long time ago, the driver said with a sigh. Oh, Julian relaxed a bit. He could smell the unique scent of a long-expired perfume in the air, the sure sign of an old lady. Where to? The driver asked merrily, as if Julian would earn him a fortune. I just want to check the city. Why don't you take me to the White Hotel? Oh, you two wanna see the wedding? Too? Yeah, since early morning I have been hauling people toward there. Some are there to protest, some want to take photos, some, who knows? The driver said with a disturbed expression. Anyway, no matter what, it is the wedding of the century. I know, right, Julian said. The security must be very strict. Yeah, police are all over the streets. They think some feminists plan to make trouble, the cab driver sighed. Oh, yeah, they just can't handle the image of 8 brides getting laid at once. It goes against anything they believe in. There are some rumors that there exist other secret brides. I wonder how that groom will take care of them at night, the jealous driver said. Hinting at certain things. More brides. Julian squinted his eyes. Yeah, my wife explained it to me this morning, she read it in some tabloid. Apparently, they have ordered 10 dresses. He said, think about it, 10 dresses for only 8 brides. What? Julian suddenly asked. Who? Don't scream, kid, I am telling you what I know. Sorry about that. Quote, don't worry about it. I was wondering about the extra brides all morning too. It could be anyone from a movie star to a handmaid, he said, agitating Julian. Oh, can you drive there faster? Double your speed and I will double your fare. Elaine said. Sure, but pay half first, the driver said with a subtle smile. Julian didn't hesitate as he directly put $200 in the man's hand. The man nodded, then pressed the gas pedal. He was hired to secretly drive Julian there as fast as possible, to begin with. But he didn't want to alert him. The cab reached the hotel pretty fast, making Julian a little shocked. I was a race driver in my youth, the driver said proudly as he parked near the hotel. That's how I got in trouble. He told the truth. Oh, Julian thought that this was very plausible as he paid the rest of the fare and then stepped down the busy grand streets. Looking at a clock on a nearby storefront, he made sure it was still 10:47. The ceremony started at 12:00. Not knowing why he was there or if he could sneak in, he began to wander aimlessly, watching the people who were lining up to take photos or try to sneak in as the police officer and the men in black who surrounded the hotel ordered them to go away. He sighed as he rotated around the hotel, searching for a point of entry. There were a few ducts that he could try, but he knew that this was not feasible. Should he ask James Trove for help? Nah, that fat man would never help him. And he wouldn't be able to enter dressed like this anyway. Julian, who was feeling hopeless, could feel that some of the guards around the hotel began to eye him, so he slowly moved to a nearby ally. "You want in?" someone suddenly said from behind him. Julian turned around and saw a youth hiding his mouth with a common mask looking at him. "What? I saw you earlier. You want in?" the youth asked. "To the wedding. Can you help?" "Follow me," the youth said and then began to move deeper into the alley. Julian hesitated for a second then followed. They quickly reached another alley where 9 haggard young men were waiting. Julian couldn't help noticing that they all had similar builds. "Now, according to the system, the 10 of you should be sufficient," the youth mumbled. "What?" one of the men asked like a hooligan. "Listen up, I want you on a mission. I will pay you 10,000 now and another 20,000 when we finish," the youth said, ignoring the hooligan. "It includes sneaking into the wedding, if you can do it, except, if you don't have the balls you can leave now." None left. Julian just watched. He was a little suspicious, and his intuition was telling him that something was wrong. How could he be this lucky? Nevertheless, he needed to enter that wedding. "Good." The youth then gave each of the men a pack of wet napkins and a suit. "This should fit you. Clean yourself up then put it on," he said. Julian nodded as he grabbed the suit and looked at it. He was surprised that it was of a high-quality brand, but he didn't let it show as he began to prepare himself with the others. "What do you want us to do?" he asked the youth. "Nothing dangerous, you just have to enjoy your time and wait. Someone would come and claim that one of the brides was fake. At that moment you just need to begin cheering for the bride's veil to be lifted," he said, "and after that, you will start cursing at the groom. Your mission is to agitate the attendants." "Oh," Julian squinted his eyes, this sounded interesting. "What's in it for you?" "That's not your FC King business," the youth said. "If you don't like it you can leave." "No, I will do it," Julian said as he finished buttoning up his shirt, then took the comb the youth offered him and brushed his hair. To tell the truth, he looked handsome, making the youth look at him twice. "Now our money," one of the men said. The youth took 11 envelopes and gave them to the men. "I paid you now. If you don't do what I told you, I will pay others to break your necks," he warned. The men hesitated then nodded. Julian did too. "Good," the youth said as he gave each of the men a silver invitation card. "You can use this to enter. It is meant for some low-ranking company managers, so no one would suspect you. Just act normal and eat your fill, don't make trouble before it's your turn, and make sure to stay until the end to escape with the crowd as they move out." The men looked at each other and nodded. "Now go, what are you waiting for?" the youth asked, making the now fully dressed men look at each other and then move out. Ellipsis. The youth smiled as he watched the beggar men leave heading to the hotel. The system's plan was really ingenious. Those men had no idea what was coming. Now for the next step. He quickly headed to a nearby motel, where he put on a dashing suit then walked out headed to the wedding venue. Passing the pesky female protesters who couldn't help to stop to look at his dashing look, he reached the white hotel where he proudly flashed his golden invitation to the guards at the door. They bowed respectfully for him under the envious eyes of the crowds that were filling the streets outside. He felt a breath of fresh air as he walked on the red carpet inside. One day he would make a wedding better than this one. A wedding with 100 brides. No, why stop at 100? He could make them 1,000 or even 1,000,000. "Sir," a pretty attendant approached him with a tray, waking him up from his stupid fantasies. "Please put your wedding present here." "Present? What present?" "Ah, right," Tom quickly reacted and put his hand inside his jacket wear. He pulled out an empty envelope from his ring. He just put it on the tray. Like hell, he was going to give Victor any presents for marrying the twins or that slut Margaret. "Sir, please write your name on it," the attendant said with a not-so-friendly smile as she gave him a pen. Tom hesitated, then started to write a fake name when someone called for him. "Tom, you are here too." Tom silently cursed and wrote his real name as he turned to see it was an old friend. "Anna, it has been a while," he said as he sighed. So what if it was an empty envelope? Like Victor, that pervert could do anything to him. "Yes," Anna said. She gave the attendant a cloth bag that clearly had some herbs. Her name was calligraphed on it. Thank you very much. This way please. The attendant bowed then gestured for them to follow her with a smile. Strange, that smile reminded Tom of the one he usually gets in brothels. Never mind that. Where have you been lately? Why didn't you join the academy? Tom asked as they began to walk. Why weren't you answering your phone? Young Master Victor gave me the recommendation to enter the Medicine Valley where they don't allow phones. I am also busy all the time as I was accepted into medical school, she said with a sigh. Oh, it is very tiresome, but somehow fulfilling to heal people, she said with a smile. Now look at you, when did you become so handsome? She said, eyeing him. The white suit really suited him. I have always been handsome. He stated. Yeah, you men and your stupid ego. She dismissed him. Do you believe it, the twins and Margaret are getting married already? She sighed again. She was feeling a little jealous. The guy she was after in the Medicine Valley is as dense as a log. Yeah, but it was only a matter of time, especially for Margaret, Tom said awkwardly. True, but she really did achieve her dream and scored big. Anna said as they entered the VIP elevator that headed to the wedding venue. Look how rich the groom is. Quote. We will see if this marriage will last when Victor discovers that she is marrying him for his money, Tom said. That's rude, Anna said as the elevator door opened to the grand venue. That's the truth. You know her. Tom trailed off as he walked out of the elevator and a girl passed by him nearly bumping into him. She had long purple hair and a slim pair of glasses on her little nose. She seemed annoyed as another purple-haired guy that looked like her servant was appeasing her. They went inside the elevator. Damn, she is hot. Tom, are you okay? Ah, sorry. Don't worry about it, Anna said. Look. This place is really amazing. She added looking around the huge venue. It was a grand hall decorated with all kinds of exotic flowers. The roof was made out of screens projecting a sky scenery. All around, white round tables were scattered facing a grand stage that was built in the center of the hall. It had some strange dragon legend motifs all over it as if it were some kind of authentic temple. Amazing. I heard they will be making some kind of theatrical wedding, Anna said with her eyes sparkling. Yeah, it's called a ceremonial wedding, Tom corrected her with a sigh. His friend was always a star worshipper. But he had to confess this place was really amazing. There were still not many attendants, as they seemed to have arrived a little early. And this allowed them to see more of the hall's details. Look, it's Peter, Georgie and Sarah. They are already here. Anna suddenly waved to her friends who were sitting at a side table. Oh, you go see them. I will need to go to the bathroom before that. I will catch up with you later, Tom said with a frown. He was on a tight schedule and he needed to be ready for Caspian's arrival. Ellipsis. Julian didn't go inside the hotel immediately. He waited for a while. The wedding would not start for another hour anyway. He casually strolled around and then entered a nearby coffee shop where he ordered a cup of cappuccino before asking the blushing waitress if he could use the toilet. She couldn't say no to his dashing smile. After closing the toilet's door, he quickly undressed and then began to check the suit. As expected, in the inner lining of the jacket which he carefully cut using a knife, he found something. It was an envelope that had a strange talisman pasted on it. Julian frowned. Although he didn't know how talismans worked, he saw some of them in his family. Opening the envelope, he found that it was filled by some strange power. Sniffing it, he realized that it was some kind of black powder mixed with some herbs. A smoke bomb. He knew it. That guy was a crook. No wonder he didn't like him. He sighed as he closed the envelope and then threw it with the talisman in the toilet. He quickly rechecked the pants and the shirt, then put them on with the jacket before walking out after wetting his hair a little and combing it to the back to reveal his handsome face. He drank his cappuccino casually, then after giving the waitress a generous tip, he borrowed an envelope and put a candy bar inside of it. He would never forget to bring a present. Chapter 301, The Diary. Alice held her shaking hand as the elevator door opened. She was planning to go and bring her entourage to hide behind them like she always did, but her stupid brother talked her out of it. Let's go, Mike told her. Mother and father want to see you. Quote, Alice said as she followed her brother into the private floor. Feeling as if she was some kind of goat getting dragged to be butchered. This place was a presidential luxurious suite meant to accommodate elite members of the family who were traveling in the city. It was now clearly being used by her family before the wedding to relax. Alice slowly entered the living room where everyone was waiting. Her father, mother, and a girl whom she guessed must be Lara, her baby sister whom she hadn't seen since she was a toddler. There is another little girl, but she was clearly a maid. Alice, Elena called as she ran to her daughter with tears in her eyes and hugged her. Although she was angry with her, she really missed her. "Ah, hi Mom," Alice said awkwardly as she hugged her mother back. "It's been a few years. And it was all her fault. Do you know how much I missed you?" Elena said as she slowly let go and then began checking her daughter who grew up to be a fine lady. "Sorry," Alice said awkwardly. "It's okay, esteemed sister, I am happy to meet you," Lara said with a sweet smile as she looked in awe at her amazing big sister. "Hi, Lara, you have grown up a lot," Alice said with a smile as she looked at her little sister. She had to confess, Lara looked really pretty. She was wearing a white flowing dress, decorated with floral ornaments. It looked dashing on her. From the shade of Lara's hair, Alice could tell that her bloodline was very pure. Wait, why was she getting the strange feeling that she needed to prostrate herself in front of Lara? Alice checked again, there was nothing. She was definitely imagining things. "Alice, I am happy that you came to attend your brother's wedding," Theodore said, at last, making Alice forget her previous thoughts. He was secretly telling her that he was happy that she was here to support Victor in case Caspian came, but he couldn't say it openly in Elena's presence. "It is my duty as his big sister," Alice said. "How have you been all these years?" Elena asked. "I am doing fine, I am still a part of the family, you know. Father and Mike check on me all the time," she said as Mike nodded to his mother. I know, but I wanted to hear it from you," Elena said. I am fine," Alice said with a slight blush. She didn't know how to respond to her mother's love. She shut her heart a long time ago after feeling despair when even her own father couldn't help her reject Caspian's proposal. "Where is your boyfriend?" Elena suddenly asked, ruining the harmonious atmosphere. Alice froze. She wanted to refute having a boyfriend but hesitated when she noticed the anticipating look in her mother's and little sister's eyes. "Well, Alice hesitated again. Damn that stinky Victor. She really didn't want to disappoint her mother again like what happened a few years ago when she made a mistake and acted as a pervert on the family island. She caused her poor mother to collapse in shock. No, she couldn't let that hateful Victor manipulate her. The truth is, she hesitated again as she clenched her fist. Oh, sis, you are here." It was Victor who suddenly entered the room and interrupted. "Your boyfriend is late, right?" he said casually as if he wasn't eavesdropping on their conversation. "Late?" Elena asked. "Yes," Victor said. No," Alice wanted to refute him. "What do you mean? Is he here?" Elena asked as she looked around. "Damn it, not yet, he is on his way. He is a very busy man." Victor interrupted again. "I made sure to check his background after Alice told me about him, and I think Mother would like him," he added as Alice bit on her pearly teeth, wishing to whip her stupid brother to oblivion. Where was her whip again? Damn it, Mike made her leave it in the car. "Just a moment," Alice said as she grabbed Victor from his collar like a misbehaving cat. "I want to ask my dearest brother some things about the preparations," she said as she dragged him out to the balcony. Elena frowned but said nothing. Her family was filled with secrets and she didn't care. She just couldn't wait to meet her daughter's mysterious boyfriend. What are you playing at?" Alice asked her stupid brother after she firmly closed the balcony door behind her, trapping Victor with no other option but to jump down if he wanted to escape. "I really got a guy for you, but that bastard hasn't appeared yet," he said innocently. "Who allowed you to do that?" she asked coldly. Look, you can scold me all you want, but do you really want to disappoint Mother?" he said. "Fuck you," Alice angrily. "Don't you dare play this game with me." "Well, the truth is, I was afraid that Caspian might try to harm you. So I found a perfect man for you. He comes from a big family." Victor was not technically lying. "I never asked for help," she said coldly. Her tone was a little warmer though. "Sis, I don't want anything to happen to you." He was honest. "Caspian is more dangerous than you think. No man can help me," she stated. "But he is handsome and rich. Stop with the nonsense. He belongs to a very powerful family. The more reason I don't need him. Families are made to stab you in the back," she said, revealing her wound. Victor was flustered. "I shouldn't have come here," she said as she turned around and left the balcony. She didn't like getting forced into anything at all. "Alice, is everything okay?" Elena, who saw her daughter's disturbed face when she walked back in, asked. Nothing, I just need to use the ladies' room," she said as she walked toward the elevator. "There is a bathroom here," Elena wanted to say, But Alice was already gone. Ellipsis. Did you anger your sister? Elena asked Victor coldly as he walked inside a few minutes later. He was taking his time to check on things. With the chicks and Yin who were in full alert. Some random demonically possessed agents were found, and they were safely escorted into the second wedding venue. Just some disagreement, don't worry. Victor absent-mindedly told his mother as Mike glared at him. Victor, Theodore suddenly said, come with me. What? Victor asked, but like before, he was dragged out helplessly by his father. What did you give Lara? Theodore asked directly after closing the balcony's door, like his daughter did earlier. A lot of things, Victor asked. She had been living with me. Stop joking, Theodore ordered. He was not a fool. Since yesterday, his daughter was like a new person. Elena didn't feel it, but he did. Ever since yesterday when Victor was in a hurry to kick them out of his house, he felt that something was wrong, and today, when he met Lara he felt it. When she twirled around in her new dress, he almost shit his pants. It was his bloodline reacting. Well, Victor hesitated. His plan to fool his father was a failure from the start. But he needed to try. Well, what? Theodore asked. Lara was training wrong all these years, Victor said. I didn't feel it before, but after my awakening I noticed it. Noticed what? Lara's bloodline was depleted, the same thing I suffered from. What do you mean? Theodore didn't understand. Do you remember how I was always feeble and almost failed my ceremony? Yeah, well, the reason was that the family art was hurting me. Victor clarified, my bloodline which was 100% pure couldn't be purified anymore, so when I practiced the family art it caused my blood to burn. Ah, how did you know that? Oh, when you sent me to that boarding school in Roken City, I met a wandering doctor there, he took me as his student. Quote, stop lying, you were under 24/7 surveillance there, my men were even monitoring your bowel movement. Oh, Victor didn't know that. Quote. 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 Well, I can't tell you, but the thing about my depleted bloodline was true. Do you have proof? Theodore did ask about the source anymore, but he needed proof of the truth of what Victor told him. Lara is the proof. What do you mean? Victor hesitated as if he was making a very tough choice. Then he sighed as if he was resigned to his fate. I know what our originator's bloodline is, it's a dragon. Victor changed the subject. We already know it has a draconian origin. It is called an elder dragon, Victor said, making Theodore pause and wait for his son to continue. This was new. I found it by chance when I met. Stop lying. I can't tell you how I know, but what I told you about mine and Lara's bloodline was true, so I asked my alchemist to create a blood regeneration pill for Lara. I didn't want her to face a risky ceremony as I did. Victor said truthfully. You made her take it yesterday. Theodore was not swayed. Yes, and you saw the result today. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would be in trouble if I did. What do you mean? Quote. Speak. Quote. 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 Okay, fine, Victor sighed. In the family vault a while ago. I found a treasure, something that I should have given to the family, but I chose to keep it for Lara. What? Quote. Our ancestors Nicholas's diary, and within it, one of his scales and the recipe for the blood regeneration pill. Victor lied. What? Theodore asked. It was in an obscure corner. When we entered the vault, I may have used the opportunity to make out inside with cousin Rita. What? Even your cousin? Theodore was shocked again. His son was more of a pervert than he expected. Nah, they were all perverts. She is technically my third or fourth cousin. Victor explained. Quote. Quote. Theodore was about to strangle his son. Let me continue. Anyway, we bumped into a shelf by accident, and the diary that was hidden under it fell. I quickly hid it in my pants. Victor lied. The elder didn't see it. So that's how you know about the bloodline. Theodore exclaimed. I made sure to study it cover to cover after that. I couldn't have told you. You are a family elder after all. And under an oath. Quote. I will need that diary, Theodore said, looking down on the street below. Can you give me one more week to check it again? Where is it? Theodore turned to look at his son. In a secure location. Your pants. I am not that stupid. Quote. 1 week then. I want it on my desk after that. Theodore decided to compromise. I understand, but what desk? You have plenty. Don't try to be funny. Theodore scolded. This needed to be managed carefully. What happened to Lara last night then? Theodore asked softly as he looked through the balcony's door at Lara, who was asking her flustered mother what all the brides would do after the wedding. She exceeded my expectations, although it was a slim chance. She upgraded her bloodline. I don't know what it is now, but it is definitely some supreme dragon. Victor said, she has gotten so strong that even a steel needle won't pierce her skin, and she has some very high regeneration. What? That's what I discovered when I tried to take a blood sample. Victor shrugged. I wanted to tell you after the wedding, but was worried about your reaction. It's fine, but don't keep secrets like that again. Theodore warned. Do you have anything left from that scale? Yes, Victor said, taking out a jade box from his ring, and holding it as if it was a treasure. Theodore quickly took it and opened it, revealing half a scale inside. The air around it made him shiver. He nodded, then pocketed it. Now, the blood regeneration pill requires purified or ancestral blood. Where did you get it? Oh, so you know about that too. Speak. One of the pages had amazing colored purple blood on it. I figured it was the ancestors' blood, so I made the alchemist extract it and use it in the pill. I see, Theodore said. You used all the blood. Should be a trace left on the opposing page. I see. I will take care of this mess for you. Theodore told his son, totally unaware that Victor was only giving him scraps. Don't tell anyone else about this. Theodore added, thanks, father, I understand. Victor scratched his head with a silly smile just as his phone rang. Oh, look, my girls are asking for me, I better go, he said before quickly escaping. Theodore sighed as he watched him go. Victor was really secretive and scheming. But as a father, he liked this. His son was becoming more and more dependable. Still, something about what Victor told him felt wrong. It was a very logical explanation, but still, something. He couldn't put his finger on it. No matter what, he better go to check on his daughter's new abilities before the wedding started. Chapter 302, Boyfriend. Alice cursed at her scheming brother for the 7th time as she walked inside the lady's room to fix her makeup. She had been wandering aimlessly in the hotel for the last 15 minutes not knowing what to do. Damn him, like hell that would happen. Alice frowned as she heard whispers. 2 girls were talking inside one cubicle. I know, I couldn't tell them that I liked girls, they would truly flip. One girl said, making Alice frown as she was about to leave. So, what to do? I found this guy, an actor. I told him to act as my boyfriend for a while, just so the rumors would go away. Alice froze as she squinted her eyes. Did they buy it? Totally, but now I need money to pay him. Can you give me some? Okay, but you have to try that with me. But, stop touching me. You just said but. No, I didn't. You did. Quote. Stop. What if there is someone outside? Let them hear. Alice silently cursed, then walked out in disgust. What's wrong with this world? What should I do? She wondered, and that's when she heard it. The sound of a girl screaming like a bitch. Ellipsis. Kyaaa. Sorry. Stop here, you piece of shit. Lulu cursed. Don't even think of escaping after touching me like this. Fuck. Julian cursed. Of all the bitches he knew, he had to bump into this one. I only bumped into you by mistake. He complained. Stop lying. You were obviously stalking me. Like I would believe you ever again. Lulu said hatefully. Not a chance. It's your fault for blocking the corridor. Julian cursed. You are still the whore you were back then. Do you know that? Fuck you, bastard. She pointed at him and cursed. Lulu, do you know this guy? A woman who was standing behind Lulu asked as she held her. Yeah, I met him at a gathering. My friend wanted me to date him. Lulu said, thankfully, unlike that bitch Margaret, I have standards. She said, what do you mean, sis? A young man, who seemed to be her brother, asked. At first, we met at a karaoke bar. He dared to boast that he was a millionaire. And I almost believed him, but he turned out to be a conman. She spat at him. He is poor. Dirt poor. He got to school on a scholarship, but he didn't have the bus fare, so he slept secretly in class after school and ate from the canteen's leftovers. Lulu said with disgust. What? The woman who seemed to be Lulu's mother asked in disgust as she stepped away as if Julian might contaminate her with her poorness. Look at his suit, it is ripped from the inside. I bet he found it in the garbage and then sneaked inside here to eat. I have an invitation, he said coldly. Where is it? It is here. Julian hesitated, then reached for his pocket, taking out the silver invitation. He knew if he refused to show it, this bitch would start screaming and attract unwanted attention. Look, even his invitation is fake. Lulu said, taking out a golden invitation. This is also an invitation. Julian said with a frown, he was not sure. But the guards outside did let him in after all. You can lie all you want in prison. Security, Lulu yelled, making Julian sigh. Security. Her mother also began to yell as if she was competing with her daughter in being shameless. What's wrong here? A burly bald man in a security uniform quickly appeared. He had a Chick 11 tattoo on his knuckles. This guy has a fake invitation. He is a known beggar. I am sure he is here to make trouble. The burly man frowned and then looked at Julian. Sir, can I see your invitation? Ah. Julian sighed, then took out the silver invitation card. He didn't want to leave before seeing Lily, who didn't appear yet. Could she really be one of the brides? Sir, this is a company-issued invitation. I need you to show me your company card. Oh, right, Julian said as he searched his pockets. I lost it. I see, sir, we will sort it out. You will have to come with me for a moment. But, this way please. Suit him right, kick his ass, he must have stolen that invitation. Lulu screamed, poor bastard, how dare he sneak into such a grand occasion? He must know his position. Totally, not like us. Stop, a firm voice said, making the security guard who was grabbing Julian stop and look back as a very domineering young woman with purple hair walked out of the ladies' room. This man is my boyfriend, she said, then looked at Julian, who was completely, totally, absolutely, and 110% smitten. This girl was so his type. He couldn't even lift his eyes from her. Why are you stunned like that? She asked him angrily. Her angry look was hot. Ah, totally, yeah, I do, he said. Do what? She frowned and asked. He didn't continue as he was interrupted. Security, take her with him. She must be his accomplice. Poor people have no place here. Lulu's mother screamed. She liked showing her imaginary power. Yeah, look at her dress. It doesn't have any brand logo. Definitely a fake. The boy said nothing, he was just entranced. The burly man looked at the purple-haired girl and then swallowed as if he was waiting for her to step on his head. Kick the troublemakers out, she said coldly. Understood, Lady Alice. The burly man said and flicked his finger, making 9 other burly men appear out of nowhere, then drag the stunned snobbish woman and her 2 children out. It was as if they had been doing this all day. Wait, what? I have an invitation. They tried to yell and resist, but a quick strike to the back of their heads made them collapse to the ground, life status unknown. Julian just watched in surprise. This girl seemed to be a big shot. Now, I don't care who you are and how you ended up here. The girl, Alice, turned to look at Julian, inspecting him from head to toe. Quote, ... Why don't we do this? As for now, you will be my boyfriend. She said with a smile as if she had just got a great idea. Julian didn't know how to respond. It is just an act. Don't try to be smug. My stupid brother wants to set me up with some idiot, and I am not going to do as he pleases. She explained, so for the next few hours, you will be my boyfriend, I will pay you $1 million afterward. He didn't have a reason to refuse as he decided to play along. What's the worst that could happen? Refuse and I will kill you. She repeated. I would never dare, he said as he shrugged. Then it is a deal, and reveal anything and I will also kill you. Quote, ... What is your name? She asked in an amused tone. This one was interesting. And it was just a one-day thing. She decided to have some fun. Julian. Julian. Shall I call you Julian? My name is Julian, he clarified. Oh, Julian what? Just Julian for now. Like a stripper? She asked, raising one eyebrow. She looked stunning, especially in those glasses. Quote, ... Julian didn't know how to answer that. Yes, he was only using his first name to hide his identity like a stripper would. But he couldn't say that. I am kidding with you, Alice chuckled as she noticed his flustered face. She liked toying with virgin men, and this one was definitely a virgin. Call me Alice, she said. Alice von Weiss, she added proudly. Julian nodded, he had long realized her identity. Follow me, boyfriend, she said as she dragged him to the venue. You better behave and do as I tell you. Or else. Okay, he said, then looked back frowning. Did a girl just walk out of the men's toilet? There was nothing, it must have been his imagination. Ellipsis. Victor walked out of the ladies' room 10 minutes later, accompanied by Theta. You did good, Victor said with a smile. This went according to plan. Mostly. Julian meeting Lulu was a purely lucky coincidence. This incident had hastened things up, as he was planning for someone else to humiliate Julian in the hall in front of Alice later. He definitely had to send Lulu and her family some flowers, and maybe also some money for the hospital bill as a thank you. I was so nervous that she might decide to check inside the cubicle, Theta said with a blush as she rubbed her butt. That would have never happened. My plan was perfect. What do you mean? My sister hates lesbians, hate with a capital H. He explained. This was related to when one of her elder sisters in the sect tried to molest her when she was young. She wouldn't even think about checking the cubicle, Victor added. How did you know that she would go for that guy then? Theta asked curiously. This could have gone wrong in many ways. I was not 100% sure of that, but let me tell you a couple of things about your future sister-in-law. Victor said, making Theta blush a little. He promised to marry her when she grew up. But she couldn't wait. First, Alice doesn't like bullies. If she saw someone getting bullied for being weak, disabled, or poor, she would definitely help. He said. Oh, Theta nodded. Alice was nice. Secondly, she is really into hot guys, but she doesn't show it. Victor said. And that guy is extra handsome, he is just a little sloppy, and this can easily be fixed by some whipping. Ah, in many ways, Alice is like your big sister Alpha. What do you mean? She is a Summery. Victor said it clearly. She is cold on the outside, while hot and mushy on the inside, both also have big butts. Do you know how filthy your mouth is? A familiar voice cursed from behind them, interrupting his depraved explanation. It was Alpha who materialized out of thin air. She had been using the newly erected array to patrol the hotel. Yes, Victor said as he turned around to look at her. Oh, you are here. Just when I needed you, he added with a smile as if he wasn't just talking about her butt. What? She asked coldly. I remember we got some old empty parchment from your family's vault. Do you still have those? He asked. Yes. What for? I just want to forge some ancient diaries. Whatever, I will send them to the mansion, she said coldly. Luliana and Nova have arrived, they are waiting for you. The girls had already led them to the preparation room. Alpha went straight to the point. Oh, that's good, Victor said. How is the rounding up going? According to plan, 34 agents were identified, she said, and the scapegoat is still on the run. Perfect, he said, then turned to face Theta. He took out a pill from his ring and gave it to her. You know what to do. Everything depends on your performance. He said. Theta pouted a little then nodded. Go then, and be careful. I will, she turned to go then paused. Next time you want to slap my butt, just ask, the mischievous girl said with a blushed face before she ran away. She was subtly telling on him to Alpha. Victor chuckled and then looked back at Alpha. Oops. She was not smiling. Let's go, he said. Quote. She didn't move. If you are jealous, I can slap your butt too. You already tasted my technique, he clarified. Fuck you and your technique, she cursed at him, parking her butt as she started to follow him while remembering that night in the forest. The bastard didn't keep his hand at all. Lynn nervously stepped down, following her mother down the black armored car that had just stopped at the hotel's underground parking lot. She was dressed in a very pretty colorful ceremonial wedding dress. The young master is waiting for you, this way please. A young woman wearing a black mask welcomed them. She was dressed in a black butler suit that made her look slim. Let's go, Amelia said, giving her daughter an inspecting look. She was against this ceremonial wedding shenanigans at first, but when she saw how amazing her daughter appeared in her dress, she changed her mind. Lynn looked simply stunning. Lynn nodded. They followed the girl upstairs through the VIP elevator, which stopped at the 11th floor, where the bride's preparation room was. Stepping in, they could hear a familiar voice, Victor. He was in a heated debate with a beautiful woman in the corridor. They were standing with an aggrieved blue-haired girl in a ceremonial dress like the one Lynn was wearing. She knew that this one was Nova von Astrom. This is our only way. If you back up now, I will make sure to inform von Rosen of what happened. He threatened. I will not fall alone. But, don't worry, I am sure she will reach out to you after the wedding. You just tell her that everything is over after it. This is better for both of us. Fine, the woman said, then turned around and headed to the elevator. On the way, she gave Lynn an inspecting look but said nothing. There was a hint of regret in her eyes, as if she wanted to see her daughter looking like that. Lynn, Victor smiled brightly as he looked at his newly arrived bride. Victor, she blushed as she looked down, expecting him to say something. You look amazing, he said as he began to check her out, totally not caring for her mother who was glaring at him from the side. I am in love again, he said. Lin blushed more as she began to twirl around, making sure he was inspecting every part of her. Enough of that, you will have all the time in the world to flirt around tonight. Amelia scolded, is everything ready here? She asked. Yeah, the brides are inside, putting on the finishing touches on their makeup. I tried to peek, but I was scolded. He said as he shrugged helplessly. Amelia sighed. Why the hell did she approve of such madness? Of course, she didn't, but she was forced by this damn Victor who first switched the wedding to a double wedding and convinced her family. Then he made the double wedding a mass wedding after making sure that no one could back up. This guy might be a pervert, but he was as smart as his father. What's next? Will he marry the entire country? Thankfully he didn't have the time for that. Now, you two go join the girls, ask Margaret if you need anything. Victor told the girls as he spanked the nervous Nova's ass. Ah, you better behave. As usual, you are the only one I can count on. He told her. She nodded with a heavy blush. Why don't we leave the girls to socialize and get down to meet the attendants? He told Amelia. Amelia nodded, her task to make sure Lin arrived was done. After today she belonged to Victor, all for the family. Lin, remember what we talked about, she said, giving her daughter one last look. Ah, I know, Lin said as she bit her lip. Why didn't he spank her too? Let's go then, my future son-in-law. Amelia, totally unaware of her daughter's thoughts, told Victor as she extended her hand to him. She needed to play her part. Victor quickly smiled like a pervert, then held his mother-in-law's hand and dragged her downstairs to socialize, not forgetting to give the girls behind a wink before he left. Chapter 303, The Priest is Here. By the time Victor and Amelia reached the wedding venue, it was packed full as most of the invitees had already arrived and were busy socializing. It was not every day that many of these important people from different industries got to meet. This showed how extensive Theodore's business was. Young Master Victor. Someone called, making Victor, who just entered the hall, frown, then turned to face the old man with a thin white mustache who was talking to him. We meet again, young master, congratulations on your wedding. Yeah, we met before. Victor asked. Young master, I am Olaf, the family butler, the man said as he watched Victor frown as if he was trying hard to remember. We met in your mansion a couple of months ago when I was tasked with giving you your ceremony awards, he added awkwardly as Amelia looked at him with inspecting eyes. She knew him and didn't like him one bit. Ah, Olaf, the butler, right, Victor stuck his palms as he finally remembered. Sorry, I was so engrossed with the rewards back then that I totally forgot about you. He said, totally insulting the old man. Victor didn't like this man, because he was treated like shit by him in his previous life, and he held a grudge. I see, Olaf didn't let his annoyance show. Victor was an elite heir after all. What can I do for you? Victor asked with a sweet smile. The one he used when he wanted to screw someone. I am here to convey the patriarch's and the family's congratulations, Olaf said. In other words, he was here to keep an eye on Victor. Okay, anything else? Victor said, rubbing his fingers for money. The family's present for the wedding had already been issued. Olaf said. He was wondering why the patriarch and Mistress Anne were spoiling this brat. It will be presented by your father after the ceremony. Oh, good, perfect, Victor licked his lips. Now, I will not keep you. Olaf said, congratulations Dame Amelia. He bowed to Amelia and then quickly withdrew. Ellipsis. Did you really forget about him? Amelia asked as she watched Olaf go and find a seat. This man was not a low-ranking or easy individual to look down on. He was the main butler of the entire Von Weiss family after all, representing their patriarch. About who? Victor asked. No one, she sighed, wondering if her daughter would be fine with this shameless guy. I will leave you to your acts, she said as she took the chance to withdraw her hand from his slimy hold and then run away. She needed to go talk to her family representative, her Aunt Martha, who began to sample the sweets. Victor chuckled. This woman was not that bad, but she was born into the wrong family, one he was destined to erase. Now, where to go? He wondered as he had some time before the ceremony officially started. Looking to the side he saw a familiar face, Archie, who was sitting alone on a side table. Although he was the new heir to the prince's position after his cousin Troy disappeared, this was not fully official yet. Victor quickly began heading toward him slowly, taking his time to greet all the people at the tables in his way, not forgetting to compliment all the women on their dresses after giving them an inspecting look. Young Master Victor, are you ready for your wedding night? A man who was already drunk asked. I have been born ready, Victor said casually as he greeted the man. Young master, can you marry my daughter too? I will reserve a spot for her for any future weddings, but I am already booked for the next few years. Young master, can you stop looking at my wife's butt? Oh, I thought she was your daughter, sorry. Victor said, making the old woman chuckle as she hit her husband. Young master, can you give me a role in one of your movies? A fat movie star who was invited by Mira asked. Of course. Victor looked at Steven Silberberg, who was at her table, and said, give her a role in our secret project. Understood, young master, the director replied with excitement. This was the biggest project in his career. It took Victor 10 minutes to reach his destination. Archie, he hugged the reluctant young man tightly. Young Master Victor, Archie greeted him warily. Congratulations on your wedding. Yeah, thanks, why isn't your grandfather, Prince Armand, here? The prince was very busy, so he had to decline your invitation, though he also sent his congratulations, Archie said nervously. He didn't want to be seen at my wedding, it seemed, Victor chuckled. Archie just nodded with a sigh. He had no comment. Victor's reputation was not good at all, and many of his grandfather's assistants advised that he should not be associated with him. Where is my cousin Marley? Victor asked, isn't she sitting with you? She was taken somewhere by the waitresses after someone spilled a drink on her dress, Archie said looking back expecting her to return at any moment. Perfect, Victor said, now listen, I have a mission for you. Victor said seriously. What? Archie asked nervously. He already signed a contract with Victor and couldn't disobey him. Look, do you see that pretty girl with short hair, the slim one who is biting her fingernail? Victor said, pointing to Officer Lee who was sitting next to her father and mother and looking around nervously as if she didn't want to be there. Yes. Is she pretty? Kinda. Good. Her name is Lee, and your mission is to woo her and then marry her. Victor said. What? Lower your voice. Victor scolded as he looked around making sure no one was listening. Yes. I can't, I will never leave or cheat on Marley. This is an order, Victor said coldly, and I am not asking you to leave that slut, Marley. Don't call her a slut. Whatever, you are not leaving her. I will never cheat on her. Idiot, marrying another woman is not cheating. Not if your first wife knows. You will soon be officially the heir to the principality, under the noble law, you can also marry many wives and concubines as I did. Victor whispered like a devil. Ah, but, Archie began to frown, he had to tell the truth, although he liked Marley a lot, he was tempted. Many men would, although most would never dare, little did he know that he was being affected by some very nasty libido increasing effect. You don't have a choice, if you refuse, I would have to finish you off, you knew that when you accepted to work for me. Ah, Archie hesitated, but, Marley, yes, Marley will surely make trouble, but you just have to say that it was an order from your family and that you will be kicked out if you don't do it. Will that convince her? If you told her that you will have to work as a truck driver to support her if you were to be kicked out, she would beg you to marry Lee. Ah, I don't believe you. Marley is not that kind of a girl. Archie defended his sly girlfriend. Whatever, now follow me to meet your new bride. Victor said then quickly dragged the reluctant Archie toward Lee's table. Again, he had to greet a lot of people along the way, but he arrived at his destination quickly. Captain Harold, Lady Nicole, Officer Lee. Victor greeted them as he approached their table. I am really happy that you were able to come to my humble wedding. He said with a smile. Oh, young Master Victor. How could we not come? It is a great honor. Harold said as he began to flatter Victor, making both his wife and daughter sigh. Congratulations on your wedding, Nicole told Victor after her husband finished his barrage of compliments, then she glared at her daughter who didn't want them to come. Congratulations, Lee said reluctantly. If Victor tried to do anything to her mother she was ready to arrest him on the spot no matter what. His crime was being too handsome. Thanks, Victor said as he scratched the back of his head as if he was embraced. Oh, I almost forgot, let me introduce you, he said, grabbing Archie and dragging him forward. This is Archie Wyron. I was just describing Officer Lee's heroic acts to him the other day, and he told me that he really wanted to meet her. Oh, Nicole smiled subtly as she looked at the nervous Archie who kept looking back afraid that Marley would return at any moment. Archie, this is Lee, Lee this is Archie, Victor said as he pushed poor Archie into the chair right next to Lee. I think the two of you will make a very suitable couple. He said. What do you mean, young master? Harold asked. He didn't like this Archie, he was too wimpy. Archie here is the new crown prince, the heir to the principality. Victor said, after Prince Troy's unfortunate incident, he will take his place. What? The family of three all exclaimed as they looked at the embarrassed Archie in a new light. Yes, the news had not been announced yet, Archie said as he scratched his face with his finger. He was not yet used to all this. I thought that someone righteous like Officer Lee would be a good match for young Master Archie, so I took the liberty to introduce the two of you. I meant nothing else, Victor said embarrassingly. I hope you forgive me. He said like a gentleman. It is okay, Nicole said. I think it is good for Lee to meet someone like young Master Archie too. She said, as long as her daughter gave up on Victor, even a beggar was okay. Let alone a prince. Yeah, I think Mr. Archie is a fine young man. Harold said, totally changing his opinion. Having his daughter marry Archie is a sure way to success both for her and him. Lee, who was not expecting anything like this, wanted to object but suddenly squealed. What? Archie asked with a frown. Nothing, Lee said. Her mother had just pinched her under the table. Damn it, Lee silently cursed. Well, she would just have to endure this day with this wimpy guy. As long as Victor stayed away from her mother she was fine. She no longer had any feelings for him. He was a pervert, a huge big pervert that should rot in prison. Young Master, Victor, when will the ceremony start? She had to ask. She just wanted this day to end. In a while, the priest is a little late you see, Victor said, then paused and looked at the door as Lily entered the hall with an arrogant old man. She was guiding him toward a side room behind the stage. Looks like they are already here. I will just have to go adjust a few things if you excuse me, he said, then quickly retreated. Apply a 30% libido effect on Lee, and release Marley after, let's see, 15 minutes, let Lee's sense of challenge flare. Victor whispered to his hidden telecommunicator as he made his way toward Lily and the priest. Archie was the perfect candidate to both contain and protect Lee. Theodore would not really object to him. Ellipsis. Mother, this is my boyfriend. Julian, Alice said as she dragged Julian toward a grand frontal table where her family was sitting. Julian, this is my father Theodore, and my mother Elena. Nice to meet you, Julian said nervously as he confronted his fake in-laws. He couldn't help but notice the others at the table. Next to Theodore, there was a pregnant woman. On the other side next to Elena, there was a very cute little girl that had purple hair with another girl to her side. Next to them, there was a young man who was in a deep conversation with a purple-haired young woman who also had a younger girl at her side. It was a big family. He thought, not knowing that this was just a tiny fraction of it. Julian, Theodore frowned. Sit down, he said as Elena began to inspect her daughter's new boyfriend. Alice quickly gave Julian one of the last two empty seats on the table as she took the last one herself. She was acting like a girlfriend, and this made her feel strange. It was not bad at all. So, Julian, what do you do for a living? Elena asked. He works in my cosmetics company as a vice president, Alice said. I leave most of the work to him most of the time. He is very proficient in his job, she said. Oh, where did you study? Elena found a little. I studied business administration at the Wyron Princely Institution. He told the truth. He studied there on a scholarship for 3 years, but didn't get a degree as he was kicked out because some young master had a disagreement with him. That young master was on the list now. Oh, that's good, Theodore said. What about your family? They are separated. My father runs a little business in the mountains, he said nervously, also telling the truth in a way. His father runs the family mines. We all have our difficulties, Theodore said. He didn't mind his daughter marrying someone of lower status as long as she gave up on her weird hobbies. Can I call you brother-in-law? The little girl suddenly asked as she looked at him, making him give her an inspecting look. Her eyes were like an endless abyss. He looked away in a hurry. What just happened? Why did he just feel his blood boil when he looked her in the eye? Lara, don't be rude, Elena scolded her daughter. Sorry, Lara said as she pinched the girl beside her. She was the one who asked her to say that. Now let me introduce you. Theodore said, this little one is Lara. The young man there is my son Mike, Alice's brother, and the one next to him is Iris, Alice's half-sister. Theodore said, ignoring the other two girls. Nice to meet you all, Julian said just as spotted someone moving from the side. It was none other than Lily dragging an old man. Oh, Lily finally brought the priest. Theodore said as he watched Victor quickly follow after them. I guess the wedding will start shortly. Yes, Julian said as he carefully inspected Lily. She was here. Will he have a chance to talk to her? What are you looking at? Alice stepped on his foot. She didn't know that she was feeling jealous. This was all new to her. Ouch. Oh, I was looking at that priest. Isn't he too old to be running around? Yuyan lied. Yeah, I heard Victor complain earlier that the old priest died yesterday. This was the only one on short call. Mike was the one who replied. I see, Julian said just as a faint scream could be heard from the room behind the stage. I will never approve of such a depraved ritual. This is blasphemy, a faint voice could be heard making trouble. Quote. But, quote. Shut up, this is, bang, no, quote. The sounds died down after that. Others in the venue couldn't hear it clearly, but the groom's family table was very close to the stage, that's what Theodore thought anyway. What just happened? The girl sitting next to Iris asked loudly. Did he kill him? She asked as she lifted her head from her half-eaten appetizer dish. Mia, shush, don't spout nonsense. Iris told her as she also looked at the door behind the stage where Victor slowly walked out arrogantly. He was wiping something from his hand with a handkerchief, it was blood. Chapter 304. Caspian is here. FCK. Victor cursed angrily as he made his way toward his parents' table while wiping the blood off his hand. What happened? Theodore asked as he scowled at his son. What was this brat scheming at now, he wondered. That bastard priest bit me. Victor complained as if it was not his fault. Bit you? Iris asked. Why would he do that? Elena asked with some concern. Are you injured? No, the blood is his. He was making trouble, so I punched him, Victor replied righteously. And, Theodore asked. He bit me, Victor said with an aggrieved tone. You already said that. Why did you punch him in the first place? Is he okay? Theodore asked as Elena grabbed the wine glass Lara was trying to secretly taste. The poor woman had no idea that wine was no longer harmful to the little girl. It was never harmful, the elder dragon's bloodline was already enough to combat the effect of alcohol. He is still kicking. I wanted to force him into the dragon costume, but he dared to refuse, Victor said as if the priest was the bad guy. So what's now? Mike asked as he secretly passed Elle another glass containing some wine to give to Lara. The little girl deserved a drink at her brother's wedding. Everything will be fine. As an old man, he needs to change his old views, so it will take another 15 minutes to convince him, Victor said. Lily is already on it. He added mysteriously. How is that exactly? Julian asked nervously as some very dirty thoughts crossed his mind. He could imagine his poor sister giving that old man a No, just forcing some strong wine down his throat, and performing some hypnosis. Any old man will start to act sensible after some. Who the fuck are you? Victor suddenly paused and asked, pointing at Julian before looking at Alice and then back at Julian. He is my boyfriend, Alice said proudly, grabbing Julian's arm as she rested her head on his shoulder. Making the poor young man completely forget every other thought in his mind. Your boyfriend? Since when? Didn't you tell me that you investigated her boyfriend? Elena turned and asked Victor, who was standing behind her with a frown. Lara used the opportunity to taste the wine. She spat it moments later. It was not to her liking. Ah, Victor hesitated as Alice slid her finger across her neck, threatening him. He swallowed. Oh, so it's that one. I never saw his photo. Victor said slowly as if he was a bad liar. I see, Elena was not convinced. Nice to meet you at last. Victor turned and said to Julian nervously as he grabbed the wine glass Elle handed him from behind Elena's back after tasting it. She seemed to have liked it as she drank the whole thing and was now drowsy. Nice to meet you too, congratulations on your wedding. Julian replied. Thanks, Victor said as he inspected Julian. Why don't we see the brides? Where are they? Alice asked. They will appear at the ritual, this is for the atmosphere. Victor explained. Oh, Victor, did you greet your grandfather and grandmother? Elena suddenly asked. Not yet, why? Why would someone need a reason to greet his grandparents? Go see them before the ceremony starts. She scolded, pointing at a nearby table. Ellipsis. Victor sighed and made his way toward the table occupied by his maternal grandparents and their not-so-successful offspring. Hi, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunt, cousins, Victor said awkwardly as he greeted his grandfather Calvin and his grandmother Willow. He also nodded to his aunt, uncles, and cousins who buried their heads into their extravagant dishes. I am really happy that you came, he said. Oh, Victor, Willow said as she grabbed Victor and kissed his face. He was now her favorite grandson. You look really handsome, just like your grandfather did at his wedding. Thanks, Victor said as he secretly cursed at the opportunistic old woman. Victor, I want to talk to you about some of the news I got, Calvin suddenly said. Is it urgent? Nah, it's about some info I got about an upcoming event, I thought you would like it. Then I will contact you about next week, Victor, who knew what this was about, said. You know, Victor smiled lewdly, making his uncles and cousin look away in envy. I know, Kulivin chuckled. He wished he could also marry these many wives. Nah, Willow was more than enough for him. After Lily gave her that pill, they were having a honeymoon every night. No one needed to know that, especially Victor, who could read it all over his grandfather's smirking face. Victor, the men at the door took my phone, can you get it back? Willow suddenly said. She wanted to make a video call to her friends and brag. Sorry Grandma, all phones are forbidden for security reasons. If you want a photo to show to your friends, just gesture to any of the girls. Carrying cameras to the side, they will be more than happy to take your photos and we will send them to you a week later after reviewing them. Victor explained, pointing to some girls who were standing next to the hall's walls like prostitutes with cameras. Oh. Good, she nodded with a smile. Victor really understood her. What a good grandson. Victor sighed and then paused, as his communicator beeped. What? He asked as he moved away from his grandparents' table. Someone wearing a mask had just entered the hotel. He fits the profile you gave us on Caspian. And Yin is about to go crazy telling me that he is a demon. Where is he? Victor asked. He had just walked in with an old man using a golden invitation. Its ID indicates that it is one of those we sent to the Players' Council. Shall we guide him to the main or secondary venue? The main one. He is one of the main actors today. Victor said as he closed his eyes and focused on the array. He was using it to have a parametric view of the entire hotel. Inside the elevator, he could see him. A young man was standing arrogantly with a servant behind him. This guy was that of Caspian without a doubt. There is something else. What? Caspian presented 3 cheap incense sticks as his wedding present, Alpha said coldly, knowing what this represented. Noted. Just follow the plan and tell Yin to calm down. Victor said as he squeezed his fist, then quickly moved toward Luliana, who was sitting with her family and a blue-haired man. The Von Astrom representative. Victor, right, congratulations on the wedding, the Von Astrom representative said casually to Victor, who stood behind Luliana. Thanks, Victor said. He knew that this man looked at him with disdain, but he didn't care. Please enjoy the feast, he added with a lazy smile, then nodded to Sirius, Nova's father, and Atlas, his son. They were sitting there with white faces, afraid that their scheme might be discovered. Their standing in the family was on the edge. If news of Nova's escape were to be known, they would surely be punished severely. Lady Luliana, Victor said as he bowed closer toward Lulian's ear. Caspian is here. He will enter this venue at any moment, don't reveal a thing. He will probably wait for the ceremony to begin before acting. Victor whispered, making the woman tense all of a sudden. I understand, she said nervously. Victor nodded, then retreated as a bead of sweat dropped from the nape of his neck. There was a beautiful tan-skinned woman with black flowing hair there sitting next to Luliana. A woman he didn't notice at all from afar because she was wearing an artifact that made her seem unimportant. Name: Mirage Trusin. Level: 130. Class: Fate Priestess, SSS. Abnormal conditions: Greater blessing of the Fate Lord. People with lower fates will feel owed in of you. Unaffected by others' fate influence. Slave of the Fate Lord. Authority: 15. Strength: 339. Agility: 355. Intelligence: 377. Luck: 35. Charm: 55. Order: 1107. Skills: Fate Eyes, SSS. Fate Trace, SSS. Misfortune Fate, SSS. Happiness Fate, SSS. Order Steel, SSS. Cooking, A. Sword Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Staff Arts, A. Dancing, A. Tea Ceremony, A. Singing, B. Trapping, B. Pain Tolerance, B. Fire Tolerance, C. Poison Tolerance, C. Disguise, C. Poison Brewing, D. Healing, E. Sewing, E. Cleaning, E. Eavesdropping, F. Equipment. Anonymous Ring, SS. Soul Locker Hairpin, SS. Greater Storage Ring, S. Protection Talisman, S. Fate Sect Elder Token, S. Ethereal Armor, A. Bloodline, question mark. Fate Status, Fate's Power, A. Summery, A+++. Defined Fate. Serve the Fate Lord. Destiny List. No. At last, the Fate Sect agent appeared. This was definitely the one who spied on his fate that day. Ellipsis. This is Gloria Flick, reporting from the front of the White Hotel. Outside the hotel, many news trucks stopped between the fans and the protesters with their eyes on the hotel. Many reporters were lined up, looking with envy at the violet carpet where some of the late invitees were tickling in. As our viewers saw, the priest had just arrived. It was Master Oppenheimer, the head of the United Temple in Vane City. Gloria began to read the report that her assistant prepared. He is 91 years old this year. I want to remind all of our viewers who are sending us some inquiries to use only polite language as this is a live feed, and that we have many underage viewers. That young man who walked in earlier was hot. Screw you. Suck my asterisk asterisk. I like weddings. I really like your asterisk 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 Gloria. OMG, that groom is so hot. Doesn't he look like that granny's boy? They are clearly different people. Window cleaner tour, now for $50. I want to be his bride too. Now, we have some questions about the identity of the groom. He is Victor White, the heir of the White conglomerate and the son of the famous businessman and philanthropist Theodore White, Gloria said as she tried hard to accommodate the live chat feed. Victor's sleazy photo was presented on the screen seconds later. Wow, he is so hot. Volcano. The oligarchs are scamming you. Wake up, people, I want to carry his babies. I am not into purple dyed hair. He is a natural, he is a pervert. Wake up, people, I am Theodore White and I want to give you all free crypto coins. White dog coins to save the planet, doubles in value every year. ... Stop being blind people, they are trying to control the world. I bet there are some really big shots inside. I bet your mother is a whore. How did you know that? Ellipsis. Why aren't you filming the wedding? ... What are your 3 sizes, Gloria? Let the monarchs die. Long lives democracy. Hi. Now, I want to apologize that we couldn't film from the inside as promised as it was strictly forbidden to bring in cameras. Gloria said, then began to read the feed again. As you can see, the streets are filled with protesters. Let me go around and ask. Gloria began to slowly move around. Excuse me, why are you protesting? She asked one woman. That bastard is doing something against nature. Polygamy is a sin. It makes me sick. Yeah, a man should always marry one woman. How can a man love more than one? Another said, bastards, I should have been one of the brides. Another said, as you see, my dear viewers, polygamy is still a very controversial topic. For polygamy for a harem? No, don't listen to those idiots. I prefer monogamy. I can't love more than one woman, no one can. I can. You disgust me. Creep. Don't you love your mother too? Idiot. Hi, loser. Asterisk 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 your mother. How do you buy white coins? Shut up F asterisk cur. It is a scam. Why the cursing? I didn't mean you. How does this thing work? Mira is getting married at last. I really want to see that. Me too. I don't. No, my Mira, why didn't you sneak a camera in? Now, please be careful of some scammers in the chat, and please stop with these pointless arguments. Gloria said as she read, of course, we tried to send in a hidden cam inside, but it was busted along with the carrier's nuts. She said as she moved to another side, squeezing between the crowds with difficulty. Excuse me, sir, what do you think about his wedding? She asked a young man standing solemnly to the side. He seemed like a decent man. I am trying to get in, I am the groom you see. My name is Victor White. He said with tears in his eyes. The jealousy had turned him mad. I want to marry my Mira. He screamed as he grabbed the microphone and then jumped at the camera. I am Victor. Give me my waifus. It took Gloria 3 whole minutes to grab her mic back as a few police officers came and dragged the madman away moments later. Sorry about that, she said, as you can see. Some people can't handle such occasions. I hope that young man turns up okay. Damn, those B asterisk 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 S. Yeah, they were well hidden. ... Above, is that Gloria really your type? Nah, bot THOSB asterisk 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 R. Hashtag me too. White coin is on the Dingo Bingo trading platform. Call hash 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 hash. Yeah, look at those boobs. I bet you she is not wearing a bra. Definitely. ... Send a drone. Yeah, she can't afford one. A drone, and yes, we tried to send a drone but it was grabbed by a security eagle. Now it is broadcasting footage from the insides of a toilet, Gloria said with a blush as she adjusted the blouse under her jacket to hide her breasts. That man pulled at it earlier, making it come loose. She should have worn a bra. She hoped no one saw anything. But she was in for a big surprise when she reviewed the footage later that night. Lame. Show US footage from the drone. Yeah, they must be hiding something. Show US your B***** again. We can't show you that. She yelled just as she heard a beeping from the back. Look, some new grand convoy is approaching. She said in excitement as the cameraman tilted the camera back, showing a fleet of golden-colored cars stopped to the side and an army of bodyguards dressed in bronze suits flooded out and began to push away the reporters. Gloria barely managed to step to the side as a grand custom-made armored Golden Bull SUV car stopped surrounded by armed bodyguards. An assistant quickly ran to the car's doors and opened them while bowing. From the inside an unknown old man wearing a face mask walked out followed by a pretty young woman and a young man who was pushing a wheelchair in front of him. In the wheelchair, there was a girl who was wearing a simple blue dress and simple blue strapped shoes. She had silky gray hair styled into a bun. Her face was hidden by a thick black pair of shades, but Gloria, who was close by, could tell she was a beauty. She could also spot some tears falling from the girl's delicate chin. Chapter 305, Cursed. Victor decided to act casually and wait until Caspian reached the venue. He quickly found his cousin Zoe who was with some other guys from the academy and went to greet them while keeping his eyes on the door. Hi, guys, Victor said casually as he inspected the girls' dresses. They looked nice and youthful. Hi, Victor, congrats. Zoe said awkwardly, she was feeling a little strange seeing him here in a white suit. He looked very handsome, very manly. What are you thinking, Zoe? He is your cousin. Well, not a direct cousin. No, but, congratulations young master. Victor, tonight will be tough on you. Another classmate said, not noticing Zoe's blush. Nah, I can take 10 more. Victor said, hope you recovered after the school trip, he added changing the subject. Thankfully we survived, another girl said with a blush. We were the lucky ones, too bad Arnie and Kalila didn't make it. Yeah, teacher Isabella didn't want to come here, another student said. She said it is not appropriate for her to celebrate a wedding after such a tragedy. No one except for Victor knew that it was Tom's idea for Isabella not to come. He brainwashed her by telling her it was not appropriate. He didn't want her to see him in action. Yeah, she is still feeling it was her fault. I feel sorry for her, another guy said. Young Master Victor, suddenly one of them spoke. It was Elma, thanks for your help that day. She meant about Mr. Toby, but she didn't say it clearly in front of her friends. Toby also didn't come here in consideration of that. It's okay, we are friends after all. Victor replied, totally ignoring a couple of sneaky vermin who sneaked behind him in a hurry, escaping toward the hell's door after seeing him. Ellipsis. The couple of vermin was a fat man and a slutty woman. They were none other than Nadia, Margaret's slut friend and her sugar daddy CEO. When the CEO realized that Victor, the groom, was the one whom he had put a hit on yesterday, he almost had a heart attack. He decided to escape this place ASAP with Nadia and was destined to be killed after he enjoyed her one last night. That's why he didn't break up with her yet. It was all her fault for agitating him against Victor. Now hopefully, he would be able to cancel that order before the news went out. As soon as they left the hall and sighed in relief as they turned a couple of corners, they bumped into a handsome guy wearing a simple martial arts suit and a face mask. He seemed to have just left the elevator. The bump didn't hurt the young man at all as he didn't move an inch, but it made Nadia and her sugar daddy who were in a hurry fall to the ground. Hey, watch it, dumbass. Do you know how much my dress cost? Nadia began to scream like a bitch. Young man, be careful where you walk or I will sue you. The CEO angrily scolded as he stood up after affirming that the young man didn't seem to be anyone important. The old man behind him didn't look important either with his worn-out shoes and gray traditional garb. The young man looked at them and then smiled behind his face mask. You better watch out too, he said to the fat CEO in a strange tone, then walked past them with the old man heading toward the hall. The couple felt a little disoriented for a second, but there was nothing a second later. If they were not in a hurry, they would have cursed at the young man more, but they didn't have time for that. They quickly made their way to the elevator and took it to the main hall. There they almost bumped into an old man who was accompanying a young woman and a young man dragging a wheelchaired girl. Without apologizing and totally ignoring them, the couple ran to the reception desk where he got their phones back. Is there a back door here? The CEO asked the receptionist. Ah, yes, go straight through that door and turn left, it should be straight ahead. the receptionist said with a frown after secretly notifying the security department in case those two did something wrong. Let's go, the CEO said, then dragged Nadia and quickly headed in the direction the receptionist pointed at. Young man, the old man who was about to go into the elevator suddenly called for the CEO, be careful, you are cursed. He added. The CEO totally ignored him as he hurried with Nadia until they reached the back door. There, they exited the hotel as no one stopped them. They quickly found their car and drove out of the parking lot in a hurry as the CEO began to call the assassin he hired to cancel the hit. He didn't get to do that as a drunk truck driver hit his car and flattened it into a stone wall, sending the CEO and Nadia to the afterlife, or another world where they would be heroes, who knew? Ellipsis. After leaving Zoe's table, Victor turned to the nearby table where Anna and Peter were sitting with their friends from high school. Most of them were invited by the twins and Margaret, and they were totally bewildered by the lavish atmosphere here. Young Master Victor, did you see Tom? Anna asked after congratulating Victor. No, is he here? Yeah, I saw him at the door. Then he is probably in the ladies' room. Yeah, he would like it there, Peter chuckled. Peter, that's rude, Sarah said. She didn't dare to scold Victor, but Peter was her childhood friend. Victor is telling the truth, Peter said. Tom has changed a lot lately, he is becoming more, Peter didn't find the right word. He is just revealing his true nature, Victor said. Exactly. In short, he is a pervert, Peter said. What do you mean? Georgie asked. He is dating the 5 girls in our class and the teacher at the same time, Peter said bitterly. He was still suffering from jealousy after Tom took the opportunity to sleep with a few girls in the dungeon. One of them was someone Peter was trying hard to court. Although Tom apologized late telling Peter that he didn't know, Peter still felt humiliated. It was obvious he was after that girl, but Tom only saw what he wanted. Nothing ruins friendships like trouble over women. Especially with a guy like Tom who likes to take them all. What? Everyone at the table exclaimed. It's true, Victor said casually, then squinted his eyes and waited for Caspian to come in. What was taking him so long? Could he be coming from the other door? Victor thought as he looked around. That's when Victor noticed a strange capped man sitting in the back with other invitees but was not talking to anyone. Ahmm. Level 139. Class Master Inquisitor, SS. Authority 13. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Luck 43. Charm 39. Order 77. Skills, Truth Sword, SS. Truth Appraisal, SS. Shining Truth, S. Sword Arts, A. Spear Art, A. Strategic Mind, A. Poison Dart, A. Survival, A. Endurance, A. Torture, A. Poison Resistance, A. Corrosion Resistance, B. Tea Making Art, B. Brewing Poisons, B. Acting, C. Alchemy, D. Dagger Arts, D. Spying, D. Staff Arts, E. Shogi, E. Piano, F. Kissing, F. Equipment, Anonymosity Cap, SS. Illusion Talisman, A. Defense Talisman, A. Hidden Storage Ring, B. Storage Ring, D. Fate Status, Fate's Power, D. Summary, D. Defined Fate. Killed by boss for raping his sister. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. *T. Who the fuck was this one? And where did he come from? Wait, there was something under his sleeve, he was pointing it around the room with a camera. That's impossible, all recording devices were being jammed using the family's advanced technology. Was it a gun or an artifact? Victor excused himself under the pretext of needing to greet other guests, then began to move toward James Trove, who was sitting on the other side. Victor was trying to get a clear view of what was in that man's hand. It was not a weapon. Zelator's communication mirror, no. 2711. *T. This one was a dark chamber agent. Should he finish him? Probably not. This man was an inquisitor, so he was not here to make trouble, but to investigate him and the girls. Those guys were probably planning to target him next. So he better not give them a reason to be wary. He just needed to act carefully and ignore this guy for now. Victor soon reached James Trove's table. Principal, I am happy you made it, Victor said to the principal, who was carefully inspecting Julian from the back absent-mindedly. Ah, Victor, I didn't see you there. He chuckled. Congratulations. Thanks, Victor said as the guy whom he was waiting for walked past the gate. Not only he but also James and Ahmm both looked back as if they were mice and a snake had just entered their burrow. He was here at last. Caspian Drake. Level 102. Class: Crowned Shaman, SS. Abnormal status: Blessing of the Fate Lord. People with lower fates will feel in awe of you and follow your commands. Authority: 13. Strength: 300. Agility: 288. Intelligence: 279. Luck: 27. Charm: 47. Order: 109. Skills: True Branding, SSS. Cursed Resurrection, SSS. Curse Slave, SS 37/43. Dark Curse, S. Dark Curtain, S. Indestructible Shield, S 3/3. Heal, A. Lying, A. Fireball, A. Summoning, A. Wind Slash, A. Sword Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Charm Resistance, A. Shamanic, Ritual, A. Knife Arts, B. Array Arts, B. Dance, B. Fist Arts, B. Calculations, B. Insta-Death Resistance, C. Fire Resistance, C. Shock Resistance, C. Frost Resistance, C. Cannibalism, C. Cooking, C. Minor Appraisal, D. Piano, D. Painting, E. Survival, F. Bloodline, question mark question mark question mark. Equipment: Higher Storage Ring, AAA. Hidden Armor, A. Protection Talisman, A. Heavenly Sect First Disciple Token, A. Fate Status, Fate's Power, SS+. Summary: Scion, Defined Fate, Rule the World. Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. What the hell is wrong here? What is Scion? Victor frowned and then quickly clicked on the Destiny List. Fate SS+. Destiny List. Greater than less than birth fate greater than kill demons less than S greater than less than fate lord. 0487710 set greater than rule the world less than SSS greater than less than fate lord. 0487710 set greater than. Scion, greatness is your destiny less than SSS greater than less than self set greater than, cleanse the world less than SS greater than less than self set greater than, form 8 similar to me army less than SS greater than less than self set greater than, inherit the heavenly sect less than SS greater than less than self set greater than, kill my enemies less than SS greater than less than self set greater than, fill the world with my seed less than SS greater than. Victor frowned, the bastard was here at last. This meant a lot of things and Victor discovered some very disturbing news. Caspian already knows that Nova is fake. How couldn't he, as he also has that Fate Lord blessing like that woman Mirage who was obviously Luliana's friend. They were definitely together. Nova never had a chance, she was being manipulated from the start. *T, Victor silently cursed. Was his plan jeopardized? No, this can still be salvaged. But the real troublesome thing was now this Fate Lord's blessing. First Mirage and then Caspian. Victor didn't expect to begin dealing with Lords so early after returning. Those shouldn't have been a problem until after the reckoning. Victor didn't expect that they had already begun their plan this early. Lords are troublesome. Victor only knew so little about them after begging Julian to tell him. He only described them as very strong otherworldly beings who control different worlds from behind the scenes and use their agents to do their bidding. They can usually create scions or hire them, but there are some constraints and conditions attached that Victor had no idea about. No one knows what their real objectives are, as they usually don't interfere directly with worldly matters, their agents always appear when they are least expected. In fact, after the reckoning, scions without a lord are just headless flies that can be dodged if you stay out of their way. Scions following a lord are a real pain in the ass as they usually have access to an entire network of agents who follow their lord. That's why Victor dodged Rain and Tulip before, he was not ready to take those on despite having the strength to stand a fight. *T, he cursed again. Things began to fit in but still, one thing didn't. If Caspian was meant to rule the world, then what about Lily's fate? There was a conflict here. No, shit. Are you okay, young master? James asked. Hell no, Victor said. Excuse me. Victor said to the principal who was also disturbed by Caspian's appearance then walked away. It just occurred to him. He realized it all. The Fate sect was probably never after him like he thought. But after Lily all along. It made sense. They already had their guy, and she was a nuisance. They must have known about her and were the original cause of her demise. Saving her must have triggered some chain reaction that alerted them. The misfortune curse must be them trying to fish her out. They must already know that the disturbance in fate was in Vane City. Victor frowned as he analyzed things further, ignoring the attendees who congratulated him as he made his way to the side of the hall. He had one question: why did Caspian fail in his past life despite his amazing fate? Was his fate changed, or was he defeated by someone else? No, the Fate sect was against Caspian at that time. The Fate Lord must have discovered that he was a demon and turned against him. That made sense, and this provided a good way to kill Caspian. Still, there was no evidence of Caspian being a demon, and it was very hard to prove. He had killed demons, fate after all, but it was weaker than his own fate, so he could ignore it probably, or was it to kill enemy demons? Demons clearly have a way of hiding their fate, but it was not clear how they were doing it. He should probably monitor Poe more closely, or eat him and get his memories. Victor made up his mind as he watched the old man walk behind Sebastian and ask an assistant to help him find a table in the back because he couldn't walk. Trim and Yong. Level 179. Class Wood Wizard. Authority 17. Abnormal status Curse Slave, SS Caspian Drake. Strength 361. Agility 452. Intelligence 612. Luck 0. Charm 10. Order 0. Skills: Wood Control S. Wood Turning S. Cage A. Woodpike A. Water Ball A. Survival A. Carving A. Healing B. Staff Arts B. Fire Resistance B. Talisman Making B. Dancing C. Shock Resistance C. Sword Arts D. Poison Resistance D. Cooking E. Cleaning E. Poison Making F. Insta-Death Resistance F. Equipment: Great Wizard Staff A. Protection Talisman B. Storage Ring F. Fate Status Fate's Power F. Summary F. Defined Fate. Master's Slave Curse Slave Effect. Just another insect. Victor. Code Red. Alpha's voice suddenly sounded in Victor's ear. What? Caspian entered the restroom, then stayed there for a while before leaving. We couldn't monitor him as our array was jammed. Alpha said. I sent a girl there to check on it, but she never returned. I used my eye to inspect the place, but there was nothing, only the girl collapsed on the floor. I will go there immediately. Victor hesitated for a second, then said as he began to walk. There is something else, Alpha said. What? Victor asked as he left the hall through a side door. A group from the von Geldstadt family is here. They have the wheelchaired girl you told me about. Victor frowned. Delay them. There is no need. They wanted to meet you before the wedding, so I sent them to the reception room on the 11th floor. Perfect. Understood, he said as soon as he reached the restroom. Harvey must not know that Caspian is here to make trouble, or he would be having other thoughts. Victor took a deep breath, then quickly cast an SSS protection talisman on himself and stepped into the restroom. You have been cursed. Plague. SS. Curse failed due to authority restrictions. Victor saw a light that tried to hit him shatter as he looked around. There was a girl who collapsed to the side with signs of rot on her skin. She was cursed, but thankfully she was still alive. Victor knelt beside her and quickly activated a dispelling talisman, then placed it on her. Curse cleared. Victor sighed in relief, then dragged her to the side before looking at the roof where a strange-looking blood array was painted and then disguised using a talisman. It didn't stop his vision. *T. Cursing, he took out a bottle of concentrated soul wine, put a drop of green goo in it, then shook it a little before he began to splash it on the blood. This was the fastest way to safely clean this *T, as Victor was sure it would make more trouble after clearing it with water or alcohol. It was the norm to put traps within arrays. There was a hissing sound and the sound of screaming, then there was nothing. Extra effective. The 9x9 minor plage curse array was damaged. 81 sealed minor plague demons were eradicated. Plus 810000 XP. Plus 81 order points. *T. This was close. If someone tried to clean the ceiling circle, those demons would have escaped. This guy Caspian was really being arrogant. Was he so sure of his father's power, that he was not afraid of von Weiss's retaliation if something went wrong? No, they must have known that the von Weiss family was about to collapse. They wanted them to make trouble so that a war could be fought. *T. Victor cursed for the 1000th time. Alpha, send someone to clean this place. Your girl is alive, but quarantine her for a few days, he said as he adjusted his suit. In a while, the cleansing on the second venue had already begun and I can't spare any girls. As expected, those guys are total nutcases. They are brainwashed death soldiers aiming to kill as many VIPs as possible. I see, then clean them up and watch out for flesh bombs. No need to take prisoners, he said as he walked out to face his new bride. Chapter 306, Elise. Alice frowned as she felt something cold creep up her spine. She looked back and their eyes met. She couldn't have mistaken him for any other guy. He was finally here, Caspian Drake. He was looking at her. She involuntarily looked back and held Julian's hand. She was looking for support. Are you okay? Julian, who felt something strange, asked. Nothing, she said, letting go of his hand in a hurry. What's going on here? Elena suddenly asked. What do you mean? Theodore asked as he helped Luna to some refreshments. Ever since that handsome guy entered the hall, you, Mike, and Alice started acting nervously. Even Victor escaped the hall like a sneaky cat. Who is this guy? She asked. Oh, well, he is Alice's old fiancé, Mike finally said. Alice refused his proposal in public and humiliated him. I see. What? Elena asked. She had no idea that her daughter was engaged to begin with. It's a complicated story. Now I have Julian, so don't care about him, Alice said. Oh, Elena frowned and looked at Theodore for an explanation. He just ignored her. She sighed. Feeling her husband's reluctance to talk, she decided to stop asking for now and interrogate him later tonight in bed. She knew which buttons to press to make him talk. Ellipsis. Victor quickly headed to the reception room where a group was waiting for him. It was none other than Gary, who was accompanied by his girlfriend April and a girl in a wheelchair. To the side of them, there was an old man with a mask who was relaxing on a sofa and sipping the quality coffee the girls prepared for him. Young Master Victor. Gary greeted quickly when Victor walked in. Gary, you are here. I am happy to see you again, Victor said and then turned to face the old man. Master Harvey, Victor greeted, it's an honor to host you here at my humble wedding. Victor said to the von Gledstadt family patriarch as he bowed elegantly. Victor, it's nice to meet you again, Harvey said as April nodded to Victor. She couldn't act out of order as Harvey was here. She really wanted to thank him though. That scroll he gave Gary to make her a player was very precious. One must know, the family would have never accepted her as a wife for Gary if she was not a player. I heard you wanted to meet me before the wedding, Victor said. Yes, let me introduce you, Harvey said in an amused tone as he put his hand on the wheelchaired girl's shoulder. This is my great-granddaughter Elise. She is Gary's cousin and the girl we promised you, he said casually as he squinted his eyes as the girl shook a little and bowed her head nervously. She couldn't see it, but she felt Victor's burning gaze on her body, inspecting every nook and cranny. Salivating all over her tender skin. No, the pervert was going to rape her. Quote. Victor, who was doing none of what the blind girl imagined, acted shocked as he looked at Elise, then at Harvey, then at the girl again before returning to Harvey. We agreed on Valerie. No, we didn't, Harvey corrected him coldly. We did. I clearly told you I wanted Valerie. And I clearly scammed you to take Elise. But, we signed a contract, Harvey said as Gary looked at Victor with a sense of awe. He had never seen someone barter with his great-grandfather like this before. Oh, you got a point there. Fine, but you said nothing about her being in a wheelchair, Victor complained, making sure to not reveal that he knew that she was blind too. You didn't ask, Harvey said. A deal is a deal, he said, totally not caring for the little girl's feelings. Fine, we will see about that later, Victor said. Why don't we head to the wedding hall? The main event is about to start, and being the groom, I can't be late, he said. Of course, Harvey said as he stood up. Since Elise is already yours, why don't you drive her there and get to know her? Harvey said. Oh, Victor hesitated, then grabbed Elise's wheelchair's handle and began to push the shaking girl by himself. Oh, she vibrates, he said, secretly telling Harvey that the girl is not accepting him. Yes, Harvey nodded as they walked toward the elevator, the best quality goods. He played along as he put his hand on Elise's shoulder, calming her. Exactly what you asked for, he added, reminding Victor of their deal. I see, Victor said. But it was clear that he was not amused. Elise, remember our conversation, Harvey secretly told Elise as they walked. She nodded in dismay, totally unaware that this was meant to be the best day of her life. Ah, she suddenly yelped, making Harvey frown and look at her. Victor had seemingly bumped her chair with a door. Sorry about that, he said quickly. The rest of their journey was a little awkward, as no one spoke as they walked. Harvey sighed, although Elise was being wronged. But staying with Victor was way better for her. He long knew that her position in the family was not safe, but he was too sick to intervene earlier, leaving her to end up in a very screwed up situation. For now, she had a few missions to achieve while she was with Victor. To spy on him and secure an inheritor with the von Weiss bloodline, and find out where the hell he got the awakening scroll Gary used on April from. That foolish grandson of his tried to hide it, but Harvey was 100 years older and 1,000 times smarter. Harvey had a hunch that Victor was not a simple guy at all, and his hunch was never wrong. Victor would never truly hurt Elise. He might abuse her a little, but she was already used to that. It would also make the girl hate Victor and work harder to finish him off, and when she returns to the family she would have a better standing having proven herself. On the other hand, if Victor treated her well, it was even better. The girl would get a loving family at last and maybe she would get to have a few peaceful years before the von Weiss family's inevitable demise. He would be able to extract her then, with all the secrets she got. It is a good deal no matter what, though the stupid girl didn't know it. Ellipsis. Victor, who was aware of Harvey's stupid thoughts, sighed as he inspected the girl. Elise von Geldstadt. Abnormal status. Ongoing awakening ritual 13.1%. STR 5. In 27. Luck 5. Charm 23. Bloodline. Question mark question mark question mark. Question mark question mark question mark. Fate status. Fate's power. A. Summery. A+. Defined fate. Not defined. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Victor secretly smiled. This was all according to what he read in the reports about her. Elise was the daughter of Gary's late aunt who died whilst giving birth to her without clarifying the identity of her father. So naturally everyone in Elise's family looked down on her, especially when they examined her mother's files and by chance found out that her father was in fact a descendant from an old long-destroyed family that was enemies with the von Geldstadts. He married her mother in order to infiltrate the family and steal their artifact, but his plan failed and had to leave when his wife discovered the truth. The poor girl Elise was bullied for all her childhood until she reached 7 years old. The age at which all the von Geldstadt attempted their ceremony to become merchants by solving a riddle or doing a mission that the awakening artifact presented. At that time, the family was against her, but Harvey insisted on making her attempt the ceremony like everyone else. So, she attempted it, but someone seemingly secretly manipulated the awakening ritual, making it offer an impossible task for poor Elise. After one day and night of trying, the poor girl was blasted away from the artifact, sealing her destiny as a failure. She hasn't been able to see or walk ever since. Harvey, feeling sorry for her, secretly took her to some other minor families to try their artifacts after paying a great price. Although she might only be able to awaken as a semi-player, this was enough to protect her. But to his shock, no other artifact would work on her. So she was labeled as a cripple and as a useless heir ever since. No one could tell the truth that she wasn't useless, she just hadn't finished her task from her first awakening yet. That's why no other artifact world worked on her. It was only later that she would be able to fully awaken. Maybe with the help of some scion, but Victor was not sure as this was not mentioned. Victor was very glad that he just got his hands on this treasure. One must know, the harder the task the greater the reward, as his father told him on his awakening day. Victor really wanted to laugh like a maniac but was interrupted. Young Master Victor, why don't you add Elise to your roster of wives for this wedding? Harvey asked casually. Possible, but not today as that would present a problem. Victor shook his head. You see, I am doing the 8 Kingdoms ceremony. Oh, the one with the dragon priest. Something like that. It has been a long time since I heard of this ceremony. I thought people had long abandoned such traditions. Harvey said with a nod as Gary and April looked at each other. They never heard of that. They wanted to ask but decided not to. Master Harvey is very knowledgeable, Victor said as he squinted his eyes. Yes, when you live for a long time you see a lot, he said just as they finally entered the hall. Master Harvey, the ceremony is about to begin, I need to prepare. Victor said. Good, leave Elise with me for now, I will send her to you when the wedding ends. Harvey said as Victor bowed and left. Grandpa, let's get a seat, Gary said as he held Elise's chair, "'Cause, Victor is not bad," he told her. Yes, he helped me marry Gary, April said. She was feeling very sorry for the little girl, but as a newly admitted wife, she didn't have a voice in the family at all. Elise bit her lip absent-mindedly. Harvey sighed as he was quickly guided to a table in the front where he sat down with his grandsons, under the curious eyes of the other attendants who didn't recognize him. Someone did though. Master Harvey, it's an honor to meet you. It was Theodore who quickly made his way to greet Harvey. I thank you for attending my son's humble wedding. He said. It's okay, now don't make a ruckus and let me enjoy the show. Harvey said, signaling that he didn't want his identity to be shown. Is this the girl? Theodore asked, looking at April. This is my wife April, this is my cousin Elise, Gary clarified pointing to Elise, who was a little absent-minded. Oh, I see, Theodore nodded. Please enjoy the feast, he said as he retreated with a frown to his chair where his wife began to ask him about this mysterious guest. He didn't reply. Harvey chuckled as he gave the other attendants a fleeting look, then he paused and gasped at one table in the back. He almost stood up in shock. Why was Caspian here? Caspian was the fiancé of his granddaughter Valkyrie, so although he didn't meet him officially yet he knew a lot about him and was looking forward to him becoming his grandson-in-law. Something is not right, Harvey said as he began to inspect the attendants in a hurry. What's wrong, Grandpa? Gary asked as he helped his cousin with a bowl of soup. I don't know yet, but I may have made a mistake. Harvey began to have some other thoughts. Caspian was not sitting in the front, which meant that he didn't officially declare his identity. Why was he here? What mistake? Gary asked. We will see, Harvey answered mysteriously. If Caspian were to be Victor's enemy it would be troublesome. **T. Ellipsis. While her grandfather was having an existential crisis, Elise was too for a totally different reason. She was utterly shocked. Since last week she was in despair after she knew that her great-grandfather, one of the few who didn't bully her in the family, had sold her off to be married. If the groom was any normal guy she would have just sighed and wondered about her fate, but the groom was none other than Victor von Weiss. The ultimate pervert. Ever since she was young, she heard her relatives scold their children not to be like him. He raped a maid when he was just 11 and broke every family rule and norm. She heard about him a couple of months ago, when her slut elder cousin Charlotte got humiliated at a party. The pervert wanted to touch her indecently in front of his fiancée. How depraved can someone get? She also heard from the others about what he did at the auction her cousin Gary hosted last month. About how he was so obscene and vulgar that many high-class girls almost had to be re-educated. Some of them were beyond redemption after gaining the forbidden knowledge about the existence of vibrating eggs. Now, she was chosen to be the wife of this pervert who was about to marry 8 wives in one wedding. Most of her cousins have been secretly mocking her ever since the news broke in the family, telling her to be ready to serve not only Victor but also his men. They told her that he would throw her to his dogs when he got finished with her. And that dogs were the only grooms she deserved. So, despite her grandfather explaining to her the benefits of marrying Victor and telling her how Victor was only fooling the public with his pervert act, she was not convinced. She was really scared of what this guy might do to her when they arrived here today. She almost wet herself when he held her chair earlier, but it all changed when she heard his charming voice whispering secretly to her. Don't worry, from the beginning I didn't want your cousin Valerie, but you. I will marry you today. I have a way to help you take back all you have lost and make you a full player. But we can't tell anyone that, so you better be obedient and enjoy a little show first. He said. She felt strange, not understanding what he meant. Don't let anyone know that I am talking to you, now, it will be too boring being here without seeing, so I will use my power to let you see. Don't be surprised, he said as the world around her turned bright. She could see, not with her eyes though, she quickly realized that. It was her mind that was able to watch what was going on around her. Ah, she was shocked, they never told Victor she was blind. She was supposed to tell him. When she arrived at his mansion. Did he truly know about her? Can he heal her? Don't say a thing. I am using my disguise ability with the hotel's formation to grant you a 360 vision. He said as they reached the hall. I will also give you some advice. Keep your eyes on a handsome gold-haired masked guy who is frowning in the back and the blue-haired woman hiding her face behind the third column on the left. They are the stars of the next show, he said casually as they entered the venue. Now, the wedding will start, he added as he went away. Master Ahmm, being an agent of the Dark Chamber who had seen a lot, had to confess, this wedding was really amusing. He didn't expect these turns. Being a Master Inquisitor, allowed him to watch things others didn't after all. He was sent here to appraise Victor and his results were not different from their data. Victor was a merchant. The only difference from their data was that his level was a little higher than expected than someone his age should have. But other than that, he was a pervert as stated by his very impressive repertoire of skills. It was not easy to get all of those at his age, considering that he couldn't touch a woman until his ceremony. Victor von Weiss. Level, 35. Class, Supreme Merchant, AAA. Authority, 13. Strength, 96. Agility, 92. Intelligence, 106. Luck, 44. Charm, 45. Order, 25. Skills, System Store Access, 8 Level 1. Player Market Access, 8 Level 0. Sword Art, A. Acting, A. Spear Art, B. Charm, B. Spanking, C. Whip Arts, C. Love Making, C. Kissing, C. Dancing, D. Scheming, D. Bedroom Arts, D. Pain Resistance, D. Inciting Touch, D. Explore, E. Poison Resistance, E. Basic Shield, E. Increase Sensitivity, E. Piano, F. Minor Appraisal, F. Cry on My Chest Babe, F. Eamon nodded as he quickly sent the info he got to his boss, who was also busy watching the show. Victor had just entered the hall with Harvey von Geldstadt and then headed toward the stage. It was about to start. He is a little too scheming, Eamon said. Yes, but I would have suspected that something was wrong if he wasn't. No need to kill him, he heard a sound from the mirror. Yes, he is perfect for our plan. Another female voice said. He has too many enemies though. Another said. Would that guy be able to survive this? We didn't finalize our choice yet. But our agent will babysit him for the first few months, so he should be okay. The first one said. We just have to make sure to secretly neutralize the real one first. There will be a chance for that in a month or two. Maybe after the tournament, the woman said. Yes, that's if he survived today. Eamon commented to himself as he watched the show unfold. Chapter 307. The wedding starts. Margaret sighed as she looked at the other girls around her, especially that, Nova, who sat in her dress to the side looking at the mirror absent-mindedly. She would be a fool if she didn't realize what was going on by now. Do you think the young master's plan would work? Mina asked as she put the final touches on her sister's makeup and then put an ivory delicately decorated mask on her face. It hid most of it, with only large openings for her two sharp eyes and mouth. She looked both pretty and mysterious. Definitely, Mana said. Do you know what his plan is, to begin with? Margaret asked as she checked herself in the mirror one last time. Quote. No, but we trust him. What if his plan was to sell us all during the wedding? What if this was all an auction in disguise? Margaret asked as she turned around. Her crimson hair crowned her mask, making her look domineering. Then we will only need to resign ourselves to our fates. Mana said. Stop spouting nonsense. Arya said. She was very nervous, totally not sure she ended up marrying Victor. She could freshly remember scolding him like his older sister a few months ago. He told her that she would want him, but she didn't believe it. I am just saying, we don't know. Margaret said as she looked at Lynn, who was looking back at her. What? Nothing, Lynn said with a sigh. She didn't like Margaret at all. She made her feel threatened. What's taking Victor so long? Mira suddenly asked as she helped the nervous Monica put on a hairpin. They were both nervous, but Mira as an actress knew how to hide it well. Who knows? Margaret said. He is probably out there scamming some little girl. She said. True, all the girls nodded. That was a fact about Victor. He would always manage to find some little girl and scam her, no matter where he was or what he was doing. You are really amazing, do you know that? Someone said. It was Victor who walked backstage. I was really scamming a little girl, she would be joining you later. Ah, what? The girls were stunned as he began to change his clothes in front of them. Don't look stunned, now be prepared. Where is Ruby? Here, young master, the little girl said as she walked from the side with a somewhat revealing priestess dress. Do you remember everything? He asked as he quickly put on his ceremonial suit. Perfectly, she said with a nod, secretly checking his body. Why couldn't she be a bride too? Damn it, he better keeps his promise to marry her with Theta when they get old enough. Are you all ready? Did you put on the talismans I gave you? He asked the girls. Yes, the girls replied. Good, go on then, let's start. He told Ruby as Lynn ran to his side and began to help him button his shirt. It was time to scam the world. Ellipsis. Outside, the wedding hall suddenly turned dark. The attendants were startled and began to look around in the dim light. That's when the screens that had been projecting a clear sky on the roof slowly transformed to display black clouds with bolts of lightning striking across them with a thundering sound rocking the hall. On the dark stage, a spotlight suddenly appeared, revealing a short girl wearing a sexy priestess dress. She moved in a theatrical manner and stood right in the center of the stage. A long time ago. She began to speak in a melodic voice, signifying the beginning of the ceremony as the venue quieted down. When the world was divided into 8 warring kingdoms. The fighting was endless and the blood of the innocent painted the earth brown and the seas red. She said as screens on the sides began to display artistic renderings of the tale. They were commissioned prior to the wedding by the world's top artists. Victor planned to sell them right after the wedding in an auction. Margaret was right about there being an auction after all. Then, a hero arose from the ashes. The girl said as she moved to the side. Another spotlight appeared on stage revealing Victor, who walked up with a smug smile. He was wearing an extravagant gilded white night suit that fitted him a little too well. On his face was a decorative mask that only covered his eyes. He looked amazing. Many of the women in the crowd began to fan themselves. Elise just watched in shock. She had thousands of thoughts in her mind and no answers. Lara, Elle, and Mia were absolutely taken. They couldn't lift their eyes off Victor. His dashing looks were totally lethal for little girls. The hero, knowing that he needed to unify the world, needed to prove his strength. He had to go to the darkest mountain and defeat the evil dragon that terrified the world. The priestess who moved to the side added in a loud voice. Quote. Quote. I said, the dragon. She called again as an empty spotlight appeared on the edge of the stage from which a wobbly dragon made his way up with the assistance of a girl wearing a veil. She helped the drunk priest, who was wearing a black dragon grab and a dragon skull mask, sit down on his jade throne, then backed away. The attendants looked at each other as Theodore slapped his own face. Damn, that Victor. The priest was obviously drunk. He was even barfing. Julian and James Trove on the other hand sighed in relief as the girl in the veil was Lily. She was not a bride. After a grand battle that shook the heavens. The priestess said as thunder sounded around the hall again. The hero defeated the dragon. She yelled in a heroic voice as Victor took a ceremonial sword from his back and gently smacked the dragon skull mask on the priest's head. The dozy priest just looked up. Stop it, he said as he dozed off again. There was a slight sound of giggles in the audience, but it quickly died down when Elena smacked the 2 little girls' heads. Elise almost burst out laughing too, but the darkness and the shades she wore hid her face well. Unlike Theodore, who sighed, the attendants were a little shocked. The priest clearly wasn't doing this willingly. Regardless, no one cared. They were here for their benefit and to have fun. Oh dragon, if you do not want to die, bear witness to the unification of the kingdom and use your sacred art to hold a grand wedding for me. Victor said in a grand voice. IFDD, shish, the priest dragon said as some drool fell from his mouth. He will. The girl translated on her own, making many of the attendants frown while others smiled in amusement. The next moment the lights gradually turned on, revealing a totally revamped stage with all kinds of golden carvings and arrays engraved on the ground. The screens were now displaying golden clouds. Not only on the roof. The entire hall walls turned out to be made out of screens that no one noticed. They began to project images of the skies, making the attendants feel as if they were in a floating temple. There was even some golden fog going around the hall, making the entire place look ethereal. Not bad, Julian said. Alice nodded. She was also amazed. Too bad she couldn't enjoy the show while knowing that Caspian was glaring at her from the back. I am sure you two will hold a bigger wedding when it is your time. Elena said. After having some time with Julian, she found him to be a very educated and polite young man. Alice, hearing her mother, couldn't help but blush and then frown a little. Never mind that. She decided to focus on the present. The priestess girl, who was now standing next to the dragon, began to speak again after making sure that the attendants finished looking around. She was a little amazed too when she saw this place for the first time in the rehearsals. To unify the kingdoms, the hero decided to marry 1 princess from each. 8 in total, and let the dragon bear witness to it as a priest, forming the 8 souls contract so that the bond can never be broken. She said as she bowed, then stepped down, and 8 girls in colorful wedding dresses and white masks stepped onto the stage with a golden fog around them. Each one of them had a unique air around her that made her stand alone. They were holding each other's hands and looked dashing despite the customs that covered all of their bodies with only their hair and parts of their faces showing. Oh brides, let us build a new world of peace together. Victor yelled, let the wedding be EGGI. Stop this farce. A voice sounded coldly, stopping the priestess girl who was holding a big horn and preparing to blow in it in her tracks. Everyone looked to the back where Caspian stood from his seat and removed his mask, making those who recognized him sigh in shock as he made his way slowly toward the stage, totally ignoring Alice on purpose. Many got very nervous at this time, especially Luliana, Alice, and Theodore, who looked at Victor waiting for him to start his plan. The attendees watched as Caspian walked slowly from his seat until he stood right under the stage. Everyone frowned. Many didn't know who Caspian was, but for those few who did, like Harvey, Luliana, and Theodore, this was a huge trouble. On the other hand, one little girl closed her nose. It was Elle. Caspian smelled like her Uncle Black's sh*t after he threw it in the fermentation barrel. No, that thing smelled better. Can I help you, young Master Caspian? Victor asked as he gestured to the tense Alice to calm down. He was publicly revealing that he already recognized Caspian but didn't show him any respect on purpose. Since when was one of the hero's brides a fake? Caspian asked while keeping his cool, as if Victor was just a junior and everything was going according to his plan. They are all genuine, Victor said arrogantly as he pinched Monica's butt, making her yelp. Tasted and certified. And what does this have to do with you? He asked, making those who knew what was going on wonder whether Victor was just being courageous or was he a complete fool for facing Caspian. Caspian paused. Did he mean tested? Never mind that, it has everything when it is about her. Caspian said coldly, throwing a fork that he got from one of the tables at the blue-haired girl. The fork hit the ivory mask on her face in its center in a flash, breaking it in perfect halves to reveal the delicate face of Nova von Astrom. Nova? Luliana asked in shock. This was not the girl she brought with her, but the genuine Nova. Didn't you tell me she escaped? Mirage whispered in a hurry. She did, Luliana said. Young Master Caspian, what is the meaning of this? I am now young Master Victor's woman, Nova said as she stepped forward heroically. Please show some respect. She added according to the script prepared by Victor. Caspian frowned. He knew she was fake, but this one was very lifelike. He looked back at Mirage and at Luliana. They were both shocked. It was clear she was different from the one they saw in the morning. He quickly activated his appraisal skill again just to be sure. Name: Alex Donner. Class: Thunder Warrior. She was a fake, all right. Young Master Caspian, it is rude to steal a bride away from her wedding, Victor said coldly. Still following the script. Who the hell said I am here to take her? Caspian started realizing Victor's stupid plan. She is not the real Nova. Caspian said with a sigh. Dealing with stupid people is troublesome. She is an imposter. Her name is Alex, he said, revealing that he already knew the truth. The brides gasped as they looked at Nova. They have been wondering about her since the morning. She turned out to be Alex in disguise. And you are not the real young Master Caspian, but an imposter demon who eats babies at midnight, Victor suddenly said, playing hard and making Caspian's heart almost skip a beat before Victor corrected himself. See? Everyone can spout baseless accusations. Fuck, I have almost been played, Caspian cursed inwardly. He almost thought that Victor knew that he was a demon. And he didn't eat babies. So Victor was clearly spouting nonsense. But this Victor really knew how to talk nonsense. And fake or not, what does this have to do with you? Victor added, I can marry whomever I want. Nova had made a promise to me. She is my fiancé, Caspian said, revealing a pink envelope in his hand. She asked me to come to save her, but I was too late, so she escaped. He added, lies. Nova would never say that. She loves me, Victor said. Go ahead and ask her. She never escaped. She is right here. This one is a fake, Caspian yelled, feeling a little suffocated. Victor was not playing by the book. If you think she is fake, why are you here then? Victor asked again, making Caspian almost jump on him and cut his head. I am here to clear my beloved name. Lies, Victor screamed. We will see. Imposter, this is your last chance. Caspian decided to finish this farce as he turned to Alex. You reveal yourself or I would. I am the real Nova. Young Master Victor is 3 times the man you are. She spouted randomly, causing not only the attendants to gasp but also Caspian to squint his eyes coldly and Victor to almost break character and smack his face. He should have told her not to anger Caspian a lot. Damn, you Alex. Even in this situation, she was being a jinx. Are you sure about that? Caspian asked in a very cold voice. He didn't like to be compared with other men. I am, Alex said heroically. I see, then, Caspian said as he moved his hand in the air, revealing a talisman that shone with a bright light. Moments later, all the unawakened attendees collapsed sleeping. This was the Players' Council standard issue talisman to subdue non-players in case of emergency. Everyone collapsed on their tables, and the maids to the side collapsed to the ground. Monica and Mira, who seemingly collapsed, were quickly held by Margaret and the twins. Julian collapsed on Alice's breasts, making her slap him away. What is the meaning of this? Theodore stood up after he laid his wives softly in their chairs, then asked angrily. This was a challenge to the Von Weiss family now by using powers in their territory. Just watch, Caspian said without care, activating another talisman and totally ignoring Theodore as if he was a bug. Nothing happened. Caspian frowned. Wasn't this supposed to be an A-rank disguise revealing talisman? Was it expired? He tried another one. An S-rank one. Nothing happened. Young master, are you now convinced? Victor asked the frowning Caspian. Nova is real. And she loves me. Only me. Caspian silently cursed. That nasty Victor was using some other method. He was considering attacking the fake Nova and finishing this when a voice sounded. No, she is fake, someone suddenly said. It was a very familiar voice. And I never liked you. Everyone, including Caspian and his assistant, looked to the back where a pretty girl in a blue sparkly dress walked from behind a column while removing her face mask. She was none other than Nova von Astrom. Luliana almost stood up as she looked at her daughter. Why was she here? Was she the real thing this time? Ellipsis. Let them come, Linda cried in a loud voice as she burned 2 strands of hair, one purple and one black. Both of them were something she acquired for a long time and kept secret. Black smoke arose from the hair strands as she threw them in a goblet of black blood, making it burn in black flames that went out with a human-like scream moments later. The ritual finished. What are you doing? A voice asked from behind, startling the sh*t out of her. Wah, Bill, didn't you go meet a friend? She asked as she turned and looked back. Bill was standing there. When did he arrive? Nope, you are cursing Victor and that girl Lynn, right? He said he was watching from the start, but Linda didn't notice him. He was not a fool to trust her completely as he was monitoring her. Sorry, she said as tears fell from her eyes. I couldn't handle the idea of those two enjoying their time and scamming my mother as we hid away. She began to cry. Don't cry, he said softly, I am not angry. He said with a smile. What did you curse them with? He asked. I summoned a succubus and an incubus, I will let them curse Victor and Lynn with unquenchable love, she said. So that they can love each other to death, he asked with an amused tone. No, they will not die, but dispelling this will be hard, she quickly lied. That was truly her goal. And even if this was dispelled, their reputation would be ruined after they start doing it on the wedding stage in front of everyone. Sorry, I will dispel it immediately, she said. By the time she removes it, the harm would have already been done. And Victor and Lynn would separate forever, as the shadow left by this curse can't truly be removed as it touched the soul. The moment they see each other, their bodies will start to go into heat. Even in public, so they would only be able to indulge forever, ruining their bodies. Or if they were to be forcefully separated, they would yearn for each other but never be able to touch. They would live in agony and not touch any other person ever. It was a perfect curse. Why are you apologizing? And why would you dispel it? You did good, he said. What, isn't Victor your cousin? She didn't expect Bill, who put his family above everything else, to approve of what she just did. This didn't make sense. He is my great cousin, but that only would be true if he didn't have that filthy blood. What filthy blood? Linda asked again. She didn't get this. Nothing. Don't concern yourself with this trivial matter. Now that you are finished with this, let's go quench our own love, he said. He was in a good mood. But the baby, Linda blushed. Her pregnancy was confirmed. All she needed was to give birth and no one would be able to separate her from Bill and her magnificent future. I will be careful, and he will enjoy it too. Chapter 308. The Wedding Chaos. Harvey had to say it. He was very nervous. He had never been this nervous for a long time, but today he was. As Caspian and Victor battered at each other, he got the entire image. Victor was trying to cuckold Caspian. Yes, was he a fool? Harvey wondered. No, Victor was not a fool. Harvey squinted his eyes. What was this brat playing at? Ellipsis. The girl stood there looking coldly at everyone. Nova, Caspian asked in shock as he looked at the girl who looked stubbornly at him. There was a 10% chance that she might appear here, but he didn't expect it like this. He quickly appraised her. Name, Nova von Astrom. Class, fire starter. She was the real one. Why was she here? Didn't Mirage fail to locate her? Many attendees began to whisper to each other, not sure what to make out of this. Theodore glared at his son, not sure if this was a part of his supposed perfect plan or not. She is fake. Security, Victor screamed while pointing at Nova as if he was troubled, but no security personnel answered, they were all seemingly unconscious. The brides on the stage began to look at each other wondering what was happening there. Victor didn't inform them of everything. They were supposed to just play along, but now they were not sure if this girl was the real one or not. She is a fake, the Nova on stage claimed, totally ignoring the attendees, inspecting gazes. No, I am the real one, the new Nova calmly said, and proving this is extra easy. She added as she took out a strange talisman and then threw it in the air. A sudden burst of light drowned everything in the hall. Look at the truth, the new Nova said, gesturing toward the stage. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, the Nova on stage began to slowly turn into a man. A very handsome and feminine man, but nevertheless a man. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Wasn't this Alex? Why was he here? Alex, what are you doing here? Why are you acting as Nova? Victor pointed to Alex and asked in shock as if he had no idea what was going on. Totally shameless. But subjectively he was avoiding a lot of trouble by announcing that he knew nothing of this. Ah, you told me too. Alex was quite clear that there was no need to lie here. Victor almost kicked her ass. Alex Donner. I knew that name was familiar. Caspian said, the last surviving member of the infamous Thunder sect. I remember seeing you once in a tournament back then. He added, making Victor pause and frown. **T. He didn't expect Alex to be identified this quickly, she never told him she met Caspian before. Damn her. The plan needed to be readjusted. He quickly notified everyone to switch to Scenario 51A. It was not perfect, but it was the best option. On the other side, the attendees began to look at Alex in shock. Was this Alex? The one on the council's wanted list with a very big award, as he might hold the key to knowing what truly happened regarding the Mantis incident. Olaf, the family butler, like others, looked at Alex and then glared at Victor and Theodore for not reporting this. They totally ignored him. Alex, is it true? Victor asked as he had no idea. Please don't be mad, young master. Yes. I am the heir to the Thunder sect. Alex nodded. She was aware that she must not let the world know that Victor knew about her. I just wanted a shelter, so I decided to use you. I didn't mean you or your family any harm, she said as she tried hard to remember the script Victor gave her last night to study on the road. I don't care about that. I just want to know how you turned into Nova. Can I do that too? Victor asked in a perverted tone, totally stunning the listeners. That's what he cared about. Well, they wanted to know too. Ah, Alex didn't know how to answer that. It was a body-changing pill. Nova, who was watching the show, said coldly, clarifying, the rare talisman I used reversed the effect of all temporary body modification in this hall. She said to Caspian, explaining why his talisman didn't work. I see, Caspian nodded. This made perfect sense. Oh, Victor opened his eyes wide. Body changing, where did you get it? Do you have more? He asked the flustered Alex as if he had no idea. You gave it to him. Don't think that I don't know that you stole some sanitary napkins from my house and used the blood on them to ask an alchemist to make them. Nova said, he wanted to marry me even if only in the name to humiliate us. Oh, all the attendants looked at Victor like he was a pervert, especially Nova's family. Stole what? When? How? Lies. These are baseless accusations. Victor yelled as he secretly gave a series of instructions to Alex and Yin to start the plan. I am an honest man, he added, but no one believed him. Regardless, Caspian said, giving Victor a cold glare. This will have to be investigated by. Caspian began to talk, but before he could continue, Alex jumped on him with a golden spear. Caspian was totally unprepared for this sudden attack as Alex was very fast and she attacked from an impossible angle. The attendees gasped in shock as the golden spear hit right in the center of Caspian's forehead, where it was stopped in its tracks by a reverberating light. Alex, stop! Victor yelled a little too late, but Alex didn't listen to him and struck at Caspian again. But the latter was prepared this time as a golden shield formed in his hand, which he used to defend against the attack. The sound of metal hitting metal rang in the hall as sparks flew in the air. Trimin, Caspian yelled for his man. How dare you ruin my plans? Alex yelled angrily as she struck again. This time, however, she was aiming at Nova. **T. Trimin, take care of Nova. Caspian yelled, Changing his plan, he had to defend her. Nova was essential to his demonic array. His momentary hesitation was a big mistake, as it left him wide open. The spear that was going to be deflected by Trimin wasn't there anymore, as it was now aiming at the gap in Caspian's defense. It struck like a shadow and hit again right in the middle of his forehead. Caspian cursed as he was pushed back, then paused as a sound of shattering could be around him. Caspian gasped. His indestructible shield that had 3 charges was shattered in 2. This meant that Alex was hitting him at the exact same spot. What kind of proficiency was this? This guy was dangerous. For the first time since entering the hall, Caspian was scared. Really scared, and he didn't like this at all. You shall die, Caspian yelled as a jade-decorated sword appeared in his hand. From the sheen of its blade, it was clear that it was very sharp. Stop this now, Theodore yelled. This situation was very delicate. He wanted to intervene. Stop, this is not our fight. Olaf stopped him. Theodore silently cursed and decided to let these two fight it and only intervene if the situation got out of hand. Caspian, totally ignoring everyone else, attacked Alex without delay, intending to subdue her, but again after 3 strokes, he realized that he was totally outmatched. Many in the hall noticed this too. It was not like Alex was better than him at fighting, but his strikes were not connecting with her, as she was very slippery and her spear was moving all over the place at impossible angles that were hard to defend against. It was as if he was fighting an illusion. Loser. Is this really the famous Caspian? I can't understand what's so good about him. Victor suddenly began to spout nonsense. Caspian really wanted to curse back at him, but a sudden feeling of forbidding danger stopped him. Alex had used the slight distraction to attack again. Caspian quickly used his sword to deflect the spear, but the damn thing disappeared right after it touched his sword and spread right in front of his head. *T. Boss, watch out, Trimin, who was now protecting Nova, warned, but it was too late. Caspian clenched his jaw. Using all of his strength, he swung his already extended sword at a nearby column, to use the recoil to push his head back to the side slightly and managed to barely parry the attack at the last moment. FSSSSSSSST. The spear tracked a red stroke of blood on Caspian's handsome face, making everyone in the hall gasp. This was a big insult, especially for someone arrogant like Caspian, who prided himself as the heir of the biggest sect. The heavenly sect. The kid is dead, Trimin said. No one has humiliated Caspian like this before and left in one piece. Nova just squinted her eyes and watched with a smirk. You filthy monkey. Caspian's eyes turned red with anger as he touched the gushing wound on his face. He was very furious. He was about to move again using his supreme martial arts, but paused when he felt it, the feeling of burning. It was like his soul was getting ripped away from his body. He knew this feeling. Someone was trying to banish him. *T. What? Where is he? Who was doing this? Looking around with his appraisal, Caspian realized that it was none other than the golden spear in Alex's hands. The spear was some kind of a blessed artifact. When it injured him, its power must have activated. Vivi's blessed spear, can detect demons on touch. Can banish naughty demons. You are a demon, Alex suddenly said as she looked at the spear and then at Caspian in shock. You filthy demon, die. She attacked again with hatred, this time as if he was the one who killed her father. Caspian gasped. *T. Without thinking, he knew what to do. This bastard and his spear needed to disappear forever, no matter what, or his entire plan would be ruined. Caspian quickly activated his life-saving treasure, the SSS-ranked artifact, the Gate of Doom. He took it from his ring in a split second and aimed it at Alex without thinking. It was a tiny red oak wood box that once opened released a flash of a black light that evaporated everything in its path. Boom! A huge explosion shook the hotel, as a hole was opened in its side. *. Watch out! A bomb! Justice is served at last! Polygamists should die! Arrest them! They must be culprits! The people below the hotel began to flee in chaos as the explosion from above made some debris fall. Nothing major though. Breaking news. A sudden explosion broke the White Hotel, Gloria said as she got shoved by the people who ran around her. She was not running. This was her chance. We have reports of. She paused as the cameraman gestured for her to stop, then looked at his camera. What now? She scolded. Strange. We don't have a signal, the cameraman said as he looked toward their van. It was not there. What's wrong? Gloria asked. Where is our van? The cameraman asked as the people around him began to calm down and look up. The van? Gloria asked as she looked around searching for the damn van while sweating. It was not there. Could it have been stolen? She wondered as began to panic. She had begged the editor for this chance for the entirety of last week. But he kept telling her that it might be dangerous. If something were to happen to the channel's high-tech broadcasting van, she would have to literally sell her body to pay for it. It's there, suddenly the camera said, making Gloria notice the van. She quickly ran toward it to discover that it had been completely ransacked. The recordings were all gone. Ellipsis. The smoke slowly cleared from the hall as most players stood up and began to look around. Most of them were veteran players and a little explosion didn't really faze them. Only noobs like Archie, Gary and April were scared. No, Archie was no longer in the hall. Harvey and Eamon on the other hand were part of the few who didn't move at all. They remained relaxed in their seats from the start, watching the show. Alex, who was standing proudly in the center of the hall before, was no more. Only the broken shaft of her spear and some dregs of the wedding dress she was wearing remained. Behind her, the mark of the destruction ray was left. A black streak of soot dug through the marble tiles and reached the walls in the back, which had a new big hole as a decoration. Thankfully, no one else was hurt, as Alex was standing in a safe spot, and there was no one behind him. Just the stage was a little damaged. The old priest was the closest one to the destruction ray, but he was lucky that he was already unconscious, or he would have completely lost his mind at the sight of death passing a few inches to his right. Caspian slowly closed the box with a bead of sweat going down his eyebrow. He really overreacted there. That banishment effect was not enough to hurt him, but when Alex suddenly said that he was a demon, and with everything happening around bewildering him, he lost his cool. Thankfully that hateful blessed spear was destroyed. *T. Caspian looked around at the wary attendees. They were not shocked about the death of a man. Unlike their still unconscious friends, they were players. They didn't care about the lives of a few men. But the escalation of events was really beyond their comprehension. Hopefully, no one would believe Alex's claim that he was a demon. They probably already forgot about it. Caspian convinced himself. Victor at the stage was gaping in shock with his brides who were gasping in total disbelief. They were wondering if this was all part of Victor's plan. Other than them, there was only one little girl who was also shocked, but for the right reasons. Alex was dead. She couldn't believe it. Lara's eyes were filled with tears, but moments later a whisper in her ear made her open her eyes wide and look at her shameless esteemed brother. Alive? Really? What show? She asked herself. Chapter 309, The Other Plan. Alex. Victor shouted in grief as he ran to where Alex was before, then pointed at Caspian. How dare you? I was supposed to start with him tonight. He said as fell to his knees and held Alex's remains. Everything paused at that moment as everyone looked at Victor trying to process what he just said. Did they just hear that correctly? It was all your fault. Ruining my good day. Ruining my wedding, Victor said. Caspian glared at Victor and pondered finishing this pervert off. But a moment later, he was shocked as Victor, who was kneeling, suddenly attacked him out of nowhere with a dagger aimed at his heart. Victor, no, Theodore scolded, but it was too late. Victor had already jumped at Caspian, who was about to launch a deadly attack again. Nothing happened. Victor was stopped at the last moment as Mike and Alice appeared out of nowhere and constrained him. Let me go, Victor screamed as if he was in pain. Shut up, Mike scolded as he tried to subdue Victor by rendering him unconscious, but kept failing as his brothers moved like a slippery eel. Alex was my brothel's buddy. Victor yelled, we banged tons of girls together, I need to avenge him. He added as he tried to escape his brother's grasp. Theodore, who was still being obstructed by Olaf, paused after hearing his shameless son's words, then silently cursed. Thankfully Elena was already unconscious and couldn't hear any of his perverted rumblings. On the other hand, Lara, who was still feigning being unconscious, wondered what a brothel buddy was. She would ask her mother later. I think you should leave. Alice didn't care about the ruckus behind her as coldly faced Caspian. She was resting her hands on her long sword that she took out from her ring seconds ago. Still as rude and spicy as ever. Fine, take care of your idiot brother and tell him to stop with his stupid act, no one is being fooled. Caspian said after a sigh. He knew that he should leave. Although the Von Weiss family was now on the brink of destruction, they still had enough juice to hurt him if he stepped too far. He didn't want to anger his cheap father too. He turned around and slowly approached Nova. I came to save you, he said with a proud smile, as if he didn't just kill another human being and ruin a wedding. I always knew you would, Nova said with a blush while cursing inwardly. This was beyond his plan. Yes, this Nova was not a she, but a he. He was none other than Tom, who was implementing the system's crazy scheme. Ellipsis. After entering the hotel this morning, he quickly headed to the restroom, where he used the body-changing pills he stole from Victor's mansion on himself. After that, the system helped him hide his tracks as he sneaked into the wedding hall and waited for the right time to implement his plan to reveal Victor's scheme and get rid of Caspian if he showed up. He was hoping that the real Nova would show up, but the system was right, and she didn't. Caspian appeared, so Tom just watched him face Victor with a smug smile, but what he didn't expect was that Caspian failed miserably to uncover Victor's scheme. Victor kept manipulating him like a child. Tom wanted the men whom he hired to start causing trouble at that moment but failed their mission by default as they all collapsed after Caspian activated his talisman. This really forced Tom to reveal himself and intervene with the help of a talisman that he stole from Victor's study. The scheme was revealed and Victor was humiliated. That's what should have happened, but the fight that followed was not in Tom's plan. He didn't expect Alex to act so rashly. It was not a bad development though. Tom wouldn't mind it if Alex got rid of Caspian and made Victor take all the blame. But this didn't work. Caspian had more aces than he anticipated. Tom was confident when he showed up first, but at the moment he was a little hesitant. He was not sure that he would be able to kill Caspian and escape safely. This guy was stronger than he looked, and that guy Trimin who was standing next to him was not an easy opponent. That left only the system's backup plan. No, he couldn't do it. The whimsical system is not trying to be whimsical here. It really advises you to stick to the backup plan. Caspian is more powerful than anticipated. No, we will stick with the original plan, Tom said to the system as Caspian approached him. I really missed you, Caspian, who was now right in front of Tom, said as he extended his hand. Tom hesitated for a moment, then bit his lip and decided to accept Caspian's hand. It was all for Nova. Me too, Tom said as he watched Caspian slowly move his face closer, intending to kiss him. Tom squinted his eyes. This was his chance. He quickly activated the smoke bombs. He planned to hold on to Caspian as the smoke filled the room, then in the darkness, he would secretly stab him with his poison dagger, finishing him off. After that, he would scream and act in distress as if Victor was the one who did it, ruining him and his family forever. According to the system, once Caspian was dead, it would be able to locate Nova. This plan was perfect, killing two birds with one stone. Bombs activate. Tom activated the bombs just as Caspian's lips approached him. Nothing happened. What? He tried again but still, nothing happened. What was going on? Where are the men? Why weren't the smoke bombs working? Tom was in total shock as Caspian's tender lips touched his. They tasted like mint. Tom cursed inwardly as he decided to risk it all. He took out the dagger from his ring and in one swift move he plunged it into Caspian's stomach, or that was what was supposed to happen, but nothing happened as Tom couldn't move at all. Why? What happened? The system had to stop you for your own good. You have no cover. Even if Caspian was hurt, Trimonwho is behind you, will attack you. Nova is most likely heading to the heavenly sect. If you kill Caspian now, Nova will surely die a horrifying death. Wait until you are alone with him and then try to kill him. You can also follow him to the heavenly sect and steal his supreme treasure according to the backup plan. The system suddenly clarified. Tom was in shock as he read that message. Yes, he acted rashly, the system was right. That's when Tom felt Caspian's tongue enter his mouth, reminding him of his situation. Tom quickly regained control of his body and pushed Caspian away. Caspian frowned. Not now, not in front of all of these people, Tom said with a blush that he didn't know about as he considered his options. Oh, Caspian chuckled as he grabbed Tom, hugging him from the back. Nova was always a shy girl. Then let's go somewhere private, he said to Tom as he liked his lips. He was in the mood for some action. But, Nova, stop, Luliana suddenly said. She had been standing up for a while now, but her daughter never spared her a glance. She is Nova's mother. ACT is a spoiled brat in love. Do exactly as I tell you or Caspian would suspect you. The system warned as he began to display a series of subtitles for Tom to use. Sorry, Mom, but I love him. Tom hesitated, then told Lulian, I will send you an invitation to my wedding so that you will be able to braid my hair as you promised, she added, making Luliana pause and then frown. She never promised that, and Nova never really braided her hair. Was this a coded massage? What did it mean? Take me away, my knight in shining armor, Tom told Caspian, following the system's prompt with disgust. Stop, Luliana shouted again, but one look from Trimin, who was walking behind Caspian like his shadow, made the woman shut up. Tears began to well in her eyes. Let's go, Caspian said as he dragged Tom away, not forgetting to give Victor, who was biting his lip while looking at him hatefully, stage one last look. "How is the loser now?" he asked as he moved away. Caspian really enjoyed the feeling of taking another man's bride. Maybe he should do it more. Remembering something, he stopped and looked back at Alice, who kept her glare at him all this time. "Don't think that I forgot about you. See you at the tournament," he said as he turned and walked out, giving the collapsed Julian a glare on his way out. No one stopped him. No one dared. Alice bit her lip but didn't respond, feeling a little relieved as she saw him step out through the door without an incident. This was really close. Many had similar feelings to Harvey, Theodore, and Olaf. They all sighed in relief. Mirage also was thankful Caspian got what he wanted and avoided a direct confrontation with Victor. She no longer needed to be careful of him now, and she could focus on her second mission and search for the origin of the disturbance by analyzing everyone's fate. This was going to be tiresome, but if the one with the true ruler's fate was not found, her lord's plan would be a mess. Sitting beside Mirage, Lillian had some very grave look in her eyes. She was the only one truly aggravated by what happened. "Luliana, this is better, no one can hurt her now," Sirius said with a smile. He couldn't understand why his wife hated Caspian. Now no one in the family can annoy them. Even the Von Astrom representative, who was being arrogant all day long, was now looking at Sirius with awe. "Shut up," Lillian cursed at her husband as she looked hatefully at Victor, then paused when she heard an old voice tell her a few sentences. "Don't let it show. That Nova was a fake too. Mirage is a traitor." She was the one who told Caspian that the Nova here was fake. "They are working together." "What? Who are you and how do you know that?" Luliana whispered as she looked around. "Call us Fragrant Shadow. Nova is in our good hands. She is being very stubborn, but she suffered no harm. We will contact you later with instructions." The voice faded. Frowning, Luliana looked around, but no one was suspicious. No, everyone was suspicious. She quickly grabbed her bag and left the hall. Her family quickly followed. No one stopped them or asked them why. They were no longer needed here. Ellipsis. Victor carefully observed and relished through the array as the troublesome two scions left. Some things had to be improvised, but all went according to plan. He made some tough choices here, as he could have found a way to eliminate Caspian, but for the greater picture, he chose not to. On the contrary, he got what he wanted. Although Alex revealed that Caspian was a demon, this meant nothing, as it was a baseless accusation. But questions would be asked, and Caspian would be forced to slow down his plan to avoid suspicion. Victor smiled as he stored the drop of blood he got in his ring. It was taken by Alex when she injured Caspian. This was the element for his next step. Caspian didn't know it, but he was in Victor's grasp ever since he entered the hall. Victor in fact had more than 10 other cards. Some were used, like the libido effect of the Edict shard was working subtly on Caspian. It was very effective, making him leave without making more trouble. He was in a hurry to bang Nova after all. Some were left untouched, like the array surrounding the stage. If Caspian decided to play it a little harder, he would have surely suffered a lot. Victor originally planned to kill Caspian secretly by using Tom after they left, but his plan changed when he discovered his fate to rule the world and his connection to the Fate sect. A new plan was formulated at that moment. Poor Tom now had to suffer a little as killing Caspian was out of the picture. The system would find some stupid reason to stop him from doing it. Tom would have to leave for now, heading toward the Heavenly Sect, where he would not find Nova, not for a while at least. So he would have to stay there and maybe learn some martial arts. This was not bad for him at all. The transformation pills Victor gave him should suffice for him for a year or two. There was a question of whether he would be able to fend Caspian for that long and protect his virginity through. Who knows? This was not Victor's problem. No matter what, the bullet called Nova had been averted for now. He should probably start preparing a role for her for his new plan. Victor chuckled and was about to go talk to his father about resuming the wedding when suddenly he felt a sense of danger. A black thread was forming against him. Nolan was getting affected too. Victor had no idea what this was, but he knew it would be bad. The feeling of dread was getting stronger. Victor instinctively knew what to do. He quickly used the opportunity that Caspian was still in the hotel to use his powers through the array. He disguised Tom and Caspian's player status, making them appear as if they were his and Lynn's. It didn't work. This was not a system skill being applied. He tried to disguise their blood next. It worked this time, as in the next moment the black thread dissipated. It was a blood curse. Victor frowned. If Tom and Caspian got killed by this, it would be troublesome. But Victor doubted that would happen. Those two were scions after all. Young master, a curse had just been detected. The array could not stop it as it was 1 degree higher than its ability. Yin's voice came through the telecommunicator a second later. I know, ignore it for now. Is the other venue finished? He said as sweat fell from his brow. Yeah, all targets had been neutralized. Good, clean it up. We will now go into stage 2 of the plan. He said as he watched Caspian through Tom's eyes. They left the hotel and reached Caspian's SUV car. They were acting edgy for a second, but the moment the door closed they jumped on each other. Victor had no way to describe what he saw next other than saying that it was very disgusting and that Tom was no longer reluctant to accept Caspian's love. Oh, what kind of curse was this? Victor had a clear idea about that. It was a succubus-incubus duel. But wasn't it too strong for its level? It was affecting scions after all. No, oops, it was his fault. The shard libido effect seemed to have doubled the curse power. But who was behind it? Victor also had an idea because it had to be someone with access to both traces of him and Lin, and that could only be Linda. Victor sighed. Sorry, Tom, you took this one for me, and I will repay you later. Chapter 310, The Wedding Continues. The hall was silent for the next 5 minutes after Caspian left. No one knew what would happen next until Victor spoke. Shall we continue? He asked as Mike let go of him. Continue your ass. Theodore scolded. Don't you see how ruined the hall is? There is another hall 3 floors below. I did it first but didn't like the decoration so I switched to this one. That one would work too. Victor said. What? Then what about your dead friend? Who? Victor asked with a frown. Alex. Wasn't he your brothel pal? Brothel buddy, not pal, and no, I barely knew him. Sure, we only went to a brothel once, but the bastard took all the girls for himself. He even used those toys too. Enough, I got the idea. Theodore said. You sure want to continue? He asked to make sure. Exactly, it would be a waste to stop the wedding now after everything. Victor said, begging his father. Please, 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 I have been waiting for my wedding night for ages. Theodore frowned. The situation was a mess. No, it wasn't. He paused. He was upset earlier about the mess, but in a way, the current situation was not bad at all. His shameless son had magically managed to get rid of marrying the troublesome Nova without breaking the family rules. On the contrary, he bravely tried to stop Caspian. Theodore smiled as he looked at Olaf and then at his son. Fine, Theodore said, then looked at a table to the side. Master Harvey, can you help me to wake everyone up? Theodore finally decided on what to do, so he looked at Harvey and asked. Harvey, who was also relieved nothing bad happened with Caspian, nodded and then threw a talisman up that shone with a worm-red light. Those things were very common in his auction business, to get rid of snoopy journalists. 1 minute later, the non-players' invitees began to wake up one by one and then look around with lost eyes, not knowing what just happened. They just looked in dismay as the brides retreated from the stage in a row. Was the wedding finished already? What the fuck happened? The attendees were quickly calmed down by the pretty maids who went straight back to business as soon as they woke up, serving the newly woken guests with cups of freshly brewed coffee. It was as if they were not asleep, to begin with. Sorry about that everyone. One of the brides wanted to escape, so she threw a shock grenade, Theodore, who stood on the stage, said, pointing to the opening in the wall. No one was hurt, but most of you lost consciousness for a few minutes. Don't worry, it was not dangerous. Theodore added as the attendees looked at each other. What now? Elena, who was having a headache, asked. We will take a 30-minute break for the maids to check on anyone, then continue with the ceremony afterward. Theodore explained as he looked at Amelia. Yes, she nodded. During that Caspian fiasco, she wanted to help, but her aunt kicked her leg and ordered her to stay put. This was not their family's problem. Now that everything was solved, continuing the wedding is the only way to save face. And Lynn already had the parasite. Good, Theodore said, then turned back to the attendees. Now, you can take your time and sample our exquisite dishes as we get things prepared. The wedding will continue at another hall and the maids will guide you there afterward. The place was arranged. However, if you feel unwell, you are free to leave. We will arrange a ride for you, Theodore said finally. Some people were a little scared hearing him and wanted to leave. No one stopped them on their way out, but when they saw the gilded cakes and delicacies that began to be brought from the kitchens, they quickly returned to their seats and decided to stay. Those things were so rare, that every dish would cost millions. They were not going to miss this no matter what. Yes, other than the few real VIPs and some special guests. Most of the attendees were bootlickers or money worshippers. Those were the only ones who dared to risk their reputation and attend Victor's perverted wedding. What just happened? Where did that nosy guy go? Elena asked in a lost tone as Theodore returned to his seat. He left with Nova, Theodore said with a sigh. As he glanced at Elle and Lara who were acting lost. What, that bride, wasn't he saying that she was a fake? Luna asked. Nah, this was a scheme so that he could escape with her. Theodore explained as Lara looked at him with shock. Her esteemed father was lying with a straight face. Julian on the other hand wondered why his jaw hurt. Alice seemed to be distracted, so he looked around and noticed that James Trove was glaring at him. I need to go to the bathroom, my lip is bleeding for some reason, he said. Oh, go then, Alice said with a blush. It was her fault. She was feeling relieved that Caspian left and totally forgot about Julian. Julian sighed then slowly left the hall and headed to the nearest restroom, but to his dismay, it was out of order. He quickly found the next nearest one. James, as expected, was waiting for him there. Young Master Julian, what the FCK are you doing here? James asked as he activated an isolation talisman. Just got out of prison and wanted to check on my little sis, Julian said. I got a chance to sneak in here and I took it. That's not the problem, what are you doing with that slut Alice? A slut, she doesn't seem like one, Julian said. I am acting as her boyfriend. Her brother wanted to introduce her to some nasty guy and she didn't like that, so she paid me $1 million to act as her shield. He said proudly. Oh, what? James frowned. Yeah, I guess I will be able to relax during the rest of my family test. Julian said. Young master, you know well that there is no free lunch in this world, right? I am paying for it with my handsomeness. Young master, if you excuse my vulgarness, but you are in deep sh*t. What? Why do you say that? First, Alice is a pervert. Really? Julian smiled unknowingly. Ah, not in the way you think. I will tell you about her later. James said, not wanting Julian to reveal a thing here. The most important thing is that by being with Alice, you have been marked by that man Caspian, he already put a curse on you. What? A curse? Julian asked. Although he wasn't a player, he had some knowledge about talismans and curses due to his education. Yes, Caspian was rejected by Alice before and he held a grudge. Although he can't hurt her because he fears her master, it is easy for him to kill you. James said as he took a talisman from his pocket and put it on Julian's head. What? Wasn't that guy just a madman? Julian asked as the talisman began to smoke. That's what the Von Weiss family wanted those idiots at the venue to believe. This is a close call. Thankfully Caspian was only after one of the brides. James said as he watched the talisman turn black and fall to the ground seconds later. Is the curse gone? Julian asked. I only locked 90% of it. That's the best I can do following the family rules. James said with a frown, you will suffer some bad luck for the next few months, so you better stay low-key. When you finish your test, the family can easily remove the curse entirely. Oh, now let's go. Victor will need to replace the missing bride to complete the 8 brides ceremony, and hopefully, it will not be your sister. James said. And what if he chose her? I have my ways to manage this. We just have to keep her away from the stage. James said. Ellipsis. Victor. Marley ran to her cousin as soon as she noticed him. He instructed the maid. Have you seen Archie? She asked him. Your boyfriend? Yes, some people saw you talk to him. Yes, before the ceremony, wasn't he with you? No, some stupid maid locked me in the ladies' room. When I managed to escape and return to the hall, he was gone. Did you search the other tables? He may be courting some other girl. Victor asked with a frown. Archie should have been with Officer Lee's family. He wouldn't dare to do that. And when the ceremony started he was already nowhere to be found. Oh, I will ask the hotel manager to check the security tapes, just relax with your family. Victor said. Okay, she nodded and left. Ellipsis. Victor frowned after looking at his distressed cousin. Wasn't she supposed to be fighting with Lee over Archie now? Where is Archie? He asked Alpha through the telecommunicator. He totally forgot about him as the ceremony started. He had too many variables to keep track of, and Archie was not one of his priorities. Oh, what? Well, let me phrase it like this. The shard that caused the libido effect is a little more effective than we expected. Oh, Victor said. He didn't really get to thoroughly test it before deploying it. Didn't you tell me that it is as strong as 1% concentrated red tulip aphrodisiac? It is, but what I didn't expect is that its effect is cumulative. It adds 1% per minute. Oh, Victor finally understood why Caspian and Tom didn't show any sense of resistance. Victor initially told the girls to start applying the effect on him as soon as they entered the hall, to make them feel a little distracted. He didn't expect that they would have been holding it all this time. So, Archie, he took Lee and opened a room. Well, here goes the faithful guy. All men are cheaters. Alpha spat coldly. I am not a cheater, I do it openly, Victor clarified. Yeah, whatever suits your sick ego, she said. Why did you order Yin to reduce the effect of her banishment skill at the last moment? Weren't you planning to make him reveal something about him being a demon? Not anymore, he didn't explain. I have some new data after appraising him, killing him now is very disadvantageous. I just need him to stay low-key for now, at least until the tournament. Whatever, we got something from when he was placing that plague array in the restroom. You may be interested, didn't you tell me he used a blocking talisman? When cleaning the restroom, we found a damaged drone in one of the toilets. Some idiot tried to sneak it in but fell from him when he went in to do his business. Oh, apparently, the water in the toilet shielded it from Caspian's talisman, maybe some elemental conflict. Anyway, it doesn't have a picture and just sounds. We had to steal its decoding device from a van outside. What's in it? Caspian was telling his servant Triman to transfer the girls they got to a new warehouse, she said. They seem to have bought them from some black market trader. Oh, go save them, you were planning to do that anyway. I am just letting you know, shall we release the audio? No, there would be no need for that, Victor said as he turned off the telecommunicator. He sighed and looked around the hall before quickly walking toward Harvey, who seemed to be expecting him to come. Master Harvey, I will need to add Elise to the wedding after all, Victor said. I need the brides to be 8. He added just as James and Julian walked back into the hall. They heard him, so they looked at each other and then nodded in relief. I am okay with it, Harvey said. Do you have a dress for her? Yes, I have an extra, Victor said as he held Elise's wheelchair. Let's go, he said. She didn't reply. Ellipsis. Elise was utterly and completely shocked. During the events earlier, she could see everything. She had no idea why she did it, but she acted as if. She lost consciousness as Victor instructed her, and watched the show. Others could not see it, but she could. As Victor acted as a pervert, everything around him was a stage. Alex, the one everyone thought was fighting Caspian, was standing still most of the time, and only attacking when Victor gestured to him. When Alex was supposedly killed, he was simply dragged away by Victor moments before Caspian attacked. Even the attack itself was secretly manipulated to be aimed at an empty spot so that no one was hurt. The biggest surprise was that girl Nova. She was a man in disguise. And that guy Caspian was completely fooled, kissing her with passion. She was not stupid as she realized that Victor was showing her this to convince her of his ability. And she had to confess that she was convinced. Everyone in the hall fell for his schemes, including her smartass grandfather. How did he do it? She had no idea, but she had one more test for Victor. Why didn't you kill him? Elise suddenly asked as Victor dragged her out of the hall. This was the first thing she asked, making Victor smile. Like in his previous life, this girl was as smart as a fox and as curious as a kitten. Which one? That Caspian, your fake bride, was just toying with him all this time, and that other guy disguised as a woman was probably also yours. You had many chances. True, but why should I kill him? He seemed like a dangerous guy who knew how to hold a grudge. He had his eyes on your sister and he would have probably killed you if he got a chance. You are correct, but it is not like he can hurt me in public. The same goes for me, Victor chuckled. I will not ruin my wedding for him. The wedding must go on. It is vital. You could do it behind the scenes. You seem to be proficient in that, she said, wondering if he made her get to see all of those on purpose to test her. I could have done that. Oh, then that guy disguised as a woman. The one Caspian took away, will he kill him now? She interrupted. She was clearly having fun. That was the plan. It would have been very hard though. Caspian has many hidden cards. Victor nodded. I plan to make him drag Caspian into an inescapable trap, then finish him off. Then, what made you change your mind? She asked. He. You would need to promise me a favor if you want to know that. Okay, she answered straight ahead. Aren't you going to ask me what is the favor I want? You will get what you want sooner or later, she said in her stoic voice. So, why didn't you want to kill him? She asked. You see, I have this skill called appraisal, it is an SSS ranking. Oh, you saw something, what is it? What did you find out? She asked curiously. She was no longer whispering as a lady but as a normal girl her age. It will be hard to explain it simply, but let me phrase it like this. That Caspian's position is very good. It would be a waste to just kill such a good piece. Position, like in where he lives, no, class, no, politics, also no, she paused. Like in chess, exactly, she frowned, quote. You plan to do a castling? She asked after a long pause. Victor was taking his time pushing her around. Both figuratively and literally. Yup, I just planned this scheme on the go, and it still has many things to iron out. Oh, that explains why you still sent that guy with him, she said. Yeah, he will be my eyes. When would your turn be? Very soon. I need to collect all the game rules first. I am not very familiar with this piece's movement patterns after all, there can't be any mistakes. I see. She went silent again, making Victor smile. She was completely snared. Elise von Geldstadt, the world's most amazing legendary strategist, was now in his hands. He didn't expect to get her this early after his return, but he didn't mind it. At least she still had her childish spirit, not yet corrupted by the world. In Victor's past life, after Harvey died due to his poisoning, the new patriarch who hated Elise's mother kicked her out mercilessly, forcing her to live in the streets as a beggar for a few years. According to the recorders, she went through hell. Literally, she went off records after the brothel she was imprisoned in was burnt, probably her doing. She only reappeared after the reckoning as an aide to one of the strongest scions at that time. With that guy, they formed an army of survivors who were able to grab many cities back from the monsters and demons who flooded the world, creating a de facto kingdom of players before any other power could stabilize the situation. Of course, no one knew about her role back then. Only after that idiot, Scion challenged the newly established imperial family were her true powers revealed. The von Krone really suffered a lot at her hands. Half of the army was decimated before they paid a great price to recruit an army of Scions who forcefully destroyed everything using brute force. Although she made them suffer a lot, in the end, no plans could stand in their way. After that, the Scion who protected her lost an arm and a leg getting apprehended. As a Scion, executing him was a very hard thing to do, so they chose to exile him to another world as they did to others before him. In exchange for sending him to a good world instead of hell, the demon's dimension, he revealed everything about her and her plans, blaming her for the loss of armies that the imperial family suffered and saying that he wanted to surrender from the start. She was quickly brought to the throne room after that, where the emperor, Lily's uncle, was enchanted by her beauty. He offered her to join the imperial family as a concubine and she accepted, probably knowing that she didn't have a choice. On her wedding night, she was poisoned to death by the queen who feared her. That's the official story, but according to what Julian told him, after she was killed, her corpse mysteriously disappeared. Most likely she faked her death and escaped. After a year, the emperor was killed in a duel at the hands of his brother, Lily's father, who took his place as the emperor. Victor heard Julian speculate that she had a hand behind this, but he had no proof. If Victor met her back then, he would have surely been manipulated and killed without knowing what happened. But right now, she was still a naive little girl, only a little smarter than others. Quote. That would leave your last rank unguarded, Elise suddenly said. She had been analyzing his plan. And without knowing everything about it, she found its major weak point. Not if others planned to do the same to me. Victor said, I just learned of this scheme a few minutes ago, I couldn't have hoped for a better chance. Quote. Oh, she just nodded as her little brain began to turn again. Still, it would be a risky move, she asked, still using chess terms. There would be a risk, but what if all my pawns were to be promoted? Oh, so that's why the mass wedding. It is to upgrade pawns to queens. Exactly. Quote. An amateur king would be screwed. Yup, a professional one would be too. That would need you to sacrifice a queen. Not if that queen is a slut. Quote. Quote. I will marry you, she suddenly said. But you better not lie to me or betray my trust, she added, making up her mind. Sorry, I will definitely lie, but I would never betray you. He said, you don't have a choice about marrying me anyway. He added, who knows, she added as she lifted her hand holding a poison bottle. You would not have taken that, he said as he grabbed it. Like I said, who knows, she repeated with a smile. One had to say that some people fall in love with others at first sight. Elise was not like that. But after seeing Victor in action and having this conversation with him, for the first time in her life, she felt a strange feeling in her little heart. It was racing like a small pony. It was not really love, that's what she told herself. Elise had no concept of what love was anyway. But Victor was the first guy she met who could understand and respond to all her questions in a satisfying way without being an old fox like her grandfather. And she really liked that feeling of being with him. He made her feel safe. And, in a way, he was very handsome.